We're here. We're queer. It's the new year. Welcome to the show. This is an all-day stream, so it's just an open panel. It's kind of a free-for-all. If you want to drop in, say hi, ring in the new year, make the rounds, whatever. This is the day to do it. I'm posted on social media and catching up on some stuff too, so I'm multitasking. But yeah, welcome to the new year. It's here. We rang it in last night. Some of us on here, so we all got to spend midnight together and slide into it at the same time. It was cool. So I don't have any news today. I don't have any Twitter. I don't have any politics. I don't have any topics. Maybe Google Bard can give me some New Year topics, just to kind of get the thing started. But yeah, really, this is a day for you all to come and share and do your thing. Bring your drinks, bring your food, bring your whatever else you do. And if you don't have family or real life people to spend it with, come spend it with us. For some reason, it did not include the preview on Facebook. I don't know why. Oh well, it might be a Facebook thing today. Oh, and I'm live. Okay, anyway, yeah, I'm here. Let me see. Google. Give me some New Year's topics. Absolutely. Since it's already January 1st, we can focus on post New Year's Eve topics and some fresh inspiration for 2024. Ideally, inspiration should always be fresh. Huh? That's what makes it inspiration. Is it possible to be inspired by something that you've already been inspired by? Reflection and rejuvenation, New Year's Eve recap. Share your own experiences, funny anecdotes, or interesting observations from the night. I'm trying to think of my best. My New Year's are really not terribly memorable. They usually involve one of two things: a New Year party at someone's house or at a bar, ringing in the new year and doing the champagne and the poppers and all that. The little plastic poppers, not the gay poppers. And are sitting in front of the TV, watching the ball drop. And for a few years, because when you get older, you kind of get tired of doing that party type stuff, or I did anyway. And like Discovery Channel or one of those shows would count down the 10 deadliest snakes. And then by the time they got to the number one snake, which I think was the taipan in Australia, but I'm not sure. Australia has all the deadly snake. Like if you see a snake in Australia, I'll stay away from it. And then after that was over, I would turn to the ball and watch it drop. And that was like the exciting feeling of ringing in a new year. And then, but I do remember Y2K. That was the new year that everybody was like it, because it had the potential to change everything. And it was the age of the internet, because we had AOL and that kind of stuff. And we were worried that our AOL accounts wouldn't work anymore. Or that's what I was worried about the most. But it really wasn't the type of internet where they had all kind of misinformation and all these sources and YouTube channels and that people could really ramp up a conspiracy around it. So there was just kind of this general, it wasn't really fear, or at least for me, it was like curiosity as to what would happen. Like there were several scenarios that could play out, and it ended up nothing happened. Nothing at all. It was everybody just went on about their life like ordinary. But Y2K was this the way computers did dates. It was only set to use the one, and so they didn't have a date, a number for two. So when it got 1999 to 2000, they weren't sure if computers were going to be able to adjust, and there were going to be all these like global system crashes or incompatibilities or unpredictability in what to expect from our computers. And none of that happened. The Y2K bug, they call it. I don't know why it was a bug. To me, that implies something intentional. So anyway, that I don't have a lot of New Year's stories other than that type of stuff. Oh, and I'm going to be wishing people Happy New Year throughout the day. So on social media, this is one of those busy keyboard days. So yeah, New Year's stories. If you have any and you want to come on and share, I would love to hear them. I love listening to stories. I can listen to stories all day long. That's part of why I created this channel. I'm trying to think of my wildest or craziest New Year. I remember one. Oh, I have two of them. I can kind of. I mean, they're not all that crazy compared to everything else in my life. But one of them was. Oh, I forgot it. Hang on, it has to come back around. Well, one of them was in Austin, Texas, and me and my friend had planned to spend New Year's together at my place, and I lived with this guy, and he was at the leather bar for New Year's. He had all his leather gear on, and they were having this big party at the leather bar. And so me and my friend went out to dinner, and we were gonna like relax and watch movies and watch the ball come down. And we got to the house, and I had forgotten my key, and it was locked out. So we had to go to the leather bar to get the key from the roommate, and we were there at midnight. And she was a lesbian, and she was like very feminine. She wasn't a butch lesbian, and she was like the only woman in the leather bar. And we walked in, and I think that was the first time I had been to a leather bar actually, because I didn't know what leather and all that was back then. And we had to go in this leather bar. The doorman, like, I think he was joking with her, but he acted like she was a man or something. And so the whole experience was just surreal. We were giggling the whole time that we were in this leather bar on New Year's Eve having to get this key. And then what was the other one? Just had it. This is age, y'all. And now I'm one more age closer. It's just more wear and tear on the mind and the memory. Oh yeah, in Vegas. The first New Year in Vegas with Mike. He had to work. Mike worked graveyard, so he had to work for New Year. So I had some friends over at the house, and we were drinking and partying, carrying on. And this one friend was playing this video game. I'm not kidding. You walk around with an axe, and he was killing chickens. Like there was this farm and this barnyard, and he had this axe, and he was in the barnyard killing the chickens and chopping them up, and they had chicken blood everywhere in the video. It was the craziest thing. And me and the other roommate decided we wanted to go out on the roof and sit on the roof and watch the fireworks, because we lived kind of across from the Luxor, and so you could see the fireworks from the strip. And so we were drunk, climbing on the roof, and we kept trying to get my friend to come up, and he would not break away from that video game, killing the chickens. So he was in the room underneath us killing chickens, and we were on the roof drunk, dancing and carried on, and watching the fireworks. So that was another memorable New Year's Eve. We used to love to party on the roof. We did a lot of that. I remember one time growing up, in one of the houses we lived in, it was next door to one of the sheriffs, like one of the local sheriffs. And it wasn't even New Year's. It was like an ordinary day. I think it was my sister and some of her friends and maybe one or two of my gay friends. We were out the house drinking and partying. It was like 5 a.m, and we were still going. So we decided we wanted to go party on the roof and watch the sunrise. And it was like a peaked roof, but then over the carport, they had a flat part. So we would stand over the the flat part over the carport and party. And we had all these beer cans on the roof. We had our little jam box, and we were playing Diana Ross and the Supremes. And we were doing the stop in the name of love on the roof at like 5 a.m. And the sheriff was going to work, and he pulled out of his driveway. The sun was coming up, and he started to go down the road, and he saw us on the roof, and he stopped, and he looked up. He just kind of shook his head, and he just kept on driving. And we were just supreming to him as he drove by. So that was fun too. Anyway, I'm just telling New Year's / party stories as Google recommended. So let me see what else it says to do. Lessons learned. I don't know if I want to talk about some of them. One thing I did learn, that trip to Louisiana was a big lesson for me. It kind of taught me who I am and who I'm not. And what I'm not is Pacific Northwest culture. And I think what I'm not is blue state. I'm definitely red state. Red state people to me, and Vegas was kind of purple, but it was red enough. They're very relaxed. They know how to have a good time. They worry about concrete things in front of them. Liberal people, blue states seem very uptight, highly anxious, politically anxious, globally anxious, socially anxious. They don't seem relaxed and know how to have a good time. And they're very difficult to be around for people like me, because everything's always so like fraught with danger, catastrophe, or offense. So being in a red state and just being around people that can relax, like politics never came up one time. Nobody had a single thing to say about Israel, Palestine, or politics. They just focused on the things in front of them. Like they talked about the people they knew and the friends and the family and what they were going to eat that day. And it was just so refreshing. So I learned that I don't belong in the North. And I don't belong in liberal environments. I'm just psychologically, like politically, I was a liberal. I mean, I still am a classical liberal, but politically I was, I guess, on the left. I was a Democrat. But psychologically and emotionally and socially, I think I've always been more red state. I was raised red state. My whole family's Republican. And so I was raised in that's my culture more than I don't fit in with liberal culture either. And that was even true with gay bars. Like the first gay bar I went to, I was all excited. I thought finally I was going to meet my people, and I felt like an alien from another planet. I did not relate to it was Madonna's Vogue had just come out. It was the voguing craze, and all the little gay boys were on the dance floor voguing, and girlfriend, Miss Thing, this, and this is gay people. I don't know what any of this stuff is. I was just looking for the other guys like me that like to read books and listen to music and play board games. They were not at the gay bars, not in Louisiana anyway. So there was that. That's probably the biggest lesson I learned about myself. And then I learned like practical lessons, like live streaming and my business. I started my business. I started the live stream channel, or at least this new channel. And so I learned how to get a little better at that, I think, or at least get my version of better, like my zone and my flow when it comes to live streaming, and kind of what I want to do with it, because it's really just a hobby for me. And I learned like how to start a business, how to help a business grow and take off, and the things you do to kind of have to keep a business going. So that kind of stuff, those kind of practical lessons. And then I'm always learning mental health lessons, like how to take care of myself mentally, which more or less it involves mainly two broad things: being aware of the environments that you expose yourself to and trying to place yourself or help to create environments that are going to support your health and growth, and avoiding the ones that are not, or the people that are going to contribute negatively to that. And the other thing is just managing your reactions when you do encounter like some kind of challenge or adversity or setback that could impact your mental health, learning how to manage it and quickly overcome it and get back to baseline. So I'm always learning those kind of little lessons. Gratitude exercise. Okay, this is for you guys. Take the time to thank your viewers, community, or specific positive things in your life. You are probably the most positive thing in my life right now. Um, a lot of you probably know this. I lost my job just before COVID, and then we went on lockdown 3 days later, and I didn't know what I was going to do. And I started doing all the online stuff: Twitter, Discord, Zooming. I wasn't doing any of that before COVID, and I found all these wonderful people all over the world and created this community and everything. And my entire life was lived virtually. I had no in person, like real life context at all. I moved from Seattle to a smaller city. I didn't know anybody. I still don't have a social life in this city at all, although I have attempted to build one. I have two roommates, but they kind of do their own thing. We don't really interact much or connect. So my whole life has been virtual. And going to Louisiana for Thanksgiving was the first time I had been around real life people in any kind of sustained or meaningful way. And it taught me that I needed that balance. I can't live completely virtually online. I need to have some kind of in-person community counterpart to that, which is why we're working on a hybrid community here once we grow large enough. But there are things that I can't get from the Louisiana in-person community that I need to turn to the online people like you for. Mostly a lot of the intellectual, political stuff. I'm an extrovert, and I process out loud. So I need to be around people that can have the kind of conversations that I need to have to make sense of the world and myself and my life. So I get that from online. But so I kind of live between these two worlds. There's my life here in Washington State, and then there was my life in Louisiana. But the thing that anchored and centered it all was the live stream, because that's the common denominator between both worlds. It's something I access here in Washington State, where I'm kind of a minority and somewhat of an immigrant, and it's a completely different social environment than Louisiana. And I could access it from Louisiana when I'm immersed in my own roots, my own people, my own social norms. So it was like the one constant between those two worlds. And it taught me that that's what I want to take priority, regardless of where I am and regardless of what in-person community I'm in. It's this online anchor or online community that I've been fortunate enough to be a part of. People like all of you, except for the trolls. I'm not talking about you, although I guess you do add your own little spice to the mix. I was given some advice, which is sometimes very hard for me to take advice, especially when I think it comes from people who don't know as much as I do about myself. But the advice was to make peace with the trolls and kind of learn to coexist with them. And in a liberal society, I think that is what it's important to do. And so I kind of started to do that a little bit, and the results have been more or less positive. So I can manage the trolls, and they're not coming in my community because I'm trying to create a very specific kind of community. But in the larger streaming community, I can even kind of tolerate and appreciate what some of the trolls have to bring. And really, one of the big principles in mental health and the peer work I do is meeting people where they are. So regardless of what I personally think about the trolls, I really do kind of have to meet them where they are. And so I think 2024 I'm gonna put more of an effort into getting better at that. So thank all of you, gratitude to all of you, the people I know and have gotten to know, and the people I don't know yet that I look forward to getting to know better. You all make this community what it is, and I don't even know what my life would be right now without all of you and without this. So you're the ones making it happen. I'm just helping to create the space to make it happen, because there are other YouTubers that are doing similar projects. So I'm just like one drop in the pond or the ocean. So thank you for making that drop have some kind of meaning for me and some kind of positive effect for other people. Oh, look at here, mental health and self-care tips for the new year. I wonder if it put that in, like that's a generic thing, or if it knows that I'm working mental health because of previous things I asked it, and it's kind of tweaking itself to what it knows about me. But anyway, mental health, I kind of gave some of those. Discuss your approach to managing stress. I try to limit the amount of stress in my life by carefully curating my environments. It's our niche building. I hang around with people that enhance my life and diminish my stress. Although sometimes you get your Joshua Joneses and things like that. And no, just kidding, Josh. I enjoy our conversations. And when the stress does happen, managing it. Like when I was home in Louisiana, me and my mom kind of frayed on each other's edges a little bit after a while, and just learning how to manage that when it happens. Like not how to not escalate it, how to de-escalate so that it doesn't get like try to minimize when the stress is there. Just try to minimize it as much as possible. Don't make it worse. And how to do self-care to recover from it quickly enough to get back on track. So that's really my main approach to managing stress. And it feels natural and intuitive to me at this point, but it wasn't always. And I know it was things that I gradually learned and practiced and incorporated into my routine. And so I think I told y'all the other day, it even showed up in my dreams. I was using these stress and emotional regulation techniques in a dream I had where my emotions got activated. And even in the dream, the emotions were starting to get back to, like I was starting to manage it, recover from it, and returning to my dream baseline. And this was all without my conscious control at all. So at this point, it's become kind of just automatic. Staying motivated and finding balance. The balance I'm looking for is that like internet real life balance. And I'm not going to find that here in Washington State. I already know that. I'm going to have to go somewhere else. So my goal for 2024 is to find a new destination to set up in and relocate. I want somewhere where I can put down roots and have an actual in-person base. And that's probably more likely to happen in the South than anywhere in the North or any kind of blue state, because liberals they want a particular type of people, and they kind of circle the wagons and have a way of keeping out the people they're not looking for. Republicans, I find, or red staters, can tolerate liberals. They might talk about them or not go out of their way to seek them, but when they're around, they don't really try to shut them out, or at least they don't with me and the liberals I've seen. I find them much more tolerant of liberals than liberals are tolerant of being around red staters. And staying motivated, I work off of intrinsic motivation. So I have like this little inner engine that if something's important to me, that motivation is going to come from that and from within. So I don't really have a problem staying motivated, but it's finding things to direct that motivation towards. And so my goal this year is to grow the channel and get motivated to do the little things that I can be doing to improve the channel, and also to relocate. So those are my mental health and self-care tips for 2024. Okay, let me check in with social media right quick. And I really do hope guests come on today, because I can't imagine it's going to be me talking all day long for New Year. I don't mind talking when I have to, but I really created the stream so I wouldn't have to be the one talking all the time. I want it to be an opportunity for other people to come and have their voice. New Year's resolutions, I kind of just talked about. It's not really a resolution, but it's a goal. I don't do resolutions because I don't need a resolution to make a habit change. I can do that any time of the year on my own if I see a need for it. But I do make like kind of a broad goal for the year, have some idea of where I want to be at the end of the year. And the one this year is to find a new place to live. So that's kind of my broad goal for this year. And then when you have the goal, you kind of set the intent so that your mind is, your little mental compass is constantly pointed in that direction. And then you start to notice little opportunity. It just comes on, like the things relevant to that will come on your attention more. And that allows you to notice opportunities or be motivated to create the opportunities that you need to take the steps to start moving toward that goal. A goal setting workshop. When the work I do, we use something called SMART goals. It's an acronym. Goals should be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time delineated. And so the more specific and realistic you can make a goal within a reasonable timeline, the easier it is to achieve. And I'm not super strict about it, but it's a rough little guideline or mnemonic when working with goals, and create actionable plans for the resolutions. It's the logistics of moving that are really, I hate moving and I hate the logistics of it. And it's not just like the packing and actual physical act of moving. It's all the setup and preparation before that. I'm going to have to transfer the business to another state. I'm going to have to start building a client base in a new state. I'm going to have to maybe secure a job or income in the meantime. It's finding the place to live, getting electricity cut on, internet, all that type of stuff. It's just the little 1,000 paper cuts that you have to go through when you move. Skills I want to learn in 2024. And by the way, this is just me kind of, hey, Joe, what's up? This is me kind of just giving an example of what any of you could come on here and share and talk about. So if you have your own goals or tips that you want to come on and share, please do. I would like to learn. I'm not very good at the tech side, particularly video editing, graphics. I'm not a visual person or a visual thinker. I would like to get better at learning how to maybe edit videos, because I just put them up live. I just turn the camera on and go and just archive them. I don't really do any editing on them. Maybe incorporating more graphic elements, learning how to do clips, learning how to do maybe video presentations, like the more essay style where I present a topic and I can incorporate graphics into it, like the video essayists on YouTube do. So maybe I'd like to pick up some kind of practical video or graphic based skill this year. That's really the only one I can think of now. Personal or professional development resources, books, courses, tools. I don't really get a lot out of that. I kind of work. I was a slacker. I have a slacker ethos and a slacker work ethic. If there's something I need to do, I kind of just need to approach it without any preconceived expectations, start playing around with it, experiment, be very casual about it. When something feels like work, that's the time for me to stop. So I have to do it where it's comfortable for me, and when it starts to get too arduous and tedious, that's the time where I'm not going to be mentally productive about it anymore. I need to step back, give it a break, and come back to it where I could casually just incorporate it back into my life. And I've said before, I'm a lot better when I have 5 or 6 things going on at once that I could switch back and forth to. So I'm not just focused on one thing to the exclusion of anything else. I don't have that. I have a hyper focus in bursts, but it's a hyper focus from that switches between various tasks. So if I can have 5 or 6 things going and just casually kind of move in and out of the ones that interest me in the moment, that's usually when results happen. That's my particular work method. So none of these books or courses or tools help me with that, because they're very structured and organized and kind of manualized in a way that doesn't work for me at all. I need to be able to zip and I'm very nonlinear. I need to be able to zip and jump around and do this stage and then come back and do this stage and work a little bit on this and then go work on something else over here on a different project. And so I can't be very systematic about it. I'm not a systematic thinker. Too cold for a bike ride. Oh, where are you anyway? You don't have to say if you don't want, but it looks like the sun's coming up here and it was nice yesterday. Well, up here in Washington State, they would say, just put on your gear, layer up, and get out there and bike ride anyway. Wait, 20 Fahrenheit? Oh yeah. Yikes. Yeah, I don't know how people that grow up in cold do it. Cold is miserable. Cold brings out the worst in me. You don't want to be around me when it's cold and there's no way to warm up or no insulation from it. That's when the demon really comes out. I'm just a miserable, miserable cunt. So, Southwest greetings. Start the new year by walking first thing. God, I'm sorry it's cold for all of you people. That does suck. But maybe, you know what? Maybe this new year can be the year of challenge, and challenge yourself to face the cold or not let it stop you or overcome it. And I found, because look, this is someone that doesn't like the cold, but if you layer, if you put a t-shirt, an overshirt, I don't know, some kind of, maybe if you have something microfiber, a light jacket, a heavy coat, gloves, hat, and you layer, you almost don't feel the cold. And then once you start walking, it warms you up too. So it's cold maybe the first few minutes, but once you get your body moving, you're going to subjectively feel it less. So I don't know, maybe challenge yourself if you're up to it and start the year on a note of, I'm going to overcome and not let the cold stop me from executing my will. All right, let's see what else the Bard has for us. And Happy New Year. And are you still in January 1st, Dolbez? It's probably evening over there, huh? But you're still with us. We're all still on the same day. It's usually only Australia and sometimes the Asian countries. We haven't gotten, I don't think we've gotten anybody from Asia yet. Oh, well, Vietnam. I spoke too soon. Joshua Jones. Q&A session, answer question from your viewers about, well, I mean, y'all could ask. Y'all can always ask me anything if you're interested. Sometimes viewers do. But I'm not, I have a huge ego, I'm not going to lie, but I'm not egotistical enough to think that I'm going to be the center of interest for most people out there or be able to sustain your attention span with anything about my life. Live stream games or challenges? Yes, we want to. If we get enough people today, we might do some more of that Among Us. There is a game called Avalon, which I really like. It's a mafia werewolf variation. If we get like 6, 7 people, StreamYard limits you to 10, I think, me included. It's either me and 10 more people or me and 9 more people, but that's the StreamYard limit. So even if we get that amount, I think there's some games and activities we could do. Vision board creation. I have a vision board in my head that I just keep going all the time. I don't need to physically create one. That sounds like work. I don't do anything that feels like work. Like when I worked in the one of my jobs, the hospital, there was this lady, one of the nurses. She had a saying which I just love. She said, "When this becomes a real job, I quit." And that's kind of my ethos too. Share inspiring quotes or stories. Like some dark satanic wisdom. Let me think. My go-to for inspiration and quotes is Ralph Waldo Emerson. You can open, in fact, let me do that. I'm just going to randomly open up Emerson and see what he has to say. All right, here we go. This is from the Essay Experience, which is actually his best essay. Let me just find a good passage in it. Human life is made up of the 2 elements, power and form, and the proportion must be invariably kept if we would have it sweet and sound. Each of these elements in excess makes a mischief as hurtful as its defect. Everything runs to excess. Every good quality is noxious if unmixed, and to carry the danger to the edge of ruin, nature causes each man's peculiarity to superabound. I'm thinking of things like the woke, where they take compassion and empathy to excess. So I guess that's just the classic Greek monition to admiration. Oh, I've always liked this one. It is very unhappy, but too late to be helped. The discovery we have made that we exist. That discovery is called the fall of man. Ever afterwards, we suspect our instruments. We have learned that we do not see directly, but mediately, and that we have no means of correcting these colored and distorting lenses which we are, or of computing the amount of their errors. Perhaps these subject lenses have a creative power. Perhaps there are no objects. Once we lived in what we saw. Now the rapaciousness of this new power, which threatens to absorb all things, engages us. Nature, art, persons, letters, religions, objects successively tumble in, and God is but one of its ideas. Nature and literature are subjective phenomena. Every evil and every good thing is a shadow which we cast. That's And I've said that before here, that we see in a very that's a very romantic notion. It shows up in William Blake too, that we see in a very particular human way. We don't see objective reality. We see subjective human reality. That's because we have human brains and human bodies and psyches and hardware and software, and so the inputs come from the outside, but the experience of it and the perception of it is uniquely human, but it feels like reality to us. So I don't know if that was inspirational, but it was at least a quote. So reflection, growth are new beginnings. I don't know, new beginnings, endings are beginnings, or new beginnings are always endings. Do they have to be always endings? Is a beginning an ending? Are beginnings and endings linear, or is it a cycle? Is the beginning? Is it just like repeating the same patterns of what we think is a beginning is just another turn of the spiral, taking us to the same end? I don't know. All things to think about, I guess. Oh, hang on. Oh shit! All these people are wishing me Happy New Year. Okay. New Year, Happy New Year. And a sticker. Okay, let's see what else. Host a virtual watch party. No, I ain't gonna try that because I'll tell you why. Update. I got 2 copyright strikes last night. One of them was that damn video that NeuroJack wanted me to play that I told him I was worried about a copyright because it was from it was from a record label. And he's like, oh no, I don't think it was the Satan one, the one where they were doing the Satan ritual. And I liked it. It was almost worth a copyright. And when I say strike, I mean a takedown notice. It wasn't an actual strike, but you have to go back and take it out of the video, and it takes forever. And so I got a takedown for that. So that's why the video is not up. It has to be reposted. Why is it trim out segment? So I have to cut that out. I have to cut the little Satan clip out. And I got one for the Beyonce song that Chris hates so much, Break My Soul. Because during the fireworks in Seattle, I had it muted, and my friend she's like, put the music on. And I said, I'm worried about a copyright because it sounds like copyrighted music, but I did it anyway. And one of them was the Beyonce song. And even though she's my kinfolk, I got copyrighted. So I'm not going to attempt to do a virtual watch party of anything. Although we do that on Discord all the time. We're always watching movies or TV shows or something. So if you do want to do a watch party and you're not on Discord, just contact us to get on Discord because there's always opportunities to watch some. We have a whole movie channel, and anybody can go in there and play whatever. Oh. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. All right. Remember to personalize these ideas. Yeah, I did that. Okay. Okay, well, that's. I might break its brain today by exhausting its ideas. New Year's trivia. Prediction games. Play Would You Rather or Future Forecast. Talent show. We used to do talent shows during COVID and open mic nights. If any of you have talents, I don't, but if any of you sing or do comedy or art or spoken word or whatever, and you want to do an open mic night one night, I would love to host one of those here. Um, as long as you feature original stuff, because some of the stuff we did was like karaoke tracks from YouTube, and we had some people that could sing really beautifully that would sing to some karaoke tracks. But if you have anything original that you want to show off here, I'm all about that. Cooking or baking together. What? Virtual potluck. Y'all are welcome to have food. Like anyone can eat on my stream. I don't mind at all. I do it sometimes. So if you want to get your New Year's Day meal and have a group collective virtual meal, I would love that. Mine's probably going to be a frozen pizza today. I think that's all I have left in the fridge. Vision board workshop part 2. Man, they're really into these vision board things, huh? I don't get a lot out. Again, like I said, I'm not that visual. Like I have the vision in my head and it's good enough there. Putting it on a board, like cutting it out of a magazine and pasting it on some poster paper is not going to do anything to help it manifest for me. If it works for you, great. I'm not knocking if it works for you. I'm just saying it doesn't do anything for me to bring me closer to that goal. Hang on, I'm still multitasking. All right. Art or craft challenge? Not me. I hate art and PE were my two worst subjects. I'm probably better at PE than I am at art. I can barely draw stick people. I can maybe cut construction paper, glue it if it's a glue stick. I can. One thing I was kind of good at, I was kind of proud of myself, was watercolor. I got some of the techniques down and I did some work that satisfied me anyway. I was amazed that I did it. And there's a technique called stipple where you just draw with little dots. You draw in shade using it was pen and ink dots. And I was pretty good at stipple too. But that's about it. And pipe cleaner. We used to, in catechism class, they taught us how to make roses out of Kleenex, tissue paper, and pipe cleaners. And so I know how to take a bunch of Kleenex and make a beautiful flower out of it with a pipe cleaner. Yeah, join in, Dolbez. Please do. You could tell us about New Year's in Norway. Is the link pinned? It should be pinned. AI developed art. Yeah, we should do some. I wonder if I'd get copyrighted for, like, what is it, Midjourney or shit? What's the other one? The graphic. I don't remember. But we could like pull up an AI graphic program and all put in ideas and create this group AI art that represents the streaming community. That'd be very interesting to do. It says book clubs. I've been trying to get. I don't even try to do book clubs anymore because they don't go anywhere. Although I am wanting to do this. I've been wanting to do this book club forever. It's Northrop Frye's Fearful Symmetry. It's his study of William Blake, and it talks all about Christianity and esotericism and everything we talk about on the stream. Sometimes it even bores me. It's because I'm like, this is Fearful. If they just read Fearful Symmetry, it's all in there. Like these conversations are straight out of Fearful Symmetry. So I think it would have so much relevance to the interest that show up in a lot of the guests that come to these streams. So if any of you want to go through Fearful Symmetry together, it's really one of the most mind-blowing books I've ever read. It's going to change the way you look at everything: religion, art, psychology, the mind, the soul, yourself. This is truly one of the most revolutionary books I've read in the true sense of revolution. So it absolutely reorients everything about your cognitive paradigm. Discussion on global resolutions. No, thank you. Review of tech. No. Discussion on a trending topic. Interview someone with a unique New Year's tradition, like Dolbez from Norway. Night Cafe is an AI tool. Yeah, I would love to interview Dolbez about Norwegian New Year's or Scandinavian New Year's. I always imagine Scandinavian traditions like doing Viking stuff, the Viking version of New Year. Self-Made Man by Nora Roberts. Oh, you're right, Jeff. And she was that girl that, if you know her story, look her up on Wikipedia. She posed as a man. She like went undercover as a man and wrote a book. And her experience as a man was so traumatic, she ended up killing herself. Like she had so much PTSD from what she experienced trying to be a female that lived as a man. Not in a transsexual way. She was like a journalist and she wanted to capture the experience of what is it like being a man, like in a man's world, which I don't think it's a man's world anymore at all. I think men are struggling now, which the women are like, men suck, they shouldn't be in power, we can do it better. And then they're the same awful creatures with power that men were. Like they're not any better with power than men were. Oh, you want to come on and talk about it today? Or we can save it for another day. Whatever you want. Like this really is for all of you. So this is your day. Guess what? We're going to hear about Viking New Year's. Welcome, welcome.
Does the mic work?
It is.
Wonderful.
How do you say Happy New Year in Norwegian?
Okay, I need to use you say Gott Nyttår, which is not basically just Good New Year's, which is kind of funny.
Gott Nyttår.
GODT. On to the side. GODT, and then NYTT, which is new, and then
Nytt.
OR is year.
Gott Nyttår.
Yeah,
Gott Nyttår. That's probably the Cajun accent version of Norwegian.
Yeah.
You tore your calf muscle. Shit. I'm sorry. I hope you did it last year and that this year gets better. Like it's a year of healing.
Huh? What are you saying?
Oh, Jeff in the chat tore his calf muscle.
Okay, I don't see the chat.
But he's going to use it constructively because he's going to use it to take some time. So he's going to turn it into a opportunity based.
That's smart.
So what did you do for New Year? Walk us through a Norwegian New Year.
Well, this New Year's wasn't as usual because we had guests from family. But usually we celebrate at some other at my uncle's place because he lives on the top of a hill close to a very big city. So you know the fireworks, it looks really good. You're at the top, surrounded by all the fireworks. But this time we had guests who just celebrated at us, our place.
So you just stayed indoors, and did you do any kind of midnight countdown thing?
Yeah, well, not really a countdown. Like we don't 10, 9, 8. We don't do that, but we did go out. We had bought some fireworks, set them off at like midnight. Drank champagne? No, I don't think it was champagne. It was prosecco, an Italian.
Oh, yeah.
Prosecco, and that was basically it. And then we stayed up talking and chatting for another hour. So, a late night.
Well, yeah, that sounds pretty standard then. So there's no
Although
specific Scandinavian twist on New Year?
maybe the food, because that's usually what is different, but like the general celebration is pretty similar to most other places. I would presume. I don't know exactly how they celebrate it in America or in Canada.
Well, we learned last night that, well, New York sucks. Times Square was so pathetic. But Tucson has this Taco Bell taco that they let down, this like piñata taco, and people go out and they lower the taco and then they go home. There's not even any fireworks. So I think it's regional. And then Seattle had like hellscape apocalypse. Um, it was drone. It was drone. What is it? Drone light art or whatever of spaceships and UFOs and aliens. And then they set off the fireworks, and it made so much smoke. It was like this giant black cloud, and the fireworks were red, and they looked like the fires of hell, just illuminating the black cloud. It looked like the apocalypse. I'm not kidding.
So, it's Seattle. It makes sense that.
Yeah, it was fitting.
Although to be fair, I'm not that well versed on American stereotypes. So, but Seattle
Well,
seems
the
like a
worst thing you could
place.
think about America and humanity in general, just associate with Seattle because it's probably true.
Maybe
It's the most dehumanized technocratic place I've ever lived. So whatever mechanistic apocalypse you could envision, it's probably Seattle. It's all machine and no soul.
that sounds like Japan, honestly. But maybe that's just another stereotype speaking. But they're replacing
Someone was talking
servers,
about Japan the other
restaurants.
day. I forgot what they were saying about it, but when they were describing it, I'm like, wait, that's Seattle. Whatever you talk about now, that's exactly how they are at Seattle. So maybe there is an Asian influence. I've heard there was Scandinavian and Asian because Scandinavia has the concept of what is it like? Don't stand out, like make yourself humble.
Janteloven. You're
Yeah,
not special. You're just a part of the crowd. You're nothing,
yeah,
nothing
that
more than
collect
any other people.
that. And so there's a big influence of that here too, coupled with the Asian collectivism, I think, and then the tech corporatism. I think that all contributes to that kind of anti-individualist, dehumanizing culture. The more machine-like you can be, the more successful you're going to be socially and professionally. Is that a window?
That is indeed a window.
Oh, okay.
Just
It looks like
I just switched to
like a
standing
window
because
into
I don't
another
want to
room.
sit. That's not a very flattering angle, honestly. Where can I put you? It works. Don't. No worries.
Yeah, no, none of it looks bad. Do you have a chair, or you're gonna stand up?
Uh, well, I bought a standing desk for a reason, so I might as well use it.
Oh, okay.
Like
Oh,
my friends look weird at me when I say this, but I think better when I'm standing. I just do. I just
yeah.
think better
No,
when
I've
standing. So
that makes sense. I've heard that before. Some people like think better when they can walk around too.
yeah. Although I don't have as much space, I could, walk around side by side. So it's another benefit of
You could
standing.
dance. Are there Norwegian dances that you can show us?
Um, no, I don't think I will.
Okay. What are the kids dancing to today, these days?
TikTok,
Oh yeah,
old,
you're right.
like
I don't even.
having to make the dances like wow, wow. I don't know what dances they do. I'm not a TikTok kid, but
You
for me,
you are from the TikTok generation, right? Is it your generation's considered? I, I
yeah,
saw something where like, yo, use it more than Google. They go to TikTok for everything.
yeah, yeah. I am of that generation. I can't hide it. My generation is fucked, but at least I'm
What do
not
you
fucked.
think about that? Like, should
Well,
we
I
be
don't.
worried about that or just chill out,
I don't like TikTok.
relax? It'll
I
be
I
fine.
I think, as with most, like, oh, this generation is is fucked because of this and this. I think it's something that its impact will be less and will be less than expected in like 30 years down the line, but it will still have a massive impact and not necessarily a good one. So I think, saying this is the approaching apocalypse, the youth can't do this and that, they're just done for. I think that's a bit wrong, but yes, it is. TikTok is quite negative. It's not a good thing that so many people are basically addicted to 60-second clips. Like, that's not a good thing. And it's not just TikTok either. All the social media platforms have adopted that kind. Like, I can say I'm not, I'm not a TikTok kid, but I do from time to time find myself just doom scrolling on YouTube Shorts, even though I don't want to. It's like, I can't say I'm that much better.
The dangers I can see are to attention span, taste level, misinformation, and possibly social skills. Because I noticed the change in social skills just with the millennials. Their experience with people was less like reality based and more internet. It was mediated by a screen, and I think it deprived them of some of the experience you would get from having to interact in person.
Yeah. Well, I'm not that familiar, with the millennials. That wasn't, they're. I'm not a millennial, and they aren't, my parent generation. So I have no real connection or experience of millennials this, millennials that, or the way they, raise people or behave. Like,
I noticed it in like in the service sector, like young kids that would work at the grocery stores and the fast food restaurant. They had no social skills or people skills. Like, they didn't know how to interface with other humans. They were just kind of flat and rote, or they were anxious, or they were not comfortable interacting with strangers, and they didn't have like the customer service touch. They didn't know how to be friendly or resolve conflict or anything like that. They could like ring up a number and hand change out. That's about it. But they couldn't do anything that involved social skills. He's yeah,
Look
Gen
at
Z,
me.
I think.
What do you think I am? I'm too young to be a millennial, too old to be a Gen Alpha. Like, I'm not 9, and I'm not 30. So yes, I am indeed a Gen Z.
And none of it seems to have affected you at all. Like, you seem to have grown up with a functioning attention span, excellent social skills, better social skills than a lot of adults that I know. You seem to be able to filter out misinformation and think critically.
Well,
And you seem to have taste and appreciate deeper content than what you find on TikTok.
I can agree with most because, this is all flattering, but no, I don't have a good focus. It's just that I will answer your question because that is a really good question I want to talk about. But I don't. My focus is trash. It's just
Really?
that I don't need as much focus, to function. Like, I do not need to sit on one problem or one thing for 5 minutes. Like, I've just made do with that. Okay, my focus span is what, between 10 seconds and 1 minute. Like, okay, that I don't know. I haven't actually thought about this, but I just bounce between everything. I do not sit still and focus on one thing. I can't do that, and so But it has never like debilitated me. Maybe it has had a negative impact, but I'm
No,
not sure about that.
that's what I was going to say. Because whatever your focus is, it hasn't impacted your ability to become educated in a very profound way.
Or maybe it has impacted me profoundly, which is why I had to develop, to go around it, to move around it. I'm more efficient with what little focus I have instead of, brute
Maybe
forcing
so.
it, just sitting for 2 hours. Or
Maybe
not.
so.
Maybe I'm just stupid and I'm wasting my potential. But
No, you're
who
come
knows?
on.
We'll see.
You're definitely not stupid. That's a
Okay.
good question, Leonard.
I
Our
love that
social
question.
To me, because they're social skills, they would have to involve at least one other human being. Um, so I think they're the capability for it is probably innate. And I'm thinking of my younger sister. She picked up excellent social, like her social perception and her social ability is light years beyond mine, and I'm older than her. She picked it up at a very early age. Like when she was like 3 or 4 years old, she was managing social relationships better than probably any of the adults around me. And she was aware of so I think a lot of that was innate. But she also had learned how to adapt that innate sense that she had to her immediate social environment and not some other social environment. And so that's just my folk psychology sense of how it works. Because like me with the autism and other autistic people, there are some, because of our innate characteristics, there are some social skills that we're just not ever going to be able to pick up because you have to be able to perceive like the elements that those social skills are built around or depend on. And if you can't even perceive it in the first place, like certain nonverbal cues, you're not going to be able to acquire the skill that those are founded on. So I think your innate, your nature affects what how you're able to be socialized.
Yeah. And also to the question, why is the opposition of learned to be intuitive? Couldn't it be a learned intuition? But no, in general, yeah, I think the ability to be social is so ingrained in us that there is obviously an innate side to social skills. Like if you are born with a genetic predisposition to have higher agreeableness, like a personality trait, then it makes sense that you more easily develop social skills. So at least better social skills than someone who's highly neurotic and anxious you know by birth. But it doesn't mean that you automatically are better if you are more predisposed to something. But it just makes it easier to be good at the social side if you also have the innate backing. And what I'm trying to say is that yes, there is an innate side to this, and it's probably quite strong. But it I wouldn't say it necessarily is that you're just born with social skills, but it's more that some people are born with traits that make it much easier to develop social skills. And so they
Yeah.
develop it so fast that by the time the other people have it, it just seems innate, even if they also learned it. It's just that the ability to learn is innately faster for them, or at least the tendency to learn. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds right to me too. And because I've watched people grow up, like the people that grew up here grew up very socialized very differently than all of the people that grew up where I grew up. And that has to be social. Like they don't all I mean, I guess some of it could be heritable if it's from within the same culture over generations, but for the most part it looks like you're conditioned, your social, like your social norms, I guess, are conditioned by the environment you grew up in. But then there are some people, I think, and I think it varies with the individual. Some people are more socializable than others. And there's some people that no matter where you put them, they're going to have the traits they have, and you're not going to be able to socialize them out of it.
Yeah, yeah. Although, I tend to think that at least a lot of times, this whole debate of innate or learned usually ends up with an equilibrium in the middle. That there is some innate part and there is a learned part, or that the learned is always built on the innate, but it's not the entire thing is not innate. But
And I
usually
think
that
the
is
ratio varies from
yeah,
individual to individual.
and usually I don't think it's that good okay. I'm not saying this from a research perspective, because then of course it doesn't matter if it's then it's just good to focus on. But if you yourself are trying to improve your social skills, I don't think it's good or necessarily a wise thing to do to focus on is this innate or not? Because either you end up with the conclusion that, oh, I'm fucked because this is innate, I can't do anything with it, or you end up with, I'm fucked, I should have learned this a while ago. Like, just go out and live, go out and have a life. Don't focus on the aspects, the scientific aspect. As long as you're trying to improve yourself and you're not just curious, because if you're
Yeah.
just curious about this, then of course talk about it and delve into it.
Because social skills are negotiated intersubjectively anyway, and they're going to vary from group to group. One person that was socialized in one culture is not necessarily going to be socialized for another culture.
That is a big issue, of course, with, for example, integration of immigrants, is that they have been socialized into a different culture. What
Yeah.
is right, what is wrong, how do you behave in these situations, and when they behave how they feel, how they are instinctually act, that is, that produces conflict. And so there's
Yeah.
a really important issue.
And not even immigrants, like different subcultures within the United States from region to region run into
Well,
that too.
that's still immigration, though.
Or
Like,
even within like in urban environments, you have
yeah,
different, like you have inner city black culture and affluent upper class white culture coexisting in the same region for generations, and you still have those differences in socialization. Even class alone, I think you can see the differences in socialization, even
I
within a country.
I have a question to you, Mr. Wiseman, because uh, a Reddit comment a while ago said that said a very interesting definition of the working class. But I want to hear your definition of the classes. How would you define the working class, the middle class, and the upper class?
I don't know. Do you separate working class from middle class? Because I kind of
Oh
think of
yes.
them like either you have no money at all, like you're homeless or like barely scraping by, and like, you're like the what is it, the precariat, or you have some kind of income, but it comes from a source not your own, or you own the source of your income, either a passive income, or you own the means of production, you own capital. So I would roughly divide them that way. Like, do you own? Is your income self-generating? Does it depend on somebody else providing it, or do you have one at all?
Hmm.
Do you have the means to, like, a stable means to secure your needs, or are you having to like live on a day by day basis?
That
So
is
I
interesting.
guess it's the degree the degree of power and control you have over your, like, each one of those classes sets certain limitations. I guess the limitations get less as you move up, but it's the degree of power control you have over your life, and also like how much you struggle survival wise to secure your basic needs and wants.
That is
Like,
quite different.
does your health care depend on you having to comply with an employer's expectations of you, or are you free to do what you want because you can afford your own health care? Things like that. You can just
Oh,
pay cash, have your own private doctor.
okay. Sorry for interrupting you
No, I'm
in the middle of
finished.
that. But I don't think healthcare is necessarily the best example to do when that is not a class issue in much of the West. But beside that, your definition is quite interesting, although it's different from at least the ones I've learned. I'm not saying this is gospel, that my definition is the best one or superior one, but at least the one I got in sociology class was was that working class, you can you can live comfortably, but you do not have many amenities, luxury goods. You live decently comfortable, you have your food, you can live, you can sustain yourself, but you do not have that many luxuries. And middle class is that you live comfortably and you can have your luxuries. Like, you can go on vacation from time to time, but you have to save up. And then upper class is you don't have to think about money. Like, you don't have to think about financing something, you just can do it. And that's
Yeah.
at least in Norway, because I I'm hearing recognizing, and this might not be a fitting definition for America.
No, that I think that's true here too. I would map it along the axes of freedom and struggle. Like you have the degrees of freedom or power, like freedom to, like you said, you don't have to worry about when you're wealthy. You don't have to worry. You have the freedom to do more without worry, and you struggle less to meet your basic needs.
And
And I think
Leonard,
people at the lower end struggle more, and they have less freedom to execute their will. And it sounds like you make a distinction between middle and working, which I mean it works, but I include it all in working class because most middle class people I know also work. Like they're also working class. They're just a higher level of working class. So I
and
guess you
Leonard,
have lower middle, maybe, and upper middle.
you can separate the classes, yes, into separate them even more. And Leonard, in your chat, sociology, yikes. I know, but my teacher I had last year was a fervent anti-woke, so I was like, I was lucky with that. You know, this was just high school too, so just a single year, of course. And, it was good, but it helped that the
What
teacher wasn't fanatical on that side.
That's interesting. What perspective on sociology did you get from someone anti woke? Was it more balanced and
More,
grounded in reality?
yes, more scientific, more about actual study, actual observance of cultures, like it's more proper. It's not just bullcrap. It's actual science in a way that they study, they make up models for how this and this works or how they think it works, and none of this invented shit that I see a lot, at least from America. And of course, it is here in Norway too, but it's not as prevalent, at least not on the high school level. Maybe it's on the college level, but we'll see in a year or two. Uh, but on the high school level, it doesn't, at least to me, it doesn't seem that the the woke has destroyed too much yet. Like you can still see some small traces of it. For example, in psychology, you just see a few sentences here and there in the books that are very ideological and not scientific at all. But like that can pass because 99% of the book is good. Same with teachers, like 90% of the teachers are good. At least they are not ideological. Some are just dull as rocks, but like you get what I mean. And then you have a few who are really bad. Like I remember my English teacher in in first grade high school, so 2 years ago, uh, on the final day of school, instead of having a fun time watching a movie or something, you know what she did? We did a Kahoot on gender identity the last day of school.
What's a
Also,
cahoots?
a quiz show,
Oh, oh, okay.
and that was so like
Did
all
she
the
think it
others.
was fun? Like, oh, this is a fun activity to end the year with?
This is something you should know, was her direct words, or direct-ish. I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember exactly, but that was and she did look very happy when all the people, like the entire class, was against her, and
Oh,
nobody like cared for the bullshit. Like that's my class is quite anti-woke. Like it's probably the most anti-woke class in the school,
oh
not
my
because
god.
I'm special or whatever, but because we are the more uh, like the scientific side. We picked specialization on a special program, like in the first year of high school, just a bit of extra science, an extra class. Like I never ended up going the STEM route, but like my entire class is STEM people specifically, and I think that lends itself to anti-woke quite well. So
Is
none of the class were happy with that code.
Do you think that can be extrapolated out to your generation there, or is that just like specific to your school?
I think you can. Okay, I of course, I'm not just in my class. I also have a lot of other classes with people from the entire school, and it seems in general that most people are kind of sensible, honestly, but that the men tend more towards anti-woke and the women tends a bit more to the woke side.
Yeah.
Even though
Oh,
most of the women I know still are anti-woke,
yeah. Because
although
woke
to a
is
certain degree.
feminine. It plays on feminist values and feminist, even like neurobiology. I would say that you get. I, I don't want to get too excited. I'm getting really excited and hopeful at what you're saying, but I don't want to set myself up for disappointment.
Well, remember, this is Norway. You're America.
I know, but
You're
even
using
if
culture with
even if one
tweaks.
little country on the world can maintain some sense, there's hope for humanity. Norway could be that one light in the darkness. Did you see
Probably not.
that article? I'll put in the chat. The president of the APA, the American Psychological Association, came out and wrote a column on how we need to decolonize psychology and make it anti-racist and incorporate other ways of knowing. What do you mean
No,
by
I haven't seen.
anti-woke?
Uh,
Um, and critical social justice ideology, the
in
oppressor
a way,
oppressed framework, victimhood mentality.
you could say that anti-woke is just the new rock and roll. Like it's the counterculture going against what is the trend, basically. So I think a lot of people in this day and age are just anti-woke because woke has become the mainstream and they want to rebel. But there's also a lot of honest people who just I don't like uh, this distributive and equity-based system which actually discriminates based on superficial characteristics. Like that is, and of course, it's magic. But beside that, alchemy. But beside that, it's a belief, it's a philosophy, an ideology that I can understand why some people might believe it, but I just don't enjoy it. I don't like that side, and it seems the majority of people do not like ideas that actively discriminate, nor do they like ideas that punishes competence by rewarding incompetence. Equity. You try to make everyone equal, and the easiest way to make everyone equal is to pull down the top, and that is what is being done. Asians are getting minus points, for getting into Harvard. Not exactly which Ivy School it was, but like because of their skin, because they are too good. Like that punishes competence, and people don't like that. When it was just helping the poor, or take from these uber rich and help the poor, give reparations to the blacks, like people could kind of see it like this doesn't seem quite right, but it isn't that bad. Like it's morally decent, even though the whole groundwork is bad. But like it's morally decent to want to help these people who struggle, even if your help isn't that good or why the struggle is ignored. But like that is morally justifiable. But then when you start punishing competence, that's when people notice, and this is what's happened in these recent years, where when it finally became mainstream, you started punishing competence.
Yep. Yeah, I think there's an innate sense of justice over this that supersedes the type of justice that the woke people are trying to gaslight us into believing.
In a way, they are time travelers, if you get what I mean. Like the woke are time travelers because they want to have justice for people way in the past by punishing people way in the future that have no real connections. They want to travel back to the past. Like that's literally what they're doing, traveling back to the past to find victims that they will then help in the
Yeah,
present.
and I think there's a more cynical motive behind it because I think they're doing it for power, not for concern for past victims in time.
Who? That is a very pointed sentence. Define they. Who
The
is they?
woke, the time
Oh, but like,
travelers, the people.
but that is the whole mob of population. Like specifically, who are they?
I
Because I
think
do not
I
think
think
genuine.
anybody that buys into this ideology that A thinks it's possible and B thinks it's a good thing, there's a power motive underneath that kind of incentivizes them to, that makes this ideology attractive to them in the first place?
Maybe I'm biased, Linner, but at least the people I've talked to, they don't really care much for the genders. Like, this doesn't impact me. It isn't that important. But the economical side of, equity and punishing competitiveness, like that is what they focus on. So I might be biased because I'm just surrounded by people who aren't really related or hit or hurt by all this gender nonsense. So that's maybe why my definition of anti-woke is different from what you perceive it as. Like, I can easily agree with your definition too, but I don't think my definition is wrong. But that both definitions are correct in a way, even though maybe yours is more fitting for some people and mine for others. Because the people I know, that gender debate is not important. That's like, can we just be done with this? This isn't important. Like, everyone I talk to, they do not care about that. But the whole economical side and reparations and racism, that is what they care about.
Liner, you want to come on and talk about it? It'd be a good conversation. Yeah, I think how do I've explained this before, but whether it's gender, race, imperialism, colonialism, capitalism, heteronormativity, cisnormativity, whatever, there's still that oppressed oppressor framework underneath it all. So some people may encounter wokeness through gender, some may encounter it through race, etc. It's the underlying ideological substrate, I think, that ultimately marks it as woke. And it comes from Marx, the idea that humanity can be divided into an oppressor class and an oppressed class.
Yeah, that's a bit Nietzschean of you. Always an oppressed class, or even Marxist in a way. But I'm not saying it's
Yeah,
wrong.
like slave morality, master slave morality, but then you have Hegel's master slave dialectic and Marx's oppressed oppressor.
Yeah.
And what in the French Revolution you had the Jacobins against the
You always
aristocracy.
have
Hey, Nemesis.
people who are, oppressed or at least hurt by the system, and people who gain from it. But like,
Yeah, it's ultimately it's dominance hierarchies, and the people at the bottom are going to always try to reverse the hierarchy.
and I maybe this is controversial, or I'm not sure if this is controversial at all, but I don't think it's wrong of those at the bottom for wanting to reverse it. Like, I would do the same if I was at the bottom of any hierarchy. I would want to reverse it and flip it up. Maybe not actively reverse it, but at least get me to the top. Like, I think that's completely fine and natural, but we can still be against it. Like, the top can be against the bottom revolving, but the bottom still have a really good justification for wanting to flip the system.
But then, yeah, what if you're in the middle of the hierarchy? Does that put you at the bottom and incentivize you to revolt? Does it put you at the top and satisfy your need to accept the hierarchy? And then if it's just simply a matter of if you're at the bottom, this, if you're at the top, this, that seems overly deterministic and kind of just autonomic and cyclical. Where's the human will or agency in all of that? If you're in this social position, your behavior will be this way. If you're in this social, and it's just this boring playing out of a universal pattern across time and history.
And also, I
It seems
think
reductive, I guess.
maybe, but also I think it's interesting or important to note that, personality differences, that some people, at least politically, they tend to gravitate towards revolution, while some other people tend to gravitate towards, change from the inside. So I would presume, even if you're at the bottom, then some personalities would instead want to just work their way up inside the system, while some personalities would try to flip it. And, like, I don't fault any of that. Both of them seem okay,
Yeah, and
even
I
though I
guess it's that middle line. Like
yeah,
if you persuade enough personalities in that middle to go your way instead of the other, like make the hierarchy attractive enough to where they don't want to overturn it, or make it seem oppressive enough where they are incentivized to overturn it. So it's just like getting swing voters in an election.
yeah,
You're trying to
like
get that middle of the hierarchy.
if you make like the probably the best, at least I'm talking completely off the cuff. Maybe what I'm saying is stupid, but probably the best system is like a meritocracy, of course, the best hierarchy, because then you can actually go up. But that also presents the problem of, this is based on competence. So some people are worse than others at certain things. And so some people will always end up at the bottom with no chance of getting up. So even the meritocracy, where it's incentivized and probably the best system for mobility, you will still have people who prefer revolution because they do not have the competence, or at least the willingness, to move up inside the system. And so revolution is a preferable option. I don't think it's possible to stop that at all. I think it's a part of human nature that some people will want to destroy the system no matter what. Even if even if those people change, there will always be someone who will feel they benefit from it.
Hey, happy 2024.
We are in 2024. Happy New Year to you too.
I come
Happy
up
New Year.
here because I think it's an interesting dynamic to have someone from each generation up here. I'm a Gen Y 93, and Dolbez, he does look Gen 8. Now, I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure he's Gen 8.
Gen A? Gen A is like, what, 2013 and up? I'm not
No,
10.
no, you're Gen Z, aren't you?
Yeah.
So, you have perspective. Gen X, Jeff, I'm a millennial, and then we have the,
But we have X,
uh,
Y, and Z.
yeah.
All the
Now, my
coordinates.
baby being born next year will actually be part of the last year of the Gen A babies.
Seriously?
Oh, so after that, it's a new generation. Alpha's already ending. Okay, John. Bye. I don't
This
know who you are.
It's like every 12 years.
Hmm.
Well, it's like 97 to 2005 is the Gen Z babies, right? And then the
Okay.
sorry,
Well,
my dog's barking.
oh, no, that's fine. He can welcome in the new year with us. Um, so Dolbez, do you think if people on the bottom are always going to try, it's like almost like a board game. If they're always going to try to subvert the top or the hierarchy, is it ultimately the responsibility of the established hierarchy to maintain itself? And if it gets overthrown, the responsibility lies with it for not fortifying the hierarchy enough to where people will participate in it and not overthrow it.
Mm, I think you can't really assign
Like the
responsibility.
locus of control to me should be on the top of the hierarchy because the bottom's always going to do what it's going to do. So the top of the hierarchy should be the determining factor in how successful they are or not.
Okay, I can see that. I can see that. Uh, but I guess that assigning responsibility to the top of hierarchy, if you were to do that, then yes, maintaining a hierarchy seems to be the responsible thing. And that might include, helping the bottom. That might include just protecting the top and not allowing it, or might include preventing
But you got to take
revolutions.
care of your middle too.
Now, correct
Yeah.
me if I'm wrong, but Jeff, did you say that you were a practicing Satanist?
I am a Satanist, a non-theistic Satanist. I don't know about the practicing part because that sounds like a lot of work.
So you're an atheist, atheistic Satanist.
Well, I say non-theistic because I used to be an atheist, and when I converted to Satanism, it felt like something more than just mere atheism. There was this added spiritual or archetypal or mythological dimension. So I prefer non-theistic and also like secular humanism. So it's basically secular humanism plus individualism, anti-authoritarianism, and personal freedom attached to it.
I mean, we could just get right down to brass tacks here. Here's the thing, and I want the Gen Z person to understand this: that you have a choice. Both choices will be sufficient in your life. So Gen X Jeff, he has chosen the satanic path. I've chosen the Christian path. These are really the only two options in
I think
life.
there's a
I mean, there might be a range, a spectrum of options, but basically these are the two polarities. This is what creates the sixth dimension, is
What
the polarities.
what's the sixth dimension? Because we were trying to figure out the fifth one the other day, and
So
I
the
thought the
fourth
fourth one
dimension
was
is
time.
time, and the fifth
Yeah, but now
dimension
they
is
tell me it's
space.
not. They said it's something else. That
No,
time is
it
not
is.
the fifth
Like the fourth
dimension
dimension
anymore.
is time, the throne room of God. The fifth dimension is where the Holy Spirit resides, and the spaces. And the sixth dimension is where Jesus is. It's actually on the earth, like a reverse earth. That's why we have the yin and the yang. Everything is a duality. In this world that we're on, your savior, your God is Satan, and he's the one that controls this world. But we are revealing the world to where Jesus is, and there's a clear split, and there's a pole.
Well,
Remember the Hermetic principles. Everything is polarity.
this is the only world I live in. I don't know about this other world. This is the only one I know. So if Satan is the Lord of this world, then that's really the
Right,
only
right. Okay, so there's
deity
two
there is to
pyramid
worship.
structures. One is the Illuminati. This is what you follow. It's the third dimensional pyramid and the
Well,
hierarchy.
I don't believe in the Illuminati.
I
Like
mean, it
there's
doesn't. I
these
mean, well,
people
the thing about it is
secretly controlling history.
that. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so I'm an observationist. I'm not going to tell you anything that's untrue, or this is not conspiracy theory. This is just a pure observation. If something
Y-
proves itself to be true, I will report it. If it's not, I will tell you that it's untrue. What is true is that the Illuminati exists, and there's a 9,000-year-old pedophile PDF cult, right, that has been exposed by the media. This is the Illuminati pyramid. On the
Is
flip
this
side,
something you've observed?
this is the truth that I've observed. And you're tuned into X. You should be able to get a better grip if you listen to Alex Jones and Elon
Oh,
Musk.
Elon, I'm ambivalent on. I, I, I'm not happy with Twitter. My Twitter experience really took a dive once he took over. But I'm
Yeah, but
not
you know
necessarily. But
what's
Alex
funny?
Jones, I don't listen to at all.
Hey, Sam Harris, one of your top
Oh
agents.
no, I can't stand him either.
Well, I'm just saying, like on your side, he's one of the top that people respect.
Not my
Did
side.
you know
I
that
don't like.
Sam Harris said his Twitter experience awful? Here's the thing: my Twitter experience, and it's split. This is the Hermetic Principles mirror world at play. I love X because I'm a conservative Christian, but you must hate X. And you see the split. That's what I want to get through to the Gen Z. There's a choice and there's a split. There's only two choices.
No, you said earlier that there's two extremes, or the polarity with Satanism and Christianity on the other side. No, they are both in the same extreme. Like I don't think they are so similar when compared to all the other worldviews that they are on the same extreme. Like Christianity and its whole subset of ideas is on one extreme, and then you probably, if you have to have an opposite, you would probably have the Eastern religions on the other side, like Buddhism or
No,
Hinduism.
that's not opposite. That's
Or
in the spectrum
secularism.
range.
Well, it
See,
just it
and
depends on how you carve it up. It could probably go several different ways. Tony, can you you don't have to keep your camera on, but can I just see you backstage? We're trying to filter out the. All right, cool. Just don't porn spam us.
I wanted to
Welcome.
show myself because I'm not. I just want I'm not I'm not a faceless
Yeah,
individual.
I'm not.
Oh,
I
hey
care
there.
about people. Like I listen to people. I'm not like a faceless individual.
I just had a quick
No,
question for
you seem
Nemesis.
like a good guy.
I know Nemesis from before. He knows who I am. Nemesis, you there?
Is this Crow Hag?
Yeah, it's Krug.
Yeah. So I've been diving deeper into my spiritual journey with people in the open panel, and I'm glad you can make it here. And I really appreciate all the content that you consumed last year of mine. And I just would like to say that you were always different from the other people that harassed me.
Right, I'm gonna dip out. I feel bad.
You just dipped.
Well, Happy New Year, all of you.
So, and I want to explain. So, what I do is okay. So, and I'm trying to talk to people to make it easier to understand. And it is easy to understand. Just think of blue, red, hot, cold. And there's a range, though. I mean, there is a range. So you can be in the middle. But let me explain to you. There's the Illuminati pyramid. That's a PDF file cult, right? But then there's
I don't.
another organization that uses the same pyramid. If you take a pyramid and you combine the bottoms of each one of them, you'll get the six dimension model. Now, what's the other pyramid? What's the other polar opposite? The Freemasons, the one that tried to save the children from cancer.
The Shriners. Is that the Shriners? Or that's something
Yes,
else?
but they also
They ride
use
the
the
little
pyramid.
bicycles in the parade.
Remember, they're equals but opposite. The Illuminati, well, they're opposites. The Illuminati eats children.
Well,
And
let me ask you
PDF.
this, because this might help streamline the discussion. Do you believe Christianity is something you can approach rationally at all, or is it experiential? And like talking about it and trying to rationalize or be logical about it is beside the point of it.
There's really no logic to it. There's really just, like I said, what's the logic of gravity? What's the logic of the universal laws? I'm just observing a universal law that permeates our society. This is just an observation of the reality that we live in, the matrix.
I have a question. Which Christian, I almost said sect, which Christian denomination do you follow?
I follow, okay, so I grew up Protestant, but I'm also an nihilist. I don't believe that God burns people for eternity. That's a nihilism. So I believe in a nihilism that once you're dead, you're destroyed. You're not, like, I don't know where the eternal fire log came. Like, the Baptists use it for fear mongering. And it's a very secular approach to it. So, so basically, I'm a Protestant and nihilist, but also believe in the Apocrypha. But I don't observe the rituals that the Catholic Church does. I find them trite and it's just trite, let's be honest. The rituals aren't unnecessary.
But they're cool. But do you believe
They were cool. I used to be an altar boy. They
predestination?
were very, like as a kid, they made quite a strong impression on me.
And you ask what denomination? Well, there's just a range. Like at the very tip of it, you have your priests that don't take a wife or kids, and that's the ultimate Christianity versus a mid-range Christian like me who I have a wife and a kid on the way, and I'm just kind of a mid-range, just churchgoer every once in a while. There's just a range of it, but I think it depends. Like
is your church?
it don't matter what range you're on, but you have to be in the right pyramid. There's only two pyramids to choose from.
Spazador, can you cam up backstage so I can vet you? You don't have to stay on cam, but at least show me that you're.
When you're talking about all these dimensions and eating kids, do you mean that in a metaphysical and symbolic way, or literally?
No, Epstein's Island. He collaborated with a so-called elite, and what they do is they.
But you haven't observed this. Like you weren't on the island. So when you talk about,
I'm keeping up with what the media is presenting, and I'm trying to find the truth. That's why I subscribe to Alex Jones, because the media don't cover this.
Yeah, but I don't believe
the media don't cover. Like, there's a right-wing media and a left-wing media. The right-wing media reports the whole truth, whereas the left-wing media only reports the truth that furthers their political agenda.
Both publish truth that further their political agenda. Like the whole right-wing, left-wing split started out, back in the French, but like it's all about having your own opinion.
You must understand.
The media, no matter which side, there is no unbiased media. Even though currently you could say that the right wing is generally less biased or opposite, but they are still.
You must make a choice. You cannot. Like, okay, you might be at the bottom rung of the Illuminati period, just to feel good, just I'm an atheistic Satanist, but the ones that guide your pyramid are sexual predators that eat babies, literally. Because have you ever heard of stem cell research? You ever heard of people eating the placenta? What do you think they do with all those dead fetuses in the abortion clinic? They eat them because it revitalizes their body. Why do they need their body revitalized? Because the sinners are in a state of decay, and the
Hey,
Holy
Pat.
Spirit, they don't have the
Well,
Holy
yeah,
Spirit.
but here's my problem, because I'm also an empiricist. I don't believe that you haven't actually seen them kill babies and eat placentas. So you're getting this from somewhere, and I don't even think Alex Jones has seen them do this.
Well, why did Epstein go to prison then?
Well, we don't know yet.
Well, there's
But, like,
charges. We do know it's public.
right?
It's
So
actually
it's
public
just
record.
speculation. It's speculation at this point until
It is
something
a little bit
official comes.
speculation, but let me tell you why it's only speculation. Because the Democrats purposely covered it up for the past 5 years.
Maybe.
No, it's
But
not a
that, even
maybe.
that, I
Like
mean,
I'm just look.
we don't know. That's what I'm
I'm
saying. There's
not
a
gonna
lot of
like. I'm
question
not here to
marks.
argue with people. I'm just here to tell them the observations. I'm like, you can believe whatever you want, but you like. I'm just trying to bring forth reality to you. Just reality in the raw. Now you
But
can
mixed
take
with
reality in the
speculation.
raw and make whatever you want with it. But I am just here to give reality in the raw, to give you
But
a
that is
choice.
impossible. That you say you're showing your own observations, that means it's not raw reality. No matter what, if it goes through a human,
It is in the raw.
it
I'm
is
not
not
trying
a
to
raw state.
further.
It's
I'm not
processed.
trying. No, the reason it's in the raw, I'm not filtering it. It's unfiltered and raw because I'm not filtering it through a political lens. I'm not filtering it through Christianity. I'm looking at all aspects in both the secular and spiritual worlds, and I'm just giving you as above, so below, hermetic principles.
But
Everything
have you
vibrates,
considered
everything
that
moves.
even
But
if you're not consciously trying to filter what you get in, even your
Hey,
actual observation
hey,
is
Nemesis, I
filtered?
got a question. So we're talking about like Christian philosophy, to a certain extent. So here's a Christian philosophy standpoint. It comes from a piece of literature. So what do you think about the concept that when God made humanity, the devil was at his elbow?
What do you mean by that? Like in short terms?
I,
That Lucifer himself was there to witness the creation of humanity, and that through the persuasion of eating of the fruit and having the knowledge of good and evil, mankind was able to have the decision nor to do evil unto themselves. Now,
Okay,
with
but you
that
have to
sort of
remember.
concept in mind, would you
You have to
believe that
remember.
that God Himself did not have a plan for the degeneracy of humanity?
Let's go backwards. I like to go backwards when talking about religion. Talk about what happened. You're talking about the beginning, in which I would say they were kicked out of the Garden of Eden, which is actually the ending. So, where is the Garden of Eden? The Garden of Eden is the sixth dimension where Jesus is. That's what they got kicked out of. They got kicked out of the sixth dimension, and they got put into the third dimension where Satan could rule. Because
I
remember, and this is just an observation, life is duality, as above, so below.
Where did you get your
I don't. I just read
interpretation
Genesis
on
not
this?
too long ago, and I don't remember. The dimensions are the devil at the right hand during the creation of human, and the snake in the garden is not nowhere in the Bible is it connected with the devil or Satan. That connection came later. It's simply the serpent.
Well, there's a important. Remember, if you go in chronological order, Lucifer. This is what I do like to start at the beginning when I talk about Lucifer. He was he was a perfect angel, 100% perfect. There was no flaws in him. When he sinned, okay, there was a deliberation period in heaven to where the appealed was is Lucifer going to be God? 1/3 of the angels voted for Lucifer to be God. 2/3 of the angels voted against him. So the 1/3 of the angels were sent to the third dimension. God actually see the he made the sixth dimension, but then he created a split dimension in the third dimension to where the humans live in chaos because that's what humans chose. It was a choice. The devil, as above, so below. God is everything. The devil is nothing. God has all power. The devil has absolutely no power. The devil, God is everywhere. Satan is essentially nowhere. He roams the world like a prowling lion, seeking whom he may devour, seemingly nowhere. But he has his demons with him.
Where did
So
the
that's what I
eight?
would like to start is at the end, what happens when we die is a return to the Garden of Eden. That's what happens.
Well, I don't think that's what happens, but you can have that belief.
See, the whole point of religion is not the beginning, middle. It's about the end. You got to start with the end. What happens after you die? That's the whole
So if
purpose of
nothing
religion.
happens, if you just like turn
You
to
are
dust, just
correct.
devolve
You are
into
correct.
dust, then where does that leave religion?
If you don't have the Holy Spirit, you're just dead. I believe in annihilism. I believe that not only you're dead in the mind, heart, and body, but you're also the memory of you is erased. Everything about you, nobody has a memory of anything you did. You are rendered absolutely nothingness. You are. Some people think that's peace. I want to live forever. I don't want to die forever.
How can you not
Well,
have the Holy
hopefully they'll
Spirit?
delete
Isn't the
my
whole
live streams.
If you join the Marine Corps, you'll live forever.
But isn't the whole point of Christianity, at least, the humans are personally created by God, they are in his image. Isn't the whole point that humans inherently have the Holy Spirit, and that's what puts them apart from other animals? How can you, by
No, humans
Christianity,
don't.
be a
Okay,
human?
humans are born with what we call a soul. Your soul is your mind, heart, and body. And that's the soul. It exists in a trinity. Remember, everything that is created in the world's duality, everything that comes from God is a trinity. Like the gaseous states of form: ice, water, steam. 3, living water. 3, trinity. 3. Now, using this principle, we are able to deduce that since we are dual, we must assume and think about it. You don't think that so your soul, right?
I don't
Some
believe
people
in a
would.
soul.
Right. But your soul is just nothing but your mind, heart, and body. So it doesn't really like I don't believe
So
in it.
then
So you don't
I
believe that
just
we
call
have
it a
thoughts.
body.
You don't believe that we have thoughts, feelings, and a body
Yeah, but that's all of the body.
of the
So
body. Right.
yeah,
But it's 3 in 1. All of it resides in the body. But remember the Trinity. It's 3 in 1. It's the same thing, but in 3 parts. Your emotions are not your logic.
but
Your
there's not
body
a
is not your mind.
non-physical thing like locked up in the body that gets released when the
We have
body
to
dies.
agree with this. We have to agree with the fact that we are a soul in 3 parts. If you don't agree with
I
that,
don't. I
okay,
don't.
so no, the soul, the mind.
Unless you're calling the body the soul, unless you're calling like your
No,
physical
no, no,
heart,
not the
your
body
brain,
is
your
part of
body,
the
and
soul.
saying I'm going to call this the soul.
No, no, no. The mind, this is the Trinity. The mind, the heart, and the body. Your emotions, your thoughts, and your physical flesh is the Trinity, the soul. Okay, now spirit wise, if you're a Christian, you have the Holy Spirit, which is why the dead in Christ will rise. If you don't have the Holy Spirit, the only other
I don't think
spirits
I have it.
available to you is demonic spirits and a demonic spirit. That's the only 2
Yeah, I'm
spirits,
pretty
demonic
sure I have
holy.
those.
This is just the Bible. This is what the Bible and Satanism agrees on. And because these 2 religions are polar opposites and they agree on the same thing, if so, fact so, this is the correct path. No questions about it. You can't even argue anything with
Satanism
this
is
logic.
actually a derivative of Christianity, and it's a post-Christian religion. The IRS even listed as a Christian denomination. So I don't know if they're as polarized or opposite as you think.
Why was it even made? Because Christianity, as above, so below. Polarity. Why the hot versus the
No,
cold?
because a dude wrote a book called Paradise Lost, and everybody got all fan service about it.
Yeah, John Milton, and then the Romantics after him.
I'm talking about the inspiration behind it, the heart and the soul energy, the mind, body, and the soul energy put into it. And another thing too, who educated the humans? Who taught them how to build the pyramids? We were just dumb ape
The
creatures. The
aliens.
demons, not the no, the demons. The demons have
Oh, I
vast
thought it
knowledge.
was the aliens.
The aliens are angels. The aliens are angels because what the aliens have been doing is disabling the nuclear weapons, and that's proven. Like aliens have been disabling nuclear weapons, so they're not demons. They're
Man,
actually
I didn't know
sentient
any of
beings.
this.
And this is all I know. This is very hard to understand, but aliens are real. We know that. They're angels.
It,
You can
it's
speculate
not
that
hard to
they're
understand, but it's hard to believe.
well. I know it is, but we're living in a day and age where you have to think. Okay, do you know what the
I
Mandela
think
effect
I
is?
think.
God is revealing ourselves to him. He's taken away the old world. The Mandela effect, there's no such thing as Jiffy peanut butter, right? That never existed, but we remember it.
It was Jif.
Right, always Jif. But
Yeah, I remember
why?
it as Jif.
But have you ever heard of Mandela effect residue?
Yeah, no, yeah, I have. Those are freaky. There's a
Okay,
whole
now,
website
now,
with them.
now,
Like the
The
Monopoly Man didn't
Mandela effect is whether Nelson Mandela died in prison or if he didn't die in prison. People had different recollections of it.
right. The reason the Mandela effect is because you see that God is actually revealing himself to us and that God has the power to actually obliterate the memories that we used to have. You see why there's annihilationism because he actually annihilated a part of
That's
that.
not
Like,
my understanding of the Mandela effect.
you can speculate, but this is just a simple
Well,
observation.
yeah, that's what we're doing here.
Like, for
All of
example,
us.
if I'm going to live in the present moment in the fourth dimension, I observe that you have a white microphone, that you speak well, mustache, like you have a good physical appearance.
Oh,
This is the observations. And I sense that the energy is one of confusion. And I'm trying to bring it into order in this chaos.
you sense correctly right now. In this case, yes,
I
there's
understand.
definitely confusion.
I understand the range of speculation, but I just want to ground people in a set of principles they can rely on, the universal laws. And once we know that we have two choices, oh, it's just so relieving that we do have free will, but there's not infinite choices, just two.
What's your story getting to all this? How did you go from an unenlightened weeb normal person to all of this? What's your story? What's the road path you did?
That'd be a whole book, but in short
Is it
summary,
Alex Jones?
well, in short summary, it's just been many years of searching for the truth, doubting my Christianity. And I thought to myself, if I'm not going to be a Christian, I'm going to be a Satanist. I said, because these Satanists,
Oh,
if you can make money, okay, the Bible says you could serve God or money. I said, well, if I'm not going to serve God, I'm going to serve money.
I can tell you right now, Satanism is making no money, zero.
You saying Anton LaVey was broke? He was
No, I'm
rich.
saying this, Jeff, Gen X Jeff. It's not
That's
Satanism is not.
because for one, you're not fully committed to it. For two, you don't understand the
Well, maybe
hermetic.
I need
Like
to commit to it more.
you have to.
You've genuinely given me something to think about. So
You're on the
thank you.
bottom rung of the pyramid of the Illuminati. In order for you to climb, you must find what Satan wants of you and do
So
that.
we were talking about, well, yes, and I will try to do that. We were talking about the hierarchies earlier, and you're saying, because we talked about working class, middle class, upper class. You're saying at the top of the hierarchy is this group of people called the Illuminati.
Yes, and I believe that right now there's an
And
antichrist in every
I'm not
generation.
necessarily convinced of that.
Now, here's where I go conspiracy theory speculation in political realm, because the political realm, like Dolbez said, nothing is absolute. We have no idea if this is correct or not. But in speculation, I believe that Barack Obama is the devil vessel. I believe that Satan resides, or he's like I believe that Michelle Obama is actually a woman, a man, a transgender.
But these are just beliefs. You don't have a way to verify.
Right, right. Now, these are conspiracy theories, but what I was talking about before are just observations. Now, my conspiracy theories, of course, can't be proven. How do you prove someone's the devil?
Right. But also, how do you observe the sixth dimension?
How do you
Or
observe
how
it?
do you absorb the placenta eating? Like you say it's observation, but it's not. It's just as much speculation as that Michelle Obama is a man.
Well, okay, so that's speculation, but me saying that you're familiar with the stem cell research that baby cells. Well, see, here's the thing: baby cells are in an active state of growing. So if you
Yep.
consume baby flesh, if you chop the baby up and eat it, and actually, if you torture a
Nope.
child, you
Nobody
could
eats
get.
baby. Nobody chops babies and
Oh
eats
yeah,
them.
okay, buddy. Let's just be okay. They
Th-
torture children. It's a sex trafficking
That's
ring.
not observation. That's some narrative you've absorbed from somewhere.
Epstein Island.
You've seen the chopping of the babies.
Well, okay. So
That's
if
what
you don't think it,
observation means.
so do you know
Something
what
you have
adrenochrome
observed, you
is?
have seen.
Adrenochrome. See, you're trying to cover it up. Just look. It's not about covering up. We just need to give them the choices, Jeff. I'm not trying to judge you. You want to believe in Satan, you got to please him. You got to start eating the babies if you want to be at the top.
I don't believe in a supernatural anything.
Well, then you're just going to be stuck at the
But
bottom of the
stick
Illuminati.
with my point that this baby chopping up that is not something you have observed. You're trying to pass it off as an observation.
There is an international sex trafficking
But there
scandal
might
going on
be.
right now.
There might be, but that's nothing you've observed. The baby eating part is nothing.
It's hard because, okay, so what speculation is an observation, and you're trying to
No.
what a speculation is a narrative that I'm trying to make,
Yes.
right? Based on what I see, I'm
But you
trying,
keep
even
using
though
the
I
word
don't know the
observation.
details. But here's what I do know: Epstein had an island. Sex trafficking in the United States exists. The abortion clinics, where do all the dead fetuses go? They just eat them. Stem
You
cell
haven't
research.
you have not seen anyone in an abortion clinic eat a fetus. I guarantee
You're
you have not.
correct, and you're asking me to go undercover and to secretly film these
No, I'm
people.
not.
That
No,
might be a
I'm
good
not.
idea.
Don't put that on me.
But now you can try to deny. See, this is what Satan does. He wants to hide the truth, right? But the truth is this: the Illuminati doesn't age because of this. Now, if you torture a child, you can extract the fear, the adrenaline, the adrenochrome, and this adrenochrome is a super drug that will regenerate you. But you have to, of course, torture a child. That's why they rape them, and and this is how you regenerate your cells.
Okay. Well, I don't know about any of that.
What do you think about that, though? So,
I don't think anything about it. It sounds...
this is who you serve. No, this is who you. I'm trying to tell you who you serve. You serve Satan. You said.
How would you know who I serve more than me?
You just told me. You said I'm a Satanist.
Right,
This
and
is
you're
your
making
God. This is
you're
what he
making
does.
an awful lot of assumptions about that are
I
not
need you.
accurate.
I don't need you to deny it. I need you to rationalize the choice, because Dolbez, he can choose to be a Christian or a Satanist. He might get
Or
lost up in
neither.
the range, huh?
Or neither.
Well, then he'll be nothing. He'll just stay at the bottom of the rung in either one. If you're going to be
doubt
if
he's
you're going to be at the
much worried about
Illuminati
that.
period, why wouldn't you try to climb it? You're not making sense.
Hey, I'm not interested in, like, there's a certain level of the pyramid that I'm happy with that I don't have any interest in going further. And so it doesn't matter to me if the Illuminati are at the top or not. But I'm not convinced that the Illuminati is at the top of the pyramid.
Well, I'm not here to convince, like I said, I'm not here to convince you. I'm just here to, what you need to be doing is, okay, why have you chosen this? You need to be evangelizing why you chose the path of Satanism.
No, I'll determine what I need to be doing.
So you're not even an evangelist. You're just...
No, Satanists are born, not made. I couldn't turn someone into a Satanist if I tried. And if they are, they'll find their own way there.
So you can't even justify your thoughts?
I can justify them to myself, and that's the only person I really need to justify.
Maybe you're confused. Maybe you think that you want Satanism, but not really.
So I have a thought. What about like the idea of like Calvinism, where everything is already ordained in your life, to where if it was a choice for him to actually have that of his faith or not, was not relatively his choice at all?
Yeah, predestination. What do you think on that?
Well, like I said, I mean, there's two choices, right? You have a choice.
But what he just said, if it may not be a choice if it's all predetermined.
Well, I mean, that's like saying, well, what if pink elephants fly in the sky? I mean, who cares about speculation about Fantasyland?
Oh, the irony. But yes, you're right.
I mean, saying that if we're predetermined, then the only thing that we need to do is chase after money and kill people until we get enough money. That's the only thing we need to do. Think about it.
I mean, you definitely could do that, but to do that would actually Well, not like actually. Well,
No,
yeah,
no. If
actually, it
we're
will actually land you in
predetermined,
hell. Your entire existence
no,
would
you said
become
there's
hell.
no choice. I can kill as many people as I want and go to heaven without doing anything if there's
I
no
never
choice.
said you go
That's
to heaven.
not what
Okay,
it
so
is.
here's a better
No,
concept.
you
Here's a
said
better
that if it's
concept.
predetermined, then I can kill as many people as I
I
want.
asked you,
until
what if
God's
you
eye.
thought about that situation?
No, see what you're saying. See, this is why I don't like to talk about things that are just simply untrue. Because okay,
So you would say that
if
determinism is not
predeterminism is
true.
real, if predeterminism is real, and I'm destined to be with God in heaven, I can kill as many people as I want. Then
That's not what predeterminism is. It's that your life is already decided. Not that you end up in heaven. It's that all your actions are already known and decided.
Would you believe that someone like Charlemagne ended up in heaven? Someone who killed over 4,000 Saxon men for the good of Christianity. In doing so, he actually brought like peace, relative peace and control to the European continent.
I believe that God judges nations and that He'll turn wrath loose on you. Yeah. Because let me be frank, the Bible never says not to be angry. It says to be slow to angry. There is a righteous wrath that we can kill people who, like Christians, we've been killing Satanists for all time. Like we just kill them.
I don't. If you're getting the idea from the Bible that there's a point at which it's okay to kill someone, I'm not sure how.
Well, the Satanists,
principled
like
that is.
you believe
I
that
don't.
it's
I don't
okay to
believe.
kill babies.
I don't intend to kill anybody. I don't try to
Are
justify
you
it,
for
rationalize
abortion?
it.
Look, Jeff. I know you don't
No,
want
I'm
to
not. I'm not
accept it.
for abortion.
So you're not a Satanist. You're not.
Okay.
Then
Well,
all Satanists believe in abortion. So you don't
no.
even know what you are. You're just confused.
You're just using Satanist as a term for things you don't agree with and don't like.
No, of course not. The Church of Satan
That's what it sounds
advocates.
like.
I'm not Church
No,
of
I'm
Satan.
telling you what the
I'm
Church of Satan
independent.
does. The Satanic Temple.
I'm
They
not Church
advocate
of
for
Satan.
abortion.
There's multiple versions of Satanism out there. I'm an independent Satanist.
I'll be
Okay,
honest.
like I said. Okay, I'm a Christian. Like I said,
Oh,
you either believe in it or not. I believe in it, the Christianity. Now you are describing that you don't believe in anything. So you're just like right at the bottom of the Illuminati. That's it.
I'll be
But we've
Technically,
honest.
already
most
determined
forms
that.
of modern day
Definitely at the
Satanism is
bottom.
more of a self-determined actions. It's a grasp
Yeah.
of like control of self and own destiny.
Yeah. Yeah. But he has something else in his mind of what it is that he thinks I am.
I'll be honest. I'm not Christian, of course, but I have a big respect for religion, and I wouldn't call you a Christian. What you're saying is so anti-Christian as it can be. Like I've debated and talked with a lot of Christians. I have a lot of Christian friends. We have debated a lot of theology and stuff. But what you're saying is just it's almost actively anti-Christian. I don't think I could ever call you a Christian. So I want to hear your own definition of what a Christian is, because it's if you are a Christian, then are all the other people who also call them Christians, are they false? What is the definition of Christian?
Oh, like I said, I'm a Protestant. I believe what they do.
No,
Yes.
no.
No. Wait, you're trying to tell me what I believe. I'm trying to tell you what
Well,
I
you're
believe.
trying to tell
I'm
me
just
what I
observing.
believe, dude.
I'm just observing.
Based
Like
on
you
what
said, I'm
just
just
got through
observing and I'm
telling me
stating
what
the
I
facts.
believe.
What I've
Okay,
observed
your
is that your
definition of
theology is
Christianity.
completely different from my
Your
Protestant.
definition of Christianity. Your personal feelings about Christianity don't matter. I just look at the definitions of the words. I'm a Protestant that believes in the Apocrypha.
Let's do this. It's 2024. It's a new year. What is one thing that we can all do right now here to help us coexist together, even with all of these different beliefs? Is there any way we can take this and progress it somehow, or make something constructive
Yeah,
out of it?
let's just be honest. Instead of having secrets and having in the shadows, let's just be honest about what we're trying to do.
But we are already
Okay,
honest.
what are you trying to do?
I'm just trying to I'm just trying to live. I'm trying to tell people what I've observed, and people will argue with me, say it's untrue or that they believe something differently, and that's like saying, well, You might not believe the sky's blue. You might believe it's red, but it's blue. You're people
I
who
don't
disagree with me
think
are
it's
delusional.
untrue. I don't think you've observed it. That was my criticism of it. Not that it was not true, but that you haven't actually observed it.
That I haven't observed. So
Yeah,
okay, so
some
I
of
saw,
the things that you're making claims for, you're trying to say that you've observed, but I don't believe you've seen abortion workers eat fetuses.
that's interesting. So if I don't see it with my eyes, it doesn't exist to you.
That's what observation is. So you have to pick a different word than observation.
Well, I saw, on
Lucas.
okay, so social media pushes the narrative of Epstein. I saw that, and I've saw videos about
Right.
this.
So it's a narrative. So you're here to share your narrative, but it's not
Yeah,
based on direct observation.
direct observation of the videos I watched.
But those are secondary sources. That's not observation.
Well, no, I mean I
So
understand,
if you're here
but
to
it is
share
observation.
the videos you've watched,
Okay,
then
so
just
now we're going to break down what an observation is. So, I
we
see
have
with my
to.
eyes, even if it's on the digital world, it's still
You've
it's
seen
observed.
videos of abortion workers eating fetuses. Welcome, Chris.
I mean, I've seen videos of Jordan Peterson freaking singing "Slob on My Knob" like corn on the cob. It doesn't mean he ever said those words.
Oh, that's a good point. How do you know that what you see on video these days is even happened?
That's a
You
good
might have
point.
been
You know,
propagandized.
I mean, that's a good point. It's possible, but I think instead of trying to muddy the waters with what is an observation and break down every keyword, I think the thing is this: life is a narrative, and whether you don't think you're spinning a narrative or not, we just have to choose which narrative
I
that
would
we
agree
want to.
with you there. I do agree that life is a narrative.
So who is now? So we have to first now there is universal truths, like I explained,
Maybe.
but after that, I don't know, guys. I don't know. All I know is that we have a choice in the spiritual realm, and that don't be lukewarm about either one. If you're a Satanist, go after them babies, eat them. But if you're a Christian, try to save them. Because let me explain something to you. The sinner is in a state of decay. Like the Holy Spirit gives me stamina and endurance in life. If you don't have the Holy Spirit, you're going to be smoking cigarettes, you're going to be in a state of
I'm
decay.
not doing any of that. I'm not smoking cigarettes, drinking anything.
Right, but you don't have the Holy.
Oh,
Nemesis,
Chris, you're drinking again?
not
No, I'm not.
not to throw
Oh
stones,
Lord,
but weren't
Hank's
you the
here.
guy that was
This
like
is gonna get
smoking some sort of
wild,
illicit
y'all.
substance on stream?
Oh yeah, I smoke weed because it's medicine.
Okay.
Okay.
So
I mean,
so
at
why
one
can't
point
I
they
just
call.
get? Why can't I
Yeah.
get the same? You said use the Holy Spirit to get stat buffs. Why can't I use some other spirit?
You can demonic
Hey,
spirit,
I gotta go pee real quick. Hank, have at him.
but
Yeah,
Hank, I would like to say
Get 'em,
that
Hank. Get 'em.
the demonic spirit doesn't actually have any power. It could just influence you to use something like steroids, or it can influence you to do that. Like the demonic spirits do have knowledge.
Do you think there's actually there are substances that are explicitly like sinful in themselves that actually contain like some sort of like actually put some sort of stay in your soul just from doing them, or is it you think that's the I mean like because like I always thought this was interesting thing. I don't think that there's anything that's
What do you mean
inherently
stain your
sin.
soul? Which
I mean,
part
I'm
of the
saying,
soul?
well, I don't really, I think that sin is a concept created by the demiurge. But anyway, but I'm saying, but if sin is a thing, then what is in any? Okay, so like caffeine is a substance that alters you somewhat. So is that a sin? You're saying weed is medicine. Well, I mean, like it would, so with tobacco, I think they called heroin medicine back in the in the early 1910s and 20s. And I mean, was it okay for you to do heroin back then, but now if you're doing heroin, it's bad because it's no longer considered medicine? I mean, like,
Well,
I
well,
don't
there's
understand
really
where your I
nothing
don't understand where your
wrong.
definitional reality starts from.
there's really nothing wrong with tobacco itself. All it is contain nicotine, which the only thing nicotine does is increase the heart rate. You're actually more productive smoking nicotine. The problem is the processing, and in the processing, they add chemicals, and the whole point of this is they don't want their tobacco leaf to decay so it can sit on the shelf. So they put formaldehyde and all this other stuff in it to preserve the cigarette, which is what kills the body, not the tobacco. God made the
Sure.
tobacco and nicotine. God actually wants you to, like, eating a tobacco plant's fine. You get a good nicotine rush. But you tell me where you can get tobacco leaves without being altered.
MC
Oh,
Nemesis,
American
did
Spirit.
God
American
make
Spirit's
did
over
God
there.
make out the forbidden fruit? Is that correct?
The tree of knowledge was created by God, correct?
If we break it down, so let's break it down what Satan. I like to break it down what Satan is doing because I know what he's doing.
Did
So
God make the
first,
tree of knowledge and the forbidden fruit?
let's talk about what Satan's doing.
And the tree of life.
Lust. What do you think
Okay.
about the
Are
porn
you
industry?
conflating Satan with Lucifer? I'm curious.
Well, let's talk about the porn industry. Look how many, like, where'd all those
You
girls
said
come
let's
from?
talk about what Satan's doing. I'm saying I want to understand at a definition level what you mean when we say Satan. Are you talking about Lucifer, the deceiver, the
Okay,
fallen angel?
Lucifer was an angel. Lucifer was an
Yeah.
angel.
Mhm.
And like I explained to Jeff, there was a deliberation period in heaven to where Satan wanted to be God, and they took a vote.
Okay,
One,
but Lucifer and Satan are not the
Where
same thing. That's
where are you
yeah,
getting
yeah, they're
that?
the
Where's
same.
your
So whenever
No,
he
they're not.
fell from
They're not
heaven,
the
Paradise
same.
Lost?
yeah, they're the
They're
same.
never
Whenever
mentioned
he
as the.
fell from heaven, he became Satan.
No,
He
he did
lost
not.
his title.
Show me the Bible verse where it says that.
Satan's another word for nemesis,
Yeah,
technically.
Satan means opposer. Satan is literally a literary construct that was created created in early days to act as a fill-in for any kind of character that was like the quote unquote devil's advocate, was the character that was there to oppose whatever was happening. There was a mistranslation in the King James Bible that literally conflated Lucifer and Satan together, and that's the reason why they're connected today. Before that, there was no connection between Satan and Lucifer. Lucifer and Satan are not the same character. The character of Lucifer is the one that most people refer to as the devil, the Lord of Lies, that sort of thing. Satan really isn't even really an actual corporeal or incorporeal being.
It's a moniker.
It's a
Satan
moniker.
is the
Yeah.
enemy. Now, like Lucifer, he lost his name whenever he fell from heaven. As you can see, as above, so below. God is everything. Lucifer, he lost everything. He's nothing.
As above,
So
so
you're correct.
below is writ straight from Paradise Lost, which is a fanfic.
No, which
Okay,
is
now as above so below,
it's the Hermetic principles.
is a
It's not a
Gnostic
fanfic.
and Hermetic principle that's been around for way longer than Paradise Lost. But yes, it is in there as well.
Some of these young kids think that things
I'm not trying to
they
be
think
funny,
that
man. I mean, I'm
they
telling you. I
think
mean,
that things come from movies.
I've actually read all this stuff. I've actually
Well, you
read.
think things come from videos that you see on social media. So what's the difference?
I think the
Research,
truth comes from
articles,
Alex Jones.
videos, observations, putting things together. I'm an expert at.
Okay. Do you
We're
know
all
if God created the tree of knowledge and the forbidden fruit?
The tree of knowledge was understanding that there's a choice, and the fruit was just an apple or whatever, a fig,
It
an
wasn't
apple.
an apple.
The fruit didn't have any significant power. It was just the act of disobeying God. And they got kicked out of the sixth dimension, which is the Garden of Eden, and they went to the fourth dimension where Satan has power. So
So
what?
did God create the possibility of disobeying God?
Yes.
We have a question for you from a viewer.
I don't care. I don't care about, like, I'm a Bible scholar, so I could trust my own self. Now
You're a Bible scholar, okay. Which college?
I'm just
Nemesis,
saying, like, I'm a Bible scholar, so I don't have to rely on other Bible scholars to tell me. I mean, I take their advice.
That's not how peer reviewed information works, then.
yeah, that's not
Yeah,
scholarship.
yeah. I mean, we're
Nemesis,
peer review, whatever. I understand some people think it's 6,000 years old, but like I said, the pedophile sex cult is 9,000
okay,
year old, so that's not true.
hey, listen, let me change the subject. You make music, you create music.
Yes.
Do you want to
You
talk
create
about
sounds
it
that sound like music.
promote some of it or tell us about that? Because that might be interesting too.
Jeff, this whole thing that I do on social media is trying to get people to ask me questions about my music. And honestly, like hardly no one ever does. Like I keep
There
talking
may
about
be
this
better
functional
ways to go
progression.
about it. Because Chris also makes music. All of the music I play here on stream is Chris's work.
Yeah, but nobody cares. If you're not into rap, you're not going to care about me. If you're into rap, you're going to follow me because I'm one of the best rappers out there. But if you're not into rap, whatever.
Do you have anything you want to share, or do you want to do a rap for us?
You won't even like. Are you going to go to Amazon Music and play it because that's where it is?
I can. I can. If you have a
do you
link,
not have it on
if
your
I have your
computer?
permission.
If you do, it
I
on
mean,
your
yeah, you have my permission, but the thing is that I don't know whether YouTube's going to copyright it or not.
Okay,
So
let me
even
say-
though you have my permission, I can't guarantee your
Do you have
safety.
a, do you have a YouTube channel that has some on it? I could play it off of there.
Yeah, but none of my newer stuff. Like, here's the thing: you could play my music. Like I said, I don't know. Like, I would encourage you to try to develop your platform on X so you don't run into these YouTube copyright issues and stuff. Because YouTube is just corrupt.
X. I wish
X
X
is
had
good.
video. They don't have video option. If Twitter Spaces had a video option, I think
What
I'd
do
have
you
a
mean,
bigger
video
audience.
Twitter
option?
Spaces don't even have a go back in time and replay the video, replay the audio option. X is garbage.
Why is X? I don't understand. Because it's not like YouTube.
No, I can't even go back and replay part of the stream. That's basic stuff. Any other podcast platform allow me to do.
X wants you to live in the moment. It doesn't want to. YouTube is like a video library. X wants you to live in the moment.
It's shit. It's worthless.
No, it's actually the correct way because YouTube is just videos. X is blogs, posts, and videos. It's actually better social media.
If I can't go back and reference something, people can make up whatever the hell they want.
I'm posting this is live on Twitter right now, and there's no viewers or anything. It's all coming from YouTube. Well, let me check actually the stats.
Like Hank has a point in the situation
Exactly
with
one
that
person
is that you
Twitter
can't
is-
go back and watch anything, and the living in the moment thing actually doesn't apply. It's more in the lines of banking on the idea of missing out. Therefore, it's to rob you of your time instead of it being on your own time. Like when you go back and watch it on YouTube.
That's true, but what if I say, like me, I tell my audience, I quit making videos on YouTube. I'm gonna just go to X, and they don't have a choice. If they want to follow me, they got to be on X.
Yeah, that's true.
Why not go to
try it
Rumble
and see what works for you.
Rumble or Odyssey?
I am on Rumble. I got 4 followers, no traction.
Do you
it's
do you
a tough
freestyle?
place.
Can you freestyle a rap? For us?
There's nobody. Look, guys, there's nobody on Rumble. If there was, I'd have followers. I got 4 followers. I got 8,000
I
on
don't plan to
YouTube.
go to
Nobody
Rumble
is on Rumble.
I got 4
X.
followers on Rumble.
You know, if you have a few followers on Rumble, like that's more your fault than the app. Like it's still a few million people who use it. So if you have no followers, that's more on your side than the app. Like if it only had like 10 users, then of course, yeah, that's fault. But it still has a lot of people who use it. So I don't think you can blame it wholly on the app being so small for your non-success.
If it's so great, why aren't we on Rumble? Because it sucks.
Well,
Because
we're
YouTube is
actually,
even
we're-
greater.
we're-
Like,
we're
YouTube
gonna
has
start-
billions.
We're going to start simulcasting to Rumble and Odyssey.
I know. I
and
don't.
all
I
of
don't
them.
plan to go to Rumble.
Oh, you don't want to do? I thought we were talking about doing
No,
simulcasting. to
No,
Rumble.
I haven't heard good things about
So
Rumble.
what you're saying? Let's break that
people that
down.
use
So you're saying
Okay.
that the quality of my videos, you've never even seen my videos, but yet you're going to say
Do
my
you want
quality
us to share one? I'm giving you an opportunity to promote your music. Do you want us to share one, or do you want to freestyle a rap for us? And we have another question too from a viewer.
Do you have a file on one of your computer? Could you just like play?
Jeff,
it and then
I would freestyle. Here's the thing, Jeff. In order for me to freestyle, we'd actually have to meet in person, and you'd have to be playing a beat.
I got a
Play
beat.
Play
There
a
we
beat,
go.
play a beat, Jeff.
I have a
beat.
keyboard. I
I
have
got
a Casio SA51.
So if you want to do that, like I don't know where you're at, but if you want to plan some meeting together,
Hank is learning beat. He can do beats.
But
And
yeah,
Chris
it
does
has
professional
all of my
beats.
music, all of my music.
Yeah, it's
that
professional
I
beats.
if I'm going to do a freestyle, I
We have
want
a
it to be on
funky
YouTube,
whiteboard
like
right here
Sway
that
in the
can
morning,
play
where I
with
can
that
gain
beat.
some traction, not randomly on. Like it's just like I want it to be good quality, which goes back to Dolbez. Like he's immediately judging my content without watching it. He's like, "You got bad quality."
I'm extrapolating
Well,
from this conversation.
I don't know.
Like,
You
maybe
kind
it's
of just have
excellent,
to
but
throw
you're not
yourself out
giving the
there.
good
and
show.
It's not the algorithm. But trust me, I know they're pushing Nikocado, but it's not the algorithm. It's I know, like there's doctors and lawyers that only have a few thousand subs, but trust me, bro, it has nothing to do with the app. It's your fault that you're not succeeding.
Is that a beat you can work with? Can you turn it up, Hank? MC. Come on. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I'm
Nemesis.
now.
I think you might be your own nemesis. He went on mute. All right, Hank, we tried. I appreciate it. Let's see. Canuck has a question. I actually have not heard of any of these people.
Me
And
neither.
Dolbez, it was great hanging out with you and seeing you. It's
Yeah,
this is a
Dolbez,
chaotic day, so but I do appreciate your appearance.
I wish you.
And if you ever want to talk more about the things we talk about, we can schedule some time to focus on that too.
I was gonna say because like I mean all of the stuff I sent Jeff is all beats anyway. Jeff could play. Let me see what's a good beat. It's actually is a really a good like rap beat. I've got a couple of them that are really good on here. If I can look through my library on this thing, I don't know if I can or not. Oh, I rap too. By the way, MC.
Maybe y'all can team up. Does anybody know these authors that Canuck's posting? It cost you money.
Okay, here we go. Let me see. What have I got here? Like this one here, maybe. Let me see.
Tell me I might have it loaded up. Tell me the title, and I'll see if I have it.
Yeah, no, you have them all. I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to remember which ones are which. And I don't know how to make this sound play through my headphones here. Yeah, play a raw MP3.
Okay, here's a rap from Chris.
It's not a rap. It's just a beat.
Oh, a beat. Can y'all hear it?
No, I can't hear anything.
You can't hear it? Oh,
I can hear
really?
it. Chris can't hear it.
I can hear it.
I can hear it too. Who can't hear it?
I think it's bad.
I can hear it, but I don't hear no lyrics. Nemesis,
Oh
where you
yeah,
at?
it's just a beat.
The beat. I was.
But you
putting a beat
supply
up
the
there.
lyric.
Make your own lyrics, I guess.
Yeah, well, that was the idea. I thought if he wanted to freestyle something, he could freestyle over a beat.
Gotta mute this. Canuck's not feeling it.
Okay, well, then try. Okay, here, I'll give you one that actually has lyrics on it. So you can hear what. So we're not. I'm not just like unfairly like put up. I gotta just remember the names of all these freaking tracks. I never really name them right. I always just name them dumb things. Yeah, you have Murder Berkeley on there?
Yeah, it's somewhere. I have Murder Berkeley New. That's the only one that uploaded.
Yeah, that's the one.
Give a fuck back before you're torn apart. You're packed with the devil, ain't stronger than the holy arts. And don't be trying to bring this shit in here where we operate. The knowledge that inspires your darkest fears. You sit there bragging, wear some robe you made. What you gonna do? Your first world pagans can barely throw shade. Before I come to hunt you down in silence. Here's a quick lesson in the spiritual science. You see, robe is to bath. As bath is to water, so water is to wine. Is how fucking drunk are you? Just a wannabe wizard looking for a fight, but your wand is just a stick that you found outside. You can't cast spells, you can't spell it, don't even start. You write up with O and V because you think it makes you look magic smart, but it don't. And I shouldn't even have to say this, but in case words unnecessarily just makes you look racist. This is banner forever, but my head it greets all new arrivals to the land of the living dread. It bears my name, made of the Iconoclast, distilling ancient mysteries and drink them from a flask. This is banner forever, but my head it greets all new arrivals to the land of the living dread. It bears my name, made of the Iconoclast, distilling ancient mysteries and drink them from a flask. We call it Lapis Elixir, 223 proof. I swear to God, I'm just to know you damn. A cold dist up my roof, I'm gonna scream real loud. Call me Pee-wee Hermeticist. The word of the day is gonna roll off my tongue like a fist. And while I don't wanna hurt you, I don't accept any acts of slander. So if you wanna sling shit, that's fine. I'm slinging bullets with pomp and grandeur. The Buzzley Berkeley number with murder in the dancer's eyes. Kaleidoscopic, psychotropic choreography with knives. Don't you think you're a little old for this? Playing Ouija dressed down this Ulster Potter pajama bullshit. Cause it's not about believing in yourself or believing really hard or pronouncing proper magic words or bonding with some cards. It's a relationship between man and the most primal of natures. It's the difference between believing in being sure before time began, before the veil went up. The pattern was made perfect and uncorrupt. The deep magic is like water that's flowing underground. Your head keeps talking and talking, but no sound ever comes out. It's not that your well run dry, it's that it was never wet. The looks of your girlfriend's the first time that you've heard that. This is banner forever, but my head it greets all new arrivals to the land of the living dread. It bears my name, made of the Iconoclast, distilling ancient mysteries, you can drink them from a flask. This is banner forever, but my head it greets all new arrivals to the land of the living dread. It bears my name, made of the Iconoclast, distilling ancient mysteries, you can drink them from a flask. This is banner forever, but my head it greets all new arrivals to the land of the living dread. It bears
We're just all the panelists left because of me. So.
You're dropping away viewers, so it's not just Joshua Jones.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Well, it's the new year. This is an experimental stream anyway. This is play day. What's up, Hank?
Nothing much. I was here to talk to MC Nemesis again. His logic's still unsound and invalid.
How was your New Year? I saw you were hanging out. Was it Flo or Talcott?
Flo and Talcott, yes, both of them.
How was that?
Flo's pretty good. I don't know how to rate. I don't know how to rate them yet. It didn't tick me off at all. So.
Oh, I guess
I rated that. Did not tick me off.
Yeah, I mean they don't even kick off Tommy or Snafu. I don't think you have anything to worry about.
No, they put him in the dungeon sometimes because they wouldn't shut the hell up. But other than that,
yeah, even if they kick you off, they're going to bring you right back on.
Yeah, which Flo does all the time.
Thank you, Spaz's Lair, saying it was okay. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Spaz.
Yeah, you're welcome to come back. I mean, no one wanted to. I wasn't trying to scare anybody off from the. Hey,
Patty liked it.
You liked it.
I like it. I mean, I appreciate it for a white guy.
I mean, it's supposed to be white rap anyway. But I mean, I
like the little keyboard effects, or whatever that was playing in the background at some point.
Just my fake guitar riffing that I did on keyboard. That was all keyboard and post and then post keyboard manipulation of guitar sounds that I actually made the guitar sounds, but then I just I chopped them all up and did stuff with them. But yeah, it's just a different. Yeah, the original version of that was like this really laid back like beat behind it. I decided it was too sleepy, so I read it like that.
Did y'all keep talking last night, or did y'all go to bed?
I went to bed.
Oh.
I put a movie on Discord and fell asleep. So I put on Violent Night. It's supposed to be like a movie about Santa Claus, like fighting a bunch of terrorists or something like that. I got 20 minutes into it and fell asleep. So I was just tired. It's actually kind of funny though. It was the guy from.
Okay, well, have a good New Year in 2024. I hope it brings you everything you want.
Yeah, my keyboard has guitar as well.
That's a keyboard?
Yes.
Yeah. I've got with just on my DAWs. I have tons of like big. I mean, I usually made my guitar sounds. Like I actually played them and then I would just create samples out of them and then chop them up and stuff like that. So you can make a sample out of anything with a bright software. So
But I actually have a question. You may know more than me. You know the oscillator that comes with pretty much every DAW. Can you use that to make every sound instead of samples theoretically?
yeah, no, yeah, you totally can. You can start with you can just like create you can create like a simple like just like a sine wave. You take a sine wave and then you just start fucking with it and until you get like until you turn it into something else. You can turn a sine wave into a drum beat. You can turn a sine wave into a synth sound. I mean, that's pretty much. I mean, it just takes time and effort and experimentation. I guess if you have the knowledge, if you actually know what you're doing, I don't. But I mean, I fucked with it long enough to make my own sounds. There's a lot of my tracks like I did stuff like that. I would start out with like a really just a baseline sound from like a sine wave or something. I create that just an oscillation thing, and then I would just take it and just chop it up and do different things with it. It's fun. It's fun to do. I mean, I just can't. I never got good enough at where I could say I was skilled at it. Where I was like I knew exactly how to create like the track that I have on my SoundCloud. That's one called Endings. That's like the only track I ever created that I knew what I was trying to do whenever I was making it. I knew exactly what I was going for. I was like, I had a vision for it in my head, and it actually came out sounding like that. It's not the vocal part. The vocals were really just supposed to be there for a placeholder because I wanted it to be I wanted to have a female vocalist on it, but I was trying to like demonstrate what I wanted the female vocals to sound, what I wanted the vocal to sound like, and that's why they're like all auto tuned to shit and everything like that. Which I'm not really happy. But I mean, the beat itself, the actual music behind it, it's like everything there is created by me um, through various means. So I love using Reaper because Reaper has like such great abilities to like you can create drum kits and create your own like sets of like sounds and stuff like that really easily. And then you can go through and like and even if you're using like a pre-made like drum kit or drum sound, you can then take it and you can manipulate that sound and make it sound like a completely where it's not even the same. It's no longer the same sound wave anymore. You can just you can melodize it. You can do whatever you want to it. Give it like a and it's also the best possible DAW for sampling because it has like a built-in little sampling tool that you can use. You can pull up whatever file you want and you can like isolate the part of the track you want and just pull that out and put it in your track and it's really great for that. That's why I would recommend anybody pay for. You don't have to pay. Reaper doesn't cost much. You can get like a 3-year license for I think for like $60, and it doesn't. I mean, really, all it does is get rid of its lag screen. It gets rid of your the screen that comes up whenever you open it up and it's free. But
do you have a Bandcamp account?
I do. I mean, I never put anything up on it though.
Oh.
I just put stuff on SoundCloud because I'm not sure. Like, I never got to the point where I felt like any of my stuff was polished enough to try to make money off of it. So and Bandcamp, you don't have to make money off it on Bandcamp either. I don't know. I just like SoundCloud was enough for what I was trying to do, and like I wasn't trying to promote it that much because I really put the stuff up looking for collaborators and looking for people that would want to work with me and trying to help me kind of like refine some of my stuff. I'm a really collaborative artist. I really believe in collaboration and believe in and
Are
like,
you and Machine gonna do your collaboration?
I mean, supposedly, I don't know. But he's been going through a lot, so I haven't really been pushing him on it. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm totally wanting to do that. I just it's just a matter of like just if he ever gets the time and I know he's been going through a lot, so he hasn't really been talking to many people outside of like on streams and stuff like that. So. I also Adaptable. Me, we're supposed to do some stuff too, but he's kind of disappeared off Discord as well. I haven't seen him or heard from him in a while. I did get
Oh, he disappeared?
Well, no, I mean, I got a message from him right before Christmas. So it was just like Merry Christmas message, but I didn't really hear from him
Oh,
beyond
okay.
that. I mean, he's not gone or anything. Lib, on the other hand, I have not heard a word from.
No, I haven't either.
And I've sent him messages being like, "Hey man,
Yeah, I
what's
wish
up?
him
Are
Happy
you
New
okay?"
Year. So
Yeah,
we'll see. He started that new job, so maybe he's just busy.
he may just be busy. Yeah, that's what I figured too. I'm not. I don't take offense to anytime somebody's like, unless it's somebody like I talk to like every day for like a long time or something like that, and if they suddenly start ghosting me, then I start wondering if something's wrong. But if it's just somebody
I
I
don't.
talk to very casually, I'm not going to get offended or not.
The
I wouldn't get
internet
offended
world
anyway.
is so fluid. Like people come and go, drop out all the time. Even
Yeah.
people like you think you're attached to, it happens with.
That's true.
I've had very close collaborators suddenly just stop talking for whatever reason, and I don't take any of it personally.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really even take it personally, even when the people.
If somebody has a problem with me and they don't want to talk to me about it, I mean that's on them. They made that choice. There's nothing I can do about it. If people do have a problem with me, I'm always available to communicate. Oh, here's my friend Andy. Happy New
Hi, Andy.
Year.
Hello, Andy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Fine, yeah.
Yeah.
It's good to see you. This is one of my favorite people, guys.
Cool, man.
How's it going?
What is your background says? New Warrior Training Adventure? Is that what it says? Barrier free. Cool.
That's
All right.
this thing. That's the Mankind. Remember that weekend in the woods?
Oh,
I did
yeah,
the Mankind
okay.
project?
Cool,
That's
cool,
where I
cool.
met Andy. And the barrier free one is the one they do for disabilities and autism, neurodivergence. Can you hear us?
I can hear you guys. I'm good.
Cool. What's been going up? How's your New Year? We watched the taco come down last night in Tucson.
A taco? I missed
Y'all
it.
dropped a taco.
It was a Taco Bell taco.
Yeah, it was like
it just dropped from
like a
street
piñata
lamp.
taco. It had Taco Bell on it, and they lower it down on a crane. It's a Tucson tradition.
Oh, I'm gonna have to. I'm originally from Philly, so I want to know if the bell was cracked or not.
Right.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't even think about watching Philly. We watched Times Square on the East Coast, and it was pathetic. They didn't even drop the ball.
I'm glad I skipped it.
They dropped the ball because they didn't drop the ball.
They
right?
dropped the ball.
Yes, exactly.
Joke,
What did you do last night?
Dallas and Seattle had the best ones. Dallas and Seattle both looked like they exploded buildings. So
Seattle had drone show, light show. What'd you end up doing last night?
Me?
Yeah.
You probably didn't get this, but every year, a guy in the MKP, the New Warrior Trainer, he does like a 24-hour thing from each time zone, starting with whatever and he accidentally put the 0 hours GMT as the first one to go, so we started like 14 hours late. So but it also made the call 10 hours instead of 24 hours, so I got on that. Let's see, your Pacific time, so it would have been about 3:30 p.m. yesterday and would have ended about 4 a.m. this morning to get the last time zones. And I just shared on the screen, like in whatever, Buenos Aires, the countdown, 5 minutes to go, whatever. And then next time zone. And it was basically casual talk, check in, what's going on with you. Whoever wanted to join, mostly there were New Warrior MKP guys. And I'm not sure where else he invited people. I'm sure at least 50 people showed up over those 10 hours. Probably 100 last year. I couldn't stay on all night last night. So that was part of it. And my daughter's visiting with her husband. They're out right now. So I'm in an apartment, and they have their own room. And my father-in-law, my ex's dad, who's in town here in Tucson, he's probably being moved to hospice, so my daughter might stay an extra week, and we'll see how that goes. And my father-in-law actually did this New Warrior training in 2001. He found it online. I'm been married for 7 years. I have a 4-year-old daughter at home, And he came home and told my wife, he says, he's doing the weekend. And my wife said, you're doing the weekend. And I looked at her and said, I'm doing the weekend. So that was my intro to doing this New Warrior training. I've been doing it for 22 years.
And you do a lot. How many have you done so far?
I've done 12 this year. And
what's your total?
49.
I've done
but
2.
But half of them have been in the last 8 years. I'll probably do another 12. But the thing is, I had to create my own training. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. It's Iron John. You do through the Descent on Friday. And
Robert Bly.
Yeah, Robert Bly. The hero's journey, your internal conflict. You do some psychodrama, and you choose how you want to do it. If you want to do it, whatever. You get like 20 minutes to do it, and then the celebration. And so it's very structured. They're usually facilitators, and they know how to do it. And I can't facilitate myself out of a bag.
That's not true. No, that is not true.
Well, I mean, the scripted ones, the scripted ones,
the scripted, yeah,
where they read, memorize it, and have to do that. I mean, I can walk in and make something up that sounds like I know exactly what I'm doing, and I'll get you where you need to go. And some of it has to be done a certain way, but anyway, yeah, I know where you're going with that, Jeff. Yeah, I can do stuff and say stuff, but I might just shut down right in the middle and stop and say, time out, help.
So you made your own training?
Well, how you saw me was I wasn't in all the circles. I wasn't there all the time. I was with the new guys. At least when you staffed, you saw that. I was probably more with you during your weekend than off preparing to come in and do the processes where you wouldn't see me as much. So you probably saw a lot less of me. And so I just do things my own way, and it has to work. It has to be safe. Like sometimes, let's just say on Thursday night, you have this staff coming in and we're getting ready. And so the thing is that we have to do our own work. I'm not going to go and do something about, when I was a kid, took these messages on and I want to look at them and maybe just get a little nugget or something I can put in my tool chest to say, maybe if I just slow down the next time that happens, there might be a different result. So they're getting the leaders enrolled, and they say, anyone, if you can stand behind the leaders, if you remember this on Thursday night, and I'm disclosing some of it, but whatever. So stand behind the leaders, just like literally, there's a couple of leaders who have, there's requirements, there's a lot of liability involved. So they're the guys that take the responsibility and stand behind them. I don't stand behind them. I stand off to the side. And he said, do you have any questions? I mean, some people don't. And then they confront them and say, okay, now I can stand behind. And I just stay off to the side. And they say, what's going on? I said, if I'm going to stand behind you, I want to see what's around you. I want to see what's outside. I want to guard this fucking king. Can I use that language? I want to guard the kingdom, see what's going on, and watch for something that you guys will never see because you're in that little circle there watching each other. Who else is looking out for you guys? So I got that covered. And so I think it sort of made sense to them. Or they just didn't want to deal with it and let me go and like whatever. That's how
that's what they don't know what to do with us. So they just let us do our thing.
You understand it, right?
Yeah. All of us do. We're all neurodivergent. Yeah.
So,
I found it the same way. It was too structured and ritualized for me. There wasn't a lot of flexibility. You either could fit in and conformed with the existing norms or you didn't, or you were kind of on your own. Although they did a good job of at least not stigmatizing it and making me feel too weird about the differences.
Well,
and there wasn't a lot of pressure to conform. Like the parts that I couldn't conform to, they were okay with just letting me be.
During the staffing or your original one?
Both weekends.
Well,
except for that one incident, like that very first incident where I met you. That's the only time.
That wouldn't, and I think it would have been a totally different weekend if I wasn't there. for you.
Yeah, I know it would have. He's the reason that I continued with the program at all. Because my very first night, I had an incident. They were trying to force me into this process and told me I wasn't doing it right. And I stopped and I said, look, I'm autistic. I don't understand any of this. And Andy's like, I'm autistic too. You just stick with me. Like we'll get through this together. And if he had not been there to do that, I would have been at the mercy of these people that didn't understand me at all.
Yeah, and I've been doing that all year and getting better at it. And you know, after the 49 staffing, I finally said, I'm done. I went right to the staff and said, I'm done. I got everything out of it. I got my quote, autistic training that runs alongside your training. I've integrated it. I got men that will back me up. So they're guardians at my gate. I got the king on the other side, one of the leaders, and I can go back and forth between in the door and keep everything safe, do my thing and let them do their thing. And it looks like we're doing it together. And so all that just finally came to like, why do I need to come anymore? They don't need me. They're filling in all the gaps. I'm showing them where they are. And I step back and it's like, that's okay. That's okay. He's doing that. Let me check him with that. And I used to jump in and do these things. And so I just said, I'm done. Got everything I need. And all that meant was I'm ready to move on. I'm not going to take this. I'm not going to put all my energy into, oh, shoot, is he going to leave? Is something going on with him? Whatever. I'm just going to I'm going to probably keep doing them. I got 6 scheduled in the next 5 months. And I'm going to just sit back and not waste my energy on doing what I do best and see how I show up. And I have no clue what that's going to look like.
Are you said you developed your own? Are you going to
however you saw me,
something off?
It's natural for me, easy for me. And I think it's a lot easier for others who have questions. I say, just connect with me offline. Just talk to me and you will get it eventually. I can't explain it to you. And I have a bunch of allies in the room who will stand up for me. And so that's a big important piece, which I think Jeff's alluding to as far as he and I, and we could be the only ones in the room. And it would be a struggle. But I've accumulated dozens of guys, and usually there's 5 or 6 on every weekend that can just sit there and say, Heller's fine, let him go, or whatever it is. And they'll set boundaries with me, and it works. It all works.
If they do one exclusively for autism or neurodivergence, or if you do one, let me know. I would love to be a part of something like that because I don't plan to staff anymore at the regular ones.
Right. The barrier free is going to be mostly physical abilities. It's going to be the same structured stuff. I don't know how many, if any at all, are going to be on the invisible ones on the autism spectrum. And you know what? If they were an autism one, I would be pissed off at every single person in there because my spec under the umbrella is so much different than your spec that you guys can probably piss me off and say, I'm going to get out of the room. I ain't going to deal with
that. That happens on here too. Like all the autistic people come on, those are the ones that fight with each other.
Yeah,
it's all the autistic people that start fighting.
Most of them.
Yeah. Jeff and I still fight. Yeah, we do. It doesn't really bother us though.
Nah.
But right now I identify more as a narcissist and an autist because I don't relate to autistic people whatsoever, other than most of them.
What I'm saying,
I think it does.
You can be autistic.
It makes a difference. You might not notice, but
hate people. Yeah.
I do notice that you interact, like when you're interacting with other autistic people, there does seem to be a difference there in the interaction. Because a lot of they've told me this about me and you, that they have a hard time reading us and knowing how to take us.
Yes, and I try to make my communication as clear as I possibly can, yet they have a hard time reading me.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
I have that issue too. People don't read me right all the time. A lot of times I make jokes and people think that I'm being serious. So yeah, absolutely.
Hey, I'm gonna mute. I gotta do the laundry.
I might just be bad at making jokes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna mute for a little bit. I'm gonna get the laundry. Do you want me to stay on, or do you want me to jump out?
Stay on as long as you want.
I don't even say when I mute.
Just mute. This
mute. You can hide. You
It's not like
Don't
mankind.
mind
You,
me.
don't, there's,
You
Don't
stop your
mind me.
cam like this.
Leave me there.
you do what you want. You don't
Leave
have
me
to be
there.
accountable to the group.
Yeah. So you mute and stop your cam. We can't see what you're doing. It's not a big deal.
Self-determination. We're all grown-ups. Yeah, I tell people all the time, don't go off of my body language at all. I have no idea what it's saying. And it's probably, whatever you're getting from it is probably wrong.
And I don't tell them to stop using my body language because it's kind of funny what people do. So I just use this source of entertainment.
Your body language is pretty steady. Like, sometimes you smile, but other than that, it's pretty like even keel the whole way. You don't have a lot of variation in your body language.
Yeah, my body's pretty tight.
Well, what's next? How long have I been going for? Almost 3 hours.
Yeah.
And I feel like I've been all over the world already.
I was looking to see what music I actually had on this Mac. I don't remember what I had on here. Trying to figure out like what I was listening to you guys talk. It seems like if there's anything on here, there's any good stuff that I forgot about. I think I sent you this one already. That one's got my earphones right now. But pretty good track though. I need lyrics to it. Like, this one was supposed to have lyrics. It's called "Frustrated." Have you listened to that one before?
I know you know what? There were some that didn't upload because they were too long.
These are ones I sent you on Discord.
So I might have it, but it might not be
right. Yeah.
Uploaded into StreamYard. Oh no, I have Frustrated too.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually not like not a hip hop beat. It's actually like a rock backtrack. But I never finished the lyrics for it. I like half finished them, but then I don't know. The only thing I didn't do in this is drums. Like everything else was like played either on a keyboard or a guitar.
Wow, nobody's streaming today.
Yeah, I'm so surprised. I figured there'd be some people doing some New Year's Day streams of some sort.
They mostly like to stream in the evening, so I'm not surprised.
Wait, what?
They mostly like to stream in the evening, so I'm not surprised.
Oh, okay.
So that the earliest consistent stream in our community probably be Paul and Slave's one.
I don't watch his, especially when I found out he's trying to start a pimp cult or something. That made me
Flow State
want to watch him even less.
Flow State was bullshitting. He just said, what's it called? This he wants a tribe where he openly share spouses. That's not what Flow State said he was doing.
I mostly watch Flow and Talcott and Machine, and that's pretty much about it now. Although I've started to appreciate Truth or Cops stuff too.
I didn't watch any Truth or Cops yet.
And then Cascadian Anarch now and then when he does stream. But as far as the regular ones, it's mostly Flow
Machine
and
Cascadian are the only ones I
Talcott.
really ever pay attention to besides our stream. Cascadian doesn't stream much though. I really need to finish the lyrics to these things like this. I think there's a good song in Pyramid. I'm Frustrated too.
Oh god.
Also came around the time like all the disastrous like life stuff happened though, and like I just lost my ability to focus on creative things like that. I just couldn't like think about lyrics.
So
like,
is it easier to be creative when life's a disaster? Like, is that your salvation from it, or it makes it harder to be creative?
It's different. It's different. Like, I mean, when I was younger, like being in a stressful situation, like I'd use art as an outlet, and but now that I'm older and I have a family and stuff like that, if I'm doing something that if I'm making music or something like that and I don't have like any potential outlet for it to help support my family, I just feel guilt.
Like
And
you're
guilt,
just indulging in
yeah, I'm
something.
just wasting time and just indulging. And even if I'm not, even if like the time I would be spending doing that wouldn't be necessarily being spent doing something else that would be, um, uh, wouldn't necessarily be doing something that would be creating productivity or something like that. I still feel like this guilt, like that whatever I'm doing musically or creatively is just a waste of time. I struggle with that. I struggle with that even with streaming and stuff like that too. I mean, I at least I at least I feel like it's like with streaming. At least I feel like there's a build to it. There's something being built, but it's just like it. But like with music, when I make music, like even no matter how good some of the music, I think some of the tracks I made are actually really pretty decent. I just don't. I don't know what to. I don't know how. I never figured out how to cross that boundary of like actually getting them into the hands of anybody who actually who would help me monetize it or anything like that or help me polish it up. And so since I never figured that part of it out, and I lost most of my music creator contacts. I know a lot of bands, but like bands aren't interested in beats and stuff like that. So I don't. A lot of the people that I used to work with in like the hip hop sector and stuff like that, I've had falling outs with them and stuff, and like because they were just flaky and they would use you and I don't think they were trying to use you. They were just kind of like naturally user kind of people, and they would end up just kind of creating problems and stuff like that. And so I ended up having to kind of cut off contact with them. Plus, a lot of them were on drugs a lot, and that was a bad thing to be around. And so I just had to cut that off from my life in order to to keep things. Like I said, I have a family. I had a daughter. And I have two daughters. And I'm trying to figure out a way to help us survive. And the music just seemed like it wasn't. I mean, I focused on music real hard for like almost 5 years, and I never got anywhere beyond just like the SoundCloud stuff you hear and like and like some other tracks I made that were decent tracks and everything. I like said like these ones that were more musical, more rock oriented. I made those like right before like everything got like really like fucked up and everything. And then once I was no longer had a job and I couldn't really do a lot of I couldn't really pay bills and stuff anymore. I just couldn't
Oh,
I couldn't sit down and just write.
there may not be a pause. Go ahead, do it now. It's kind of just grab the mic.
Oh yeah, totally, man. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to talk over anybody.
Oh, and I heard you talking earlier before I joined the call, and so I'm not much into politics and religion, so that stuff I steer away from. So maybe later. So I might get back in later, Jeff. Maybe in an hour or two, maybe.
Sure.
And if you're
The
bored,
goal is to be here all day as long as we can.
I know. If you're
We did 8
bored
hours
later, just call me and say, what are you doing? In fact, forget it. I'm not even asking. Just join.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe,
okay.
we're not really talking about we're not talking about politics and religion right now. We're talking about art and like how like stress and everything like
People can talk like that. You can come and
affects
change the
creativity.
topic and talk about whatever
Yeah,
you want
and
to.
change the topic, please.
And we're here every day at 2 p.m. Central, so you're welcome to stop by anytime.
Yeah, we could do a
You're
totally
a
focused stream on
VIP
like
guest.
on your story and stuff like that. I love to
The same. I have to remember that StreamYard link. The one that.
Well, it's different every day. The best thing to do is either if you want to come on, message me, or if you go to the YouTube channel, the link is pinned at the top of each episode because it's different. StreamYard changes the link every day, so it's not a permanent link.
And not every day. It's every single different session.
Yeah,
So,
every episode it's a new link. So you have to
check your phone.
Go to the episode and look for the link.
Go to YouTube. It's posted.
I know. Do you check your phone? Because I might text you and say I need help. Okay.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, you can just text me for the link too. I'll send it to you.
I'll see you guys.
All right. Have a good one. It's good to see you for the new year. Yeah. Yay. All right. I think I'm go put some food in the microwave and be right back. Get my New Year's dinner started.
All right. How's it been going, Hank?
It's going.
You get pretty good with your new keyboard. What is it? Is it a synthesizer or is it just a keyboard?
It is a synthesizer. It's a Casio SA51.
Ah, okay. I've actually seen one of those before. Yeah, it's so funny how Casios get stigmatized as being like the cheap keyboard thing, you know? Like people like think like, oh, you're playing a Casio, it's like a bad thing, right? You know? But like Casio made some badass shit, dude.
Yeah.
Casio made some like people used to have that same stigma around like Akai and stuff like that because they were like a Chinese brand, but Akai makes some badass fucking shit.
I mean,
You know,
what do you want me to play instead? Do you want me to get some kind of analog thing? Well, I can't fit on my desk otherwise.
Yeah,
what.
analog synthesizers are overrated anyway. Unless you can get yourself an actual Moog. Actual Moogs are hand built. They're mechanical things that are just works of art in themselves. And there's a couple others that fit that criteria too. But most analog synthesizers are kind of bullshit, in my opinion. I mean, if you want to if you can be good, if you can get good with one of them, you get good with all of them, I guess. But I don't know. I've known a lot of people that spend a lot of money on analog synthesizers and stuff like that. I've always just been kind of like I just feel like if you have a good one, you don't really if a really good analog synthesizer should do pretty much anything most other ones will do. There aren't many of them that are going to introduce anything too new unless it's like it works on a completely different kind of like there's polyphonic ones and there's monophonic ones. You know, there's monosynths and polysynths and stuff like that. But I mean, so like if you want a monosynth, then you know get a monosynth. If you want a polysynth, get a polysynth. But I guess there's nothing wrong with owning both those things. But man, those things are just like I don't know. They're
Well, there
really,
is something wrong with its resources. I don't have infinite space. I don't have infinite money to buy all the things. So there is something wrong with it. So
does your Casio does it have the ability to work as a MIDI controller?
No.
It doesn't. It doesn't have any MIDI out on it.
Nope, it doesn't. Just audio out.
Damn, that sucks.
How old is it? What year is it?
Even my
this year,
last
year.
Oh,
even my cheap ass Casio like keyboard is like this. Even it has a MIDI out on it, so you can
use it as a MIDI. But this one is really small. This one, I mean, it fits on my desk.
No, I know. I mean, but even like the cheapest little like thing has a USB out or a USB MIDI port or something like that on it. I can't believe that one doesn't have that. That's crazy.
Well, I could. There's some the same size, but I could pick either I could at this size. I can only pick an audio one only or MIDI one only, and I went for an audio one only because then I don't have to do any software setup.
Yeah.
Are you able to play anything?
I could play the presets, but I'm not good enough at keyboarding to actually play music.
Oh.
Well, you know, I would really recommend you know, you can get these little tiny keyboards, these little tiny MIDI controllers, man. It doesn't cost like $20-$30, man. I used to have one, like it was like I think it was called an AKI, it's an Akai, and it was like I think it was a MPK Mini, I want to say what's called. I had one of these things. I gave it to my daughter because I thought she was getting into this sort of thing, and then she said I should probably get it back from her because
your daughter's not even one, right?
What's that?
Your daughter's not even one yet, right?
I have two daughters. I have a 16-year-old too.
Oh, I forgot about the other one.
But okay, so that's not the one I'm thinking of. The one I'm thinking of was even cheaper than this one. But like this one's $99 on Amazon. But like the Akai Professional MPK Mini MK3, if you look up MPK Mini MPK3, it's only got 2 octaves on it. It's a 2-octave keyboard.
Yeah,
and which is about all you need. And it's even got little programmable drum things and everything in it, and you've got your little dials and everything like that. But it's very small, it's very complex. I never even kept it on my desk. I would actually hold it in my lap to get almost like a keytar kind of thing. And that's how I would mess with it. But like getting one of those is what really that taught me more about how to make music and how to make and how to play keyboard better than anything else. So you're not that good at keyboard yet, because like once you can actually place create like a little beat and then start trying to figure out how to use the keys to fill in the spaces in that beat. That just it taught me how to play keyboard almost overnight. I went from I took piano lessons when I was a kid and didn't get shit and didn't get anywhere with it. I never understood music theory. It didn't click with me until I messed with a little keyboard and a DAW like that. And it I don't know, it changed my whole perspective on music. I think that those little Casios like that are really awesome. They're really good little synths, but I would definitely recommend getting like a little. You can find them for much cheaper than that too. If you can look around, the one I got off eBay for like $20, and I used that thing more than I probably used any other piece of music equipment I ever had. And it was just like, it just all it didn't have, and it was just bare bones. It was just a bare bones mini controller that I could hold in my lap and just kind of like sit there while I was like messing with beats and stuff like that. And you know, because you can switch the octave up and down. You don't have to keep it like just the two octaves. You can do whatever you want with it. But it's pretty good stuff, man. I think that, I think, you know, if you're really interested in getting into music production like that, um, I definitely, like I said, I definitely would recommend, like I said, getting Reaper. Reaper's super easy to set up. You can get it for free anyway. You don't have to pay for it at all. It's totally free. And
I can use Muse instead. I tried LMMS, but it has bad MIDI out, so I'm probably gonna use Muse.
Muse,
Yeah.
Muse is a new one, I guess. But have you not tried Reaper?
If I can use free software, I'm not gonna use proprietary software.
I'm saying Reaper is free though.
It's not open source. Free open source software. If I can use something free and open source, I won't bother to use something proprietary.
They're not that. I mean, like they don't really. I'm pretty sure like they allow people to make like plugins and like modifications to their software. I don't think they're that locked down. They're a good company. And plus they're the only DAW that doesn't charge for like a 1 year, for like a 3-year license. Like I said, it's like $60. It's not even like, they don't even charge much for it. I mean, that's like, I mean, like, to me, like that's and that's even for a commercial license. I mean, like, commercial license might be more, but it's for individual license. But I mean, like, I support that company. I think they're great.
How does it run on Linux? Did they have a native Linux port of it?
It damn sure used to. I mean, like, don't let me lie to you and tell you that it doesn't. It's just like, I think the website's Reaper FM, Reaper.fm. It used to have it used to work on Mac, on Linux. Yeah, it's Mac, Linux, and Windows. And I used to use it on my Linux system, and it works exactly the same as it does on Mac, as it does on Linux. I use it on all three, and the great thing is you could transfer files. If I made a file on my Windows computer, I could just take that file and put it on a thumb drive, then plug it into my Linux computer and load it up, and it would work the same way as long as you have the same plugins and everything. If you bounce all your tracks to you know, whatever format you bounce them to, you don't have to worry about the plugin part. It even has various different versions for different versions of Mac. If you only have like an older version of Mac or something like that, it has the older versions of that. And they have they have alternate stuff like that. And it's, like I said, it's really, if you want to get on Discord with me sometime, we can do a screen share, and I can show you every little, like, there's a lot of things about like just kind of the setup of the workflow for it that I personally developed. I developed my own little workflow for it, and I'm telling you, like, if you like to play with samples and you like to play with like just basic stuff like that, you can do so much with it that you can do the same things you can do with it with, like, say, Cubase or something like that. You can do the same things. Cubase is what I learned on. And I've used Logic some too, but I can tell you for a fact that but with Reaper's workflow, when it comes to using samples and using alternate kind of forms of like noise manipulation, it's unrivaled. You can't do a workflow like that anything else. You can do with almost 2 clicks, you can load a file into your little like player. You can isolate the part you want. You can do audio manipulation on it from there. You can make it faster, slower, whatever you want to do like that. You can create the sample like in this little box and then just drag and drop it onto your track, and then
Welcome back, Nemesis.
And then fuck with it more like that. It's great, man. I mean, it totally transformed my musical like output. Whenever I learned that, I mean, I made a lot of stuff on Cubase and Logic and stuff back in the day. And it took me forever to make something. There was a little while there before my hard drive crashed, and that like just like as like a stress. It was just like when I was getting like really frustrated, and everything was going really wrong. Even though like I had that guilt thing that kept me from being really creative, but it's like it almost didn't require creativity. I could just open up a Reaper file and just like randomly choose like a song from my library and just like start like just like randomly hacking up samples and like making them sound like all fucked up and just dropping them in tracks. I could make a track in like 5 minutes. Like it was just like I mean, like an entire beat that sounded like like nothing else. You know, it's a really it's a really great program that I would pay I would pay if I had the money anyway. I would pay way more for Reaper than I paid for it. I would gladly paid like the $500 they charge for Cubase. Cubase is Cubase is probably my next favorite one. It has the best time manipulation.
Guys, can we talk about something else?
I'm sorry.
I think I'm worried it's going to be 30 minutes of tech specs.
No worries.
No, we can just have awkward silence instead. How about that, Jeff?
Awkward silence.
30 minutes of awkward silence.
That might be preferable, or we could change the topic, or we can have McNemesis back on here.
Yeah, I mean, MC Nemesis is welcome to come back on, man. I never intended to try to scare you off earlier, man. It wasn't like I wasn't trying to like be like I was trying to like share so that you would feel comfortable sharing with your own stuff. I was trying to share my stuff so that you would feel like see, here's like this guy's willing to embarrass himself with his shitty track, so you can blow me away with like with how good your stuff is. And I don't mean that cynically. I mean, like, I'm sure you're probably better than I am because most people are. But I mean, I only have. I mean, some of my beats are good, but some of my actual vocal tracks. I mean, I'm not that happy with them. But I think No Native Tongue, Murder Berkeley, probably the best two I have, and like even like that seemed to scare off most of the audience. So even Canuck was like, I gotta mute this. So I was like, damn, that's like that's harsh. You should just turn it down a little bit, man. You know, like.
Well, that's one thing about the internet and these streamers. You're gonna get honest, raw feedback.
Oh, I know it doesn't bother me. I mean, I'm not crying over here. I was just like, damn, dude, that's cold. I mean, the Murder Berkeley is all about the lyrics anyway. The whole point of that track was all because I wrote that because it was back when my wife was really active on Twitter and she was doing a bunch of Twitter just bullshit just for fun and stuff like that. And there was this dude that for some reason like started targeting her. Some trolls are targeting her. And this dude was like, when we looked him up on social media, and he was like one of these people that dresses up in the fake like magic robes and stuff, and like plays like the Quidditch stuff. And like, he was like this Harry Potter like fan nerd, and he had this little like he had his wand, and you could just tell it was a stick that he found in his yard. It wasn't a wand of any kind. It wasn't carved or polished, or it was just like he just had a stick, and he was like, and they weren't.
Well, you think it would be a real magic wand?
I mean, do I think it would be?
No, I mean
he thought it was. I think he thought it was. And
you think he actually thought it was?
Whenever we tried to
like he was psychotic.
Yeah, I think he was kind of crazy and just dumb. I don't know. He was like, but he was playing wizard. So the whole song was me making fun of that guy for being like for like this reason why it's like that there's no wands and stick you found outside. You can't cast spells. You can't spell. Don't even start. You spell of with O and V because you think it makes you look magic smart because he did. Every time he used the word F in anything, he was placed with a V. It was just like it's so dumb. He was just like one of these like really pretentious like magic wannabe nerds, and I mean, but it produced my favorite lyric that I ever wrote, which was the if I have to chase him or you damn cultists off my roof, I'm going to scream real loud. Call me Pee Wee Hermeticist, and the word of the day is going to roll off my tongue like a fist. I always thought that was funny.
The word of the day. Didn't Pee Wee Herman used to do some?
Yeah, it's just
he had the secret word, and if they said it, then like
and then I'm gonna scream real loud.
We should have a secret word every day that if our guests say,
yeah,
I don't know, there's no soundboard on StreamYard.
Yeah, that was the idea. I was like, the word of the day is gonna roll off. I'm gonna scream real loud. Call me Pee Wee Hermeticist. The word of the day is gonna roll off my tongue like a fist. That was the whole idea. And then the next line about like a Bubbly Berkeley number with murder in the dancer's eyes. I always thought that was where the title came from. But the other one
I gotta go grab my dinner. I'll be right back.
Go get your dinner, man. The only other one I ever did that any other serious rappers actually, I knew a lot of serious rappers back then. That I used to get shit from all of them too. They all said like, "Oh, your stuff is so white, sounds so white," and stuff like that. I'm like, I am white. I wasn't trying to. I didn't feel comfortable trying to sound black. You know, I didn't want to sound street whenever I'm not street. You know, I wanted to sound like myself, and like maybe that doesn't sound hip hop enough, but like I felt like it was more honest. and maybe that's the bad way to go. Maybe artifice is the name of the game. But Lindsay raps though on a couple of tracks I have on SoundCloud, and she's great. She pulls it off way better than I do. On Yodo and on Brand New Heresy, but yeah, No Native Tongue is the only one that's I think that's on there that any other serious rappers ever listen to, and they're like, yeah, this is actually a pretty decent track. Um, that's the one. No Native Tongue is the one that Machine liked. That Machine was all supportive of. So that's the only one that I have that I guess I have like any real like props behind, but you know. But I mean, I played in bands and stuff when I was a kid. I didn't just do music like electronic music was something I got into whenever I was stuck in Texarkana, and I didn't know any musicians anymore to play with, and I really want to make music, and I knew a bunch of rappers though. I met a bunch of rappers, and like I was just like if these guys can do this, I can do this, and I just like sat down just made myself learn Cubase, and my first few tracks were legitimately abysmal. They have been deleted and wiped from the face of the earth now, but so I can't play them for you. But like the first few tracks I made were like the most abysmal type things. Whenever I would create them and think like, yeah, this is good, and then like I'd sleep on it overnight and I'd listen the next day and be like, what the fuck is this shit? How does it sound so bad? I thought it sounded good yesterday. I don't know how that happens. I mean, that happens like with a lot of stuff though, I guess, you know. Sometimes you make something and you think it's all great until you like sleep on it, and then like the next day it's just like sometimes it takes even a couple of months before you can have like that objectivity from it, and then you look back on it and you're like, oh god, this is embarrassing. Like, why did I do this? That's why I was happy about finding that script that we were going to do the read through of, because I fully expect after 10 years, I haven't looked at the script in 10 years. I fully expect after writing this thing 10 years ago that I was going to read this script and I was just going to cringe the whole time. My whole body of language was going to be like, oh, it's going to make, I was going to cold sweats were going to be breaking out, you know, and I was just going to be like, oh God, I can't believe I did. Cause I had sent it to, I sent it to Neurojack at the time. And, I sent it to him.
You think it's ADHD, Patty?
Yeah, it probably is my
like
ADHD.
Ordinary people are not. I have the opposite experience. Like especially with the streaming stuff when I first started. I think I'm bombing every time on stream. I'm like, this is horrible. My voice, the rocking, the conversation. This is one of my worst. And then I watch it back and I'm like, that was pretty good. I mean, you did good work. So like my ability to judge what I'm doing in the moment is off compared to the finished product when I watch it back. And all the little things in my head that I'm reacting to, you can't even notice them on the stream.
Yeah, and I'm so good that whenever I go to the next stream, half the time the host wants to play a clip from the last stream I was on.
Well,
like you play your own self?
They play me.
Yeah.
Right. That's why they play me.
Good. There's some good ego food for you there. You know, it's good.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I my ego is big enough. I try to manage that.
Yeah, mine's too small.
Yeah, I don't take compliments well, even with my big ego. I really don't. I don't believe I have imposter syndrome. I have a giant ego and imposter syndrome at the same time.
Yeah,
I definitely have that, but it manifests a little bit differently with me. Like I do think if I'm making something and I think it's bad while I'm making it, I'm not going to keep making it. I'll stop. So like when it comes to like it's different like streaming or something like this when we're in the moment we're doing this sort of thing. Yeah, I definitely have had streams that we've done that I was like, God, that was terrible at the end of it, and then I went back and just to check, and I was like, oh, actually, it wasn't that bad. Even though I still don't like hearing my voice, but I definitely had that happen with the streaming thing. But when you're working on something by yourself, you're writing something or making a piece of music or something like that, and then and you're making if I'm making it, I'm automatically thinking this is terrible, then I'm probably not going to keep going. I'll probably just stop making it. So like you almost have to get like trick yourself in like the ADHD kind of like you get excited about it, and then like later on like you realize like this is just like a complete fucking disaster, you know. And a lot of times it's true, it really was a disaster. But like I said with the script thing, after like 10 years of not having seen the script, I'd lost it and everything like that. And I was reading through it, and I kept reading it, and I was just like, wow, this is. There's things that I would change probably. There's little edits or adjustments I could make probably here and there. For the most part, I was reading it and thinking like, this is actually not terrible. Like it didn't. I didn't feel embarrassed of it. It was the first time I think I've ever done that with any of my script work anyway. Right.
Why don't we read a little bit of it just to
Sure.
test?
Yeah, sure. See if I can. I don't think I have it. Do you have it? Because I don't think I have it on this computer.
You sent it to maybe it's in my Google Docs. Let me see.
I can go get it from the
Don't
other
tell me you
computer.
lost it again.
Yeah, I don't feel like acting today.
You act every day.
Yeah, I do act every day, but I don't want. But most people, I don't feel like acting on a script that someone else wrote at the moment, unless it.
That's why it's called a read through. You don't really act it; you just read it.
Was it Google Docs?
Yeah, it was in Google Docs. Let me see. Which in that case it is on the computer. I just gotta open up my Google Docs.
I don't see it. Maybe it was under one of my other accounts.
I may have sent it to you on Discord, to be honest. It was on Google Docs, but I mean, I may have sent it to you on Discord. Let me see.
I think you did, but it's gonna take me forever to find the message.
Yeah, tell me about it. I know, like we have a very long, extensive of chat history, so it's very, very difficult to find anything there. When I was looking for like the tracks I'd sent you on the thing, I had no idea how long it had been. Like it was like I was like going back like just like pages and pages and pages. I thought I was never gonna find any of it. Let's see here.
He dipped, so I guess forget about the read through for now until we get other people.
I guess he's a scaredy cat. I guess
well, now we know how to get rid of people when we need to. Play your music. And
yeah, pretty much like it seems like the stream was going great until I showed up. I feel kind of bad now. I feel like I really bombed the stream.
No, it was not going fly at all.
It wasn't. It seemed.
No, I was like, oh, thank God, Chris is here.
It seemed lively anyway. It seemed like there was like a lot of people.
It was definitely Dolbez and I were having a great conversation, and then it got into kind of the. I am a rationalist and an empiricist. So any conversation that goes into the speculative realm that's not tethered to any kind of rationalism, it's going to lose me anyway. And this is an extreme version of that. It was Alex Jones type religious speculation and conspiracy theory and different dimensions. And it's not a conversation I could have. And so at that point, it kind of lost me. And Dolbez even, although I think Dolbez really participated and kept up with it way better than I thought he would or expected him to, just from interest level. But then at some point it got too much for even Dolbez.
Dolbez is a sharp guy. I like him a lot. Let me see. Is this the one? I think this is draft 3.0. That should be the right one. Does it have an ending on it? No, it's not the ending. So this is not it. Or is it still opening? Okay, never mind. Still going. Yeah, why is Google? I don't know. I swear to God, I understand. Like people are all like, "Macs, you're so awesome. Even if older Macs work better than PCs." And like, that's just not true. Like this Mac crashes on me constantly. Like I had StreamYard links and everything just crash like all the time. Holy fuck! What the hell happened? It's in Google Docs really. Okay, yeah, this is not the right one. I'll find the other one.
Well, just hang on to it whenever you find it, and when we get enough people, we can do.
Yeah,
one.
no.
I don't know why it's not in my Google Docs. It must have been under some other account.
I was gonna say like just me and you could read through like a 2-person scene maybe, but I don't really know what that would be at the moment. I don't know where it is in here. I know I have it on the other computer.
I'd rather wait for at least one more person so you get that trio energy.
Sure. That's fair. That's very fair. I'm like looking over. Is this the actual full? I have so many things in here that I forgot writing. I have all of my scripts that I wrote with Thomas and stuff on here that I thought that I had lost, and I don't know why I didn't. I had looked in my Google Docs before. I know somehow like things got like lost in Google Docs for a while or something, but like I swear like some of the stuff is like got like just reappeared after several years of being gone. Let me see. Is this actually finished the whole thing?
Well, what can we do or talk about in the meantime while we wait for other people?
I was gonna show you this. I'm gonna show you this little document here. See if I can share it with you. I don't know how to share it.
Okay.
What would your
And then
what
I
would your
can
Google?
pull up some Google Bar topics for us.
Sure, yeah. Where's the? I'll just copy the link. That's all I'll do. I'll just copy the link and post it in the private chat. This is an outline I wrote for, and at one point there was a script for it. I did lose a script for it.
Oh,
But,
is this the recent movie we talked about?
No, this is not that recent, but this is the most recent outline I had written like a while back. But I think that it's a low budget kind of thing that's kind of interesting, and I don't know. I'd like to. You don't necessarily have to read it right now, but I would like your opinion on it at some point, because it would be low budget and interesting enough that I think that maybe it would be doable in the future. I've been looking through a lot of stuff, just looking at stuff that like I think like could be potential projects for this year, like things, like there's like I guess on my bucket list right now really does like just includes like I want to make at least one movie. I want to get the stream stuff going. Stuff like that. I'm just looking through like stuff that I've done and stuff that I wanted to do and stuff, and just trying to see like what I could pull from my past and what I can do stuff with. I am working on that outline for the one.
I just requested access. It wouldn't let me see it.
It wouldn't let you see it. Okay, well, where's the request?
You have your security settings locked down.
I just that's weird because I just literally went to the thing and like unlocked it so it was free because I don't give a shit about anybody, like I don't care. I don't know why. Let me open up Gmail and see if it went there because I have no, because it doesn't say anything in Google Docs about anybody requesting access. Technology, right? So convenient, so convenient. I really, I tell you one thing that like one tech thing that is the tech trend that's really pisses me off these last few years is this insistence upon fucking 2-factor authentication and everything. Dear God, that annoys the shit.
I resisted it first, and now I love it because I don't even have to really pay attention to my passwords. They just send me a code every time. I'm like, thank you. That's so much more convenient.
If you have your phone near you, but like the other day I was trying to get into something and it was in like the phone that it had in me for was like an old phone that I can't even, it's completely broken. I couldn't get into it and the only way I could go in, the only thing I could do to reset it was literally to the only thing I do to reset it was literally to like send them like they wanted me to like print this form out and mail it to them. And I was just like, what? I'm supposed to mail this to somebody? Like, you want me to snail mail a letter in order to just to I mean, I can prove my identity tons of ways. I have my ID and stuff like that, but no, they want you to write a letter and like include like photocopies of your IDs and all this stuff like that. And I was just like, fuck it, I don't even need that account anymore. There you go. It's the request has been approved. I don't know why it needed to
figure out how to get to it now.
You just click on the link again, it should work fine. Dear God. Somebody did actually respond to me on the collab thing too. I need to get back to them. They seem like they sound like they're doing a show very similar to ours, and like might be a good person to hook up with. I don't know. Maybe I'll go on their show some and see. Maybe I'll test it out first before we fully associate ourselves with it. But it seemed like a nice person though.
Oh, this is long. This is the outline?
This is an outline, yeah. It's just 6 pages.
Okay.
You don't have to read it all right now. Like I said, you don't have to read it right now. I just wanted to send it to you just because while I was thinking about it, because I thought about sending this to you the other day, and then I forgot, and so I just wanted.
Oh Lord! I just read the log line, and I can already tell the conspirators around here are going to eat this up.
Well, yeah, it is. It's a conspiracy movie. It's a movie. It's a conspiracy movie. It's not real. It's based on like there was a literal thing called neurocam back in the you can look up neurocam right now on Google and find tons of stuff about it. It was actually an art project that this guy did, but he did it over over several years, and he put a lot of money and stuff into it, and he put these billboards up that these mysterious kind of like slogans and stuff on them about in Australia and stuff like that, and they did all this crazy shit, and people were really like trying to play this game that didn't even really exist and stuff like that. And like he created these fake blogs and created this whole thing for it. And like it was such an interesting thing. I decided to try to write something that was kind of based on that, like if that was real. And yeah, it's not like I'm not saying that it's not based on a true story or anything. It's just supposed to be a fun. Like it's like the vibe I had for it. I was trying to go for was kind of similar to that movie Zodiac. You ever see Zodiac?
No, I didn't want to watch it because it was true crime. And I don't really like true crime except for a few. And there was no resolution to it because they still don't know who did it. And I'd rather it be a whodunit.
Well, yeah, it's not a whodunit at all. It's about
I know, that's why I didn't watch it.
It's about people that got obsessed with it's about the people that got obsessed with trying to solve it, and how it kind of affected their lives and stuff like that. And like that it's a good movie though, but it's got some great like suspenseful scenes in it that don't like where like nothing really happens, but it just puts you on the edge of your seat, and that was kind of like this one does have a resolution to it. This one actually has my favorite ending of probably anything I ever did. Like I just got a perfect ending to it, I think. But you don't need to read it right now. I just wanted to send it to you so you could take a look at it later. I was looking through some of my other stuff here. So if I do I have anything in here that's like more like I don't know. I have so many. I am so bad about naming files. I swear to God, I name files worse than anybody because like I have all these files. I just don't even know what any of them without clicking on them. I don't even know what they are. It's just like, and half of them are just untitled documents. So,
well, this is what Google told me. Political topics is the future of democracy in an age of misinformation and social media, which is definitely something we talk about on here.
Right.
How we can bridge the political divide and foster more civil discourse, which I think we actually do on here.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a good one. The impact of political polarization on mental health and well-being. Exploring alternate systems of government and governments. And ethical considerations in the use of technology for political purposes. I feel like we need Neurojack on here for about half of these.
I wonder where he is. He's probably sleeping it off right now, I guess.
The arts and culture, the role of art and social change and political activism. Ugh. How can we make the arts more accessible and inclusive? See how the woke, look, it's all about the woke stuff. It crept into arts and culture.
Yeah.
The intersection of technology and art in the digital age, like AI, how will that impact the creative process? Examining the censorship of art and artists throughout history, the role of local arts and culture in building community resilience. We need some art. Like part of our community building, we need arts and artists to start making, building art to go along with it. There should be art emerging from this community.
That's kind of what I'm trying to do, though.
We're trying. We're trying with the movie, and you might collaborate on some music with people. But I don't know. I think that's a sign of flourishing when the art starts. That's when it's
I must admit, it's
reached a certain stage of community.
It's a little disheartening to see how resistant a lot of people are resistant to trying to like make art right now, because I've talked to a lot of people about, like working on this and that. Like I've gotten some like.
What do they tell you? Are these actual artists?
Just various people on stream. I'm not going to name any names. I don't want to like. I'm not trying to call.
You don't have to name names. It's just what kind of stuff do they tell you? Not right now, or I don't want to do art,
or people, like they'll say like, yeah, it sounds great, but then like you can never actually.
Well, that's what frustrates me. Even on here with the stuff we talk about, I'm still waiting for the D&D game. I'm still waiting to make our characters. I'm still waiting to do the script read through. I'm still waiting to do the business. Like even stuff we talk about, I get that feeling of I don't. Here's my thing, and I talked to a friend about this the other day that has this issue. He calls himself a dreamer. He likes to dream and throw out ideas. He doesn't necessarily intend to commit or follow through with any of them. He just gets something out of throwing the ideas out, and he likes to dream and imagine. And I don't know how to tell the difference between when somebody's dreaming And when they're laying out the first step of a plan, they intend to actualize. Because I'm a doer. The minute I talk about something, I'm ready to do it. If I say let's play a game, or let's go hiking or camping or have a party, I have half my shit packed and 1 foot out the door just in the act of saying it. I don't need a lot of planning and dreaming and imagining. I'd rather throw out the idea and get it started so I could see what it looks like in reality. That's where I learn and get my pleasure from. So I don't know how to tell the difference between the dreamers and the doers. And I think everybody's a doer. So when they're throwing out ideas and dreaming, I think that, oh, okay, well, all that stuff's going to happen. Because if I were throwing it out, it would happen. So it's theory of mind. Like I have the theory of mind of a doer, and I don't know how to tap into the theory of mind of a dreamer, or even tell when I'm dealing with the theory of mind of a dreamer, because I assume that it's all doing if they're going to talk about it. So I don't know how to adjust for those other theories of mind.
You know, I can tell you, like myself, I mean, I guess, you know, I could consider myself both a dreamer and a doer to some degree. But I used to be a much more doer type. I used to be much more motivated, much more like doer. And I'm getting more like that again. I'm getting back to myself like that. But I mean, it's like, you know, the last few years like really knocked the wind out of me in a lot of ways. So like, there's this like, every time I start working on something, there's like this sense of, I have to fight this sense of dread from it. This sense of like of like, you know, sense of something that just makes me feel like it's just pointless, like that I'm wasting my time, you know, like that no matter what, you know, like just that voice you get in the back of your head for a lot of things, you know. It's not like this is the only one.
Can you ignore it? Because I just, when I get it, I just ignore it and do it anyway.
I try to, but it can be very. It's not really a voice. It's not like a literal voice, but you know what I mean. It's just like this.
Yeah,
really,
no, I know. I've gotten it sometime, even with streaming or going on other podcasts, or
yeah.
But I do it anyway. I'm like, just ignore it and turn the camera on and do your stream, and don't worry about it.
That's what I've been doing lately, and I've been getting better at it. But for a long time, it was it really, I don't know. It was like I had a few. I mean, the things that like the things that going through what I went through in those last couple of years, it wasn't just pandemic stuff or whatever. It was like, you know, I mean, like Lindsay, you know, was just not. She's not just like, you know. I think a lot of people have like this. Like I noticed this a lot in like the red pill spaces and stuff like that. Like where like they view relationships in this really materialistic way. It's very like it's very transactional and stuff like that. And that's not the way my relationship with Lindsay's ever been. We've been partners, you know. We've been like literal like even if we weren't married, we'd be like life partners. You know, we work together and everything. We support each other in all these kind of ways. Hi, Chuck. I think I've seen you in the chat.
Oh, hey, Chuck.
Yeah, I don't.
Getting,
I
yeah,
it's
kind of getting started. I don't know how to move dreamers from the dreaming to the getting started, because it happens so automatically for me. I'm not really consciously doing anything to get from the idea stage to the action stage. So knowing how other people that are not like me do it is, I think that would get more things going on here that I'm trying to get going.
Well,
I think Chris is trying to explain some of it now.
Yeah, it is about like, because like I mean like when I went through within it really like, I mean it's almost embarrassing to talk about. I mean I try to be as honest as possible in the stream.
Well,
so.
you don't have to. I mean,
no, but I want to because I do feel like it's. I feel like it's important to talk about because I think talking about it can actually help other people too. So, and like if it wasn't for that, then maybe I wouldn't talk about it. But I do feel like that it's actually, you know, it actually is if there's anybody out there listening or listen to it in the future that you know they could get something out of it. But I went through just like this period of like, well, I tried to help a friend, our friend out from Vegas, and she came in just like, and she didn't just stomp on our life in general, but like I mean she like I really thought I'd become really good friends with her too. So like whenever she started like really betraying our friendship and started doing all this fucked up shit and started doing all this drugs and everything, and like that really like that kind of tore me down a little bit. That it really shook my confidence at the time. Whenever I went out and picked her up and helped her, I was at my most like confident, my most like self-realized I'd ever been. I was at my most self-actualized place I'd ever been in my life. I was creative. I was making stuff. I was working. I felt good about the work I was doing. I was happy. I was supporting. I had all of our bills were paid. Everything was going great. And we even had savings and everything else like that. It was really a good. It was like the best place I mentally and physically had been in my whole life. At that point, I was at my peak, and then for some stupid reason I decided to try to and because we were in such a solid financial and emotional place. I decided to reach out and try to help, because like she had contacted us and stuff and needed help, and I was like, we're going to help this friend of ours from back then. And I didn't think, I didn't occur to me that anything bad would happen out of doing something with the best intentions and just like trying to help someone that you actually and you cared about, and you saw them as someone who was really like, and during that time period, that initial time period, I became really good friends with her too, which I'd never like. It really been Lindsay's friend more, and but when I was the one that had to go out because Lindsay had to work. I had the
Well, what
time.
happened as a result?
It just
What
like
was the effect of helping her?
but her ultimate kind of series of betrayals like just shook my whole confidence in myself, first of all. So that shook my whole like foundational, like I just felt like well, maybe I really don't
Because you
have
got
it.
played by her, like you fell for her.
Yeah, well, I guess I mean, I don't even know if I fell for it. I mean, honestly, at this point, I'm pretty sure she was schizophrenic as well. So, I mean, like, it wasn't even like I don't think she even knew what she was doing. But like,
What
I
what,
didn't know
what
what to do.
about yourself made you feel bad? Like, is it shame
I
that
felt like,
you?
yeah, I felt like I had been duped. I felt like I was an idiot. I felt like, because like we lost all of our savings, like and the just things kept
Oh,
getting
okay.
destroyed, and so the position of stability that I had been in, that we had been in, just got like an earthquake, just like everything just shook, the ground beneath us shook, and then that ground shaking also like knocked something loose with Lindsay, and so Lindsay went into psychosis, which we didn't know. I didn't know. Once again, I did not know how schizophrenia worked. I did not know this was a thing that could happen. I didn't think anyone was schizophrenic. I thought this was like people just being mean or fucking with me, and it fucked with my head so much that like I mean I went through a period where I literally honestly considered at one point that I might be dead, and this is like that I was like a ghost. I thought that semi seriously for like 2 weeks at one point, because like no one spoke to me for 2 weeks, and I thought like, am I even here? Did I die? I thought, and then I was also convinced that I must be the one that's crazy, because it doesn't make sense that both of these people, that the only two people that are really close to me in my life besides my daughter, who thankfully I got out of there at that point because things got so crazy. I got her to her grandparents, because it was just I didn't want to fuck her up more. But I was like, well, it must be me, because like, what's the more likely that two people that you're really close to both lose their minds at the same time, or that I'm losing my mind and I'm thinking they're both crazy? So I had like that shook my entire confidence in my own mental health, my own mental ability to understand my own health, and it shook me in ways that I had no preparation for. And especially since I was in such a, yeah, I feel like they're spaz. Um, I've been so I've been in such a level of confidence before that I had never really been at before. And like I said, I was very self-actualized. I understood who I was. I had accepted everything in the past, everything that I dealt with in the past in my life. I had accepted it and I had integrated it. I was very self-integrated, philosophically speaking. I had come to terms with all the stuff that I talk about, like the religious stuff and all that stuff like that. This is after I had spent years like researching all that stuff, and I had worked all these things out in my head that up to that point I had never been confident about, or felt like I was on steady ground with. And then like when that steady ground just ripped out from underneath
Well,
me,
you got disintegrated.
yeah, I did. It just like disintegrated everything in my life. And so when that happened, now every time I have an idea, and every time I have some sort of concept or something that, even like, I mean, like, even like the help idea of helping my friend Angie, even though that wasn't like a creative idea type thing, it doesn't really feel much different to my brain. Every time I have an idea, like, I could do this, my brain kind of goes, yeah, but look, but think about what happened last time, and like there's like, and
So
it's not like
that's
a
kind of like a trauma response.
yeah, it's a trauma response. It is, and I think that's probably happening with a lot of. I think I would have to. I don't know them all that well, but I would have to assume that that's probably the case with a lot of these dreamer types. they have they've gone through trauma responses from one thing. It doesn't even have to be from a creative thing. It's not like it's like I've had plenty of creative projects fail, and that never really bothered me. I never really got upset when creative projects failed. But like the whole life project failing made me question everything else, and it made me. I'm building that confidence right now, and I'm doing better at this moment, this morning than I have at any point between between that high point and now. Every day I've gotten a little better and a little bit more like confident in myself, and a little bit feeling a little bit and plus I also got the vertigo thing at the same time, and
Mhm.
that just made me feel physically weak and unable to I couldn't even work. I couldn't do it. So I didn't even have like the basic male impulse to want to like take care of your family kind of thing. I couldn't even support my family because I couldn't go get a job. And of course, it ain't not that yeah, you were thrown into hell. Yeah, I mean I was. I got thrown into hell, and I still don't understand. And there's like a part of me, like especially someone who does believe in a God to some degree, even though I still have my questions sometimes. I'm not. I don't consider myself completely confident in it, but I mean, I do believe in a God. I do believe in like there's some sort of higher power, and so like anybody who's born into a kind of a system like that, or a system of thought like that, I think has like this concept that when you do that, if something bad things start happening, it must be your fault somewhere. Yeah, I know it's not my fault now. I know it wasn't my fault then, but it doesn't keep the subconscious part from the back of your brain that it keeps going like,
Yeah.
this is something you did. Like you did this. You made the choice to go help this person,
Well,
and
that
therefore,
part is true. It's not even the back of your brain.
yeah.
That is true, but there's a way to contextualize that and put it all in perspective.
Yeah, I know it is. I mean, and I've gotten there. I mean, I have dealt with that at this point. I'm just saying I'm just talking about like the way that I know that it still affects me. I still have this trauma response.
What
Any
before this all happened? How did you move from idea to action? What was your method then?
well, at the
When you
time
had
I
an
wasn't
idea, you just
I
did it?
wasn't I mean, yeah, when it like okay, if I wanted to if I had an idea for a song like I said like that song endings on the SoundCloud. That's a really good example of like one of the that was one that I wrote that not too long before all this shit happened, and that was a really good example of like me being kind of in my zone where like I had like this little I made this little like snippet of a little melody line, and then like the whole song kind of like it started popping into my head, and I got really focused on it, and I decided I knew what I wanted to make out of it, and I sat there and I did it. I took it from an idea to a reality in a way that I had never done before. I
But
actually
how did you do that? That's what I'm interested in. Like when you
how
had
did
the
I do that?
impulse to make a song, how did that get translated into action?
I just did it.
You
I don't
just
know how
did
you
it?
I don't I mean I have the equipment, I had the equipment, and like and I had been like what I had been doing that whole time during that whole build up period. I was I've been saving money specifically to buy, and I already gotten some equipment. I was trying well, our plan, me and Lindsay's plan was we wanted to create like a because like Clover at the time was really interested in like wanted to do YouTube and stuff too, and so we were like what we're gonna do is we're gonna create like a little like a home studio, and and we got bought like green screen stuff like that. We got into that. We were both doing VR for exercise a lot, and we thought we can do a VR was really big during the pandemic, so we thought that was gonna be like something that might have some legs for a little while, might be a good way to get some attention for some streams. We had kind of a business plan in place that we were working on. I put together two decent computers. We did we I just spent I took I was actually I was I had an idea and a dream of creating like this little studio, and I was executing it just like by doing basics like solid financial planning.
But
And
back then, when you had an idea, you were just able to get up and do it. Like you
yeah
ran to your keyboard and started
yeah,
playing around with.
because I felt like I knew who I was, I knew where I was, I knew what I was capable of, right? I knew
And
what
now, when you have an idea, there's all this head stuff that kicks in.
yeah. There's all this other keeps on. It's like and it's like I always dealt with imposter syndrome like most people do, right? Everybody deals with that. I think if you're an artist of any
Yeah.
kind, you deal with everybody's with that. And I for the first of my life, I didn't even though like the imposter syndrome thing, it wasn't completely gone, but I had overcome it to some degree. Like I felt like I knew. I feel like I knew, like, even if I was an imposter, it didn't matter. Like, there's I used to say things like, like, yeah, I might maybe, or I say things to myself like, it doesn't matter if I'm an imposter because there's plenty of successful imposters out there, so it doesn't really matter, like I can be an unsuccessful imposter if that's the case. I was really good at like at at combating those thoughts, and like the problem these days is not really that they're not conscious thoughts. A lot of times, most of it's subconscious, and it's like this like fear response, like this tenseness you get in your body. Like I was talking about, like when I had like I was talking about the idea of trying to do a stream thing the other day, and like I got kind of excited about it and I wrote all this stuff down, and then like halfway through writing out this like one paragraph, I just suddenly froze, and like my hand just stopped moving, and I just got like this thing of like, this is pointless. This is, why am I doing this? This is absolutely bullshit. Like, why would I even do this? And I literally just like, I put the notebook away, and I just like I put my mind on anything else for a long time, because I was just like, I felt like this was like, like they're like, no one's gonna watch this. No one's gonna, and it might be true. Those things might be true, but still, like it it keeps me from getting from that point of having an idea that I like, even if it's an idea I like it, because it doesn't really matter. It shouldn't matter for a creative person if anyone's gonna like it. And it's one of the number one things I hate about YouTubers, when they do that open audience capture shit, right?
Yeah,
Whenever,
yeah.
like, they're like, oh, really want to make this video, and if you guys like it, I'll make more of these. You just let me know if you like it in the comments. Well, I'll keep making more of these. I'm like, if you like making it, keep making what you like. If it's a good video, it doesn't even matter if it's a good video. Make the things you like. I hate it whenever, I mean, you can do both, because you can do the stuff for the audience, and you can still do this stuff. And I know that it costs time and money and energy and stuff like that, but still at the same time, like, it's really, really important to do something that if you really believe and really like what you're doing. I think you have a much better chance of people actually, sensing that and picking up on it, coming in and getting along with it. But then if you're just like, like, well, what the audience likes is like when I do top 10 lists about, celebrities that fucked up or something like that, and so like that's all I do now. I just do drama content or whatever, because I did a drama content video
Well,
one time and got
some
so much
of the
views.
yeah, I see some of the audience capture happening on some of those streams with the trolls.
Yeah, yeah. It's because like the trolls for some reason bring in bigger numbers. So now it's like we got to cater to the trolls. You got to cater to this audience. Otherwise, the audience goes away and nobody's watching. But there are, but I do see channels out there, like mostly older YouTube channels, that have been doing it their way and just kind of doing the stuff that they want to do, and have built a successful career. Like I respect the hell of the guys at Red Letter Media. And those guys are in terms of YouTube people, they're almost like heroes of mine, because like those guys have been doing whatever the fuck they wanted to do for like over 10 years. They've been doing that channel, like since almost the inception of YouTube, and they've just been making, like, they just kind of make videos about whatever the subject they want to, no matter if they really think it's gonna like if they really think it's gonna, like, but they don't do sponsors. They don't pull in sponsors from outside. I think they do run ads from
Yeah, I
YouTube
have
on
a
it,
feeling
and
that's
like,
how this one's going to end up being.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not
I
very
mean,
good at audience capture either, and I probably won't be that
right.
attractive to sponsors.
But they just built it slowly from the ground up. They didn't really have like one big viral moment, I don't think, that really catapulted them. They slowly built an audience, and like an audience that really liked who they were,
Yeah,
and
that's all I want to do. I want it to be
yeah,
organic and genuine.
yeah. I mean, me too, But I mean, yeah. What would you say, Patty? Sorry, Jeff can help you. Maybe I'll suggest in a DM later, Jeff. Okay.
Jeff tries to
Yeah.
help. That's kind of what I'm doing right now, because I'm
Yeah.
trying to
No. No.
understand. I'm trying to
Jeff.
understand the problem so I could start troubleshooting it.
Yeah, no, Jeff does help me, by the way. With like me and Jeff don't just talk on stream. Like, we're friends off stream and stuff too. We watch Survivor and hang out and stuff on Discord and stuff. We can talk. So, like, Jeff. I mean, like, I've said this before. I mean, like, and people can, and you could say, like, people could probably say, like, well, that sounds sad because you don't even know each other in real life. But like, Jeff's like pretty much my best friend. I mean, I talk to him more than I talk to anybody else besides my wife. I mean, it's my wife is my best friend, but Jeff is my best friend outside of my family, and I love him dearly, and like, I do anything for him. So you don't really have to you don't have to worry. Jeff does help me with lots of stuff, and I take his advice very seriously. So audience capture, audience retention. That's a
That
good
is a good
question, Pat.
question. I think
Um,
the audience capture comes from the it comes from the effort to retain the audience. That's what
you allow yourself to
springs
be
the
captured by
trap.
the audience in order to retain them. That's what happens, right?
I'm more
But
interested in like finding my natural audience. So I just do my thing, and I know it's not going to be everybody's cup of tea. So those people are going to drift, but the ones whose cup of tea it is, I won't really have to do anything different to keep them around.
and at the same time, if you really dig into YouTube, you really dig into like the kind of the dregs or the weirder corners of YouTube. There are channels out there that have millions of subscribers, millions that neither of us have heard of, and are about something so weird and so specific and so strange that really is like something that you would think that only this one person cares about, but they still have like millions of subscribers for it. I mean, if for a more famous example would be like Report of the Week, the guy that does that where he just goes and gets fast food and eats it and then talks about it. He's kind of like
Mukbang.
this. No. He's actually a really nice person. I think he's neurodivergent and he's kind of awkward looking and he's if you've never seen this guy before, he is like
I
he's
don't watch people eat fast food on YouTube.
I
That's
don't either. I don't either.
probably
But
not
like,
even in
but
my
I
algorithm.
actually I first saw the first time I ever heard of him was another YouTuber made a video about him about like some of the stuff because he had been accused because somebody tried to stalk him, um, and so like that's the first time I heard of him. Like and I saw how like and even my response to it like when I first saw this guy was like, God,
Review bro.
Review Bra,
Brew.
Review Bra. And if you see him, you see like he's a really awkward kind of guy, and he dresses in this suit, and this is his whole thing, and he's been doing this for years now. And I don't think he started out with like he's but he what he's got 2.8 million subscribers, right? And this is a famous example, and I'm not there's plenty of others that I've come across that are like way less famous and way less but like this guy what he does, he dresses in a suit, he goes and gets new fast food items from places, and he eats that, yeah, running on empty food review. He eats the food on camera and he talks about what he thinks about it, and this guy gets 2.8 million viewers from this, and it's not mukbang stuff. He's very classy in that sense. He's very respectful. He doesn't eat the food in a gross way. He doesn't do anything shit like that. He doesn't actually eat all the food. He just like he tries it and gives his opinion on it, which I've always thought that was a weird thing to do. Like it's like I can't. The only way I can really like get a sense of the I can get a sense of a review from listening to somebody talking about a movie or a piece of music, but food is one of those things that's so subjective. It's just like one of those things like like this guy's taste in food um isn't necessarily going to influence my taste, and but I still respect the guy. And he built that shit up himself. There's one guy I saw that had like a couple of millions of subscribers, and all he does is go around and he teaches people how to cut different meat, cut different cuts of meat. He goes and gets like giant slabs of like half a cow, and he shows people where to cut and to do that, and like his whole channel is nothing but like meat cutting. There's people that do like weird specific things. There's a ton of like of channels that I'm pretty sure or AI generated content that like I found one the other day that I was talking to Jack about that almost like I was almost like started getting into a conspiracy mindset with it because it was just so weird that this channel had like 8 million subscribers, and yet all of its topics were like super esoteric. It was like AI generated super esoteric. Like it was all really wrong too. It mentioned things that were clearly not true, and it didn't sound like it was written by a real person, and all this stuff like that. But it's had 8 million viewers, 8 million subscribers, and still like a couple of million views in most of the videos. And I was just like, what the? How does this even exist? Like there's definitely ways out there to make a specific audience and that without getting that audience capture thing happening. It seems like I feel like the people that get audience captured, strangely enough, the ones that actually go on camera the most. It seems like the guys that actually go on camera and talk to their audience, they're the ones that get the most audience capture. So like people that
Well,
kind of
because the audience, there's this like reciprocal relationship between the creator and the
the
audience,
parasocial
and
thing. Yeah.
they influence you. Even here, like if I'm talking about one topic, and somebody in the comments starts asking me a question, I'll shift to whatever they want to talk about. And so in a way, they have the ability to steer and influence the content of the show. But I'm specifically kind of set up to do that.
No, yeah,
because
but
I want this to
this is
be
meant to be
community
this is meant to
driven.
be interactive, though. This is meant to be an interactive conversation between ourselves and between the other guests and the commoners. We set it up like that on purpose. That's a different thing than when someone makes video essays, though. You know, when someone like does like I can't think of a specific name right now because I haven't been watching many video essays lately, but there's a lot of video essays out there I've seen before that like literally like will especially people that do like like videos about conspiracies or mysteries or things like that that will like literally say a Wendigoon just makes whatever he wants and like, look at him, he'll all over the place. Yeah, that's true. Wendigoons are even though something about Wendigoon's voice like annoys me for some reason. I can't say why, but he seems like a good guy, a good YouTuber. um but there's a lot of guys out there that I've seen like do that move. The same ones that always do, like and subscribe and like here's my Patreon. I don't mind the Patreon stuff. I think the Patreon stuff is fine. I think Patreons are really even if Patreon itself might have some issues as a company. I think that as a concept of like the idea that people can kind of subscribe to and help support creators, I think there's something kind of beautiful community wise about that. I think when people kind of push it on their audience, I think it's a little cringe. But I think I prefer that over ad monetization anyway. Dude, I really can't stand it whenever they do the whole like trying to sneak the commercial into the whole like video thing unless they're really good at it in a way that's really funny and like they're really self-aware
Well, a
about
lot
it.
of them do. Like they tell you at the beginning, they're paid promotion, and then I know to
Yeah,
look for it,
yeah, I
and I
know,
just
but
skip
like
over it.
but
What if Altius does it? He's bad about that.
If I ever get to the point, if I ever start doing video essays and I ever get a sponsorship thing, I'm not saying I turn it down. I wouldn't even necessarily turn down a Raid Shadow Legends ad. I don't care. I mean, my advertisement has existed since publicly broadcasted media has existed. I see no problem with it. If someone who wants to advertise their product on your channel because you have viewers and they want that thing in front of their viewers, that's fine. I have no issue with that. What I have an issue for is whenever they insist that you you literally like have to like pretend like you're a huge fan of it and like you use this all the time. This is like whenever they want you to actually compromise your own integrity
That's
to advertise the
capitalism.
brand. Like,
That's
yeah,
what
that's
Joshua was
capitalism.
talking about. How there's no moral. There's no moral considerations in capitalism.
Yeah,
It's
that's true. That's
purely
true. There are.
transactional.
I mean, it is one of its. I mean, I'm saying personally for me, I couldn't do it. If Raid Shadow Legends like offered me, I don't know how much money they are. I've heard they pay as much as like $500,000 in some cases to some creators for like a series of ads on their videos. So like I mean, $500,000 for like I've heard that, and that might be a completely inflated false number. But someone told me that, or some YouTuber mentioned that once, and
There's like there's strings that come with that. There's got to be
yeah.
for that amount of money. People are buying something else from you than just eyeballs on your show.
Yeah, no, they're buying your integrity. They're buying what they want you to do. They don't want you to just put an ad for Raid Shadow Legends in your show like a YouTube ad. They want you to go on and say like, "Hey guys, I play Raid Shadow Legends all the time. It's the greatest game I've ever played. And like, let me show you how and you can join my. They want you to like actually purport to be. And I think some of them actually force them to actually play the game some. I think they have to put in a certain number of game hours on the game where you where their viewers can actually interact with them on the game in order to get the money. I do think that's part of it because they apparently do have like even like JonTron who's like who he's kind of a creator that normally I do kind of have a lot of respect for because he does kind of make whatever the fuck he wants to, and he doesn't seem to be too concerned about audience capture, um but he does that same thing. He'll do the same thing with like he'll do like a Rage Shadow Legends ad and he'll talk about like you can come play with me on the app right now. And I'm just thinking like there's no way in hell you're actually playing Rage Shadow Legends. I mean I've never tried to play it, I guess. So maybe it is a good game. I doubt it though. Anything that has that it gets pushed that hard can't be that good. But I've played those kind of mobile games before in the past, and like I never I think Marvel Snap was my snapping point for mobile games. I don't think I'll ever play another one regularly again. That one pushed me to my limits of stress. It made me feel very. It's a that's a very just by the way if you ever get tempted to just don't it's kind of like a just say no with the drugs thing. Just say no to like to to mobile card games, man. They are addictive as crack, and they just like and they it's not even the money. Is it they you can pay money for them, but you don't have to. You can play them really free, but they suck on your soul in a way that I can't quite
I,
define. They really do,
I
man.
started
Like,
playing mobile solitaire on my trip, or like on the plane and for travel. There was nothing else to do, and I could see it a little bit, but then I could turn it off and forget about it. And I
that's
haven't
solitaire.
picked up mobile solitaire in weeks since I got back. I
That's solitaire.
forgot it even existed. So when you're in the moment, and it offered me all these little buy this, upgrade, this booster, whatever, I ignored all of that. I just wanted to play the card game.
Yeah, no, I
And
get that.
it had these little tricks to like each game is a little different. It made you feel like you were advancing through levels. It was just different arrangement of cards. So it had those little tricks. And my ex used to make video games, and he said that they deliberately put those in there, and they hire like PhD level scientists to research exactly how the brain's going to respond and exactly what moments and what amount to put them in.
No, like the thing about Marvel,
but they didn't work on me. They kept me involved in the game. Like I found it very hard to put down. I kept wanting to play the next set.
But once you put it down, you're fine with it, right? Yeah.
But once I was able to turn it off, I was like, okay, well that was. And now when I think about it, I'm like, I have no desire to play that stupid little solitaire game. I got what I needed out of it.
After I got far enough away from Marvel Snap, I didn't feel like the way either. But Marvel Snap, like the thing about it was competitive. You every time you played it, you're playing against an actual person. And one of you wins and one of you loses, no matter what. And like that's where it gets you. It cooks in you for this competitive aspect of it, where you see the username on the screen, and like you're defeating them and taking something away from them. You take, and it's something that doesn't even matter. They've gems.
So it's playing on something very primal. It sounds like.
Yeah, it plays on something very primal, and it was. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I got super addicted to it right before during when Lindsay was pregnant, and I was still like sitting up late at night, like worrying about stuff like that. I started playing it in that time period, and it really sucked me into it. I'll admit I spent like a total of $20 on it. I never like got in I bought the monthly pass a couple times, and especially if you get on a winning streak and you win a bunch, like it's got that gambling aspect to it too. Because like even though there's no money involved in it, it gives you gems. Like you can basically
I don't take any of that seriously. Little digital gems don't do anything for me.
Nothing like
I lived in Vegas the whole time. I never, if I put a quarter in a slot machine and won 50 cents, I cash out. Like, oh, I doubled my money. I'm gonna quit here.
Me too.
None of that works for me.
I've never gotten sucked into something like that. Like I'm not saying that it's like maybe I'm not saying it would do it to you. It probably wouldn't do it to you. But for me, it was the only time I've ever gotten hooked on like something like that. And man, like it really, I mean, it had its claws in me, man. I would get mad. I would get angry. And also not just angry, but I would get like whenever I would like beat somebody who for some reason I somehow like I would perceive them as like being villainous somehow in my head. I would see them because like of the kind of cards they played, I'd be like, oh fuck this guy, I'm gonna fuck, and I get so mad, and like, and if I beat him, I would just like I would be like, yeah, fuck you, I would just it brought out the worst in me. It brought out a part of me that I didn't even know existed. I didn't even know I had that in me. I mean, I played competitive things before, but I was always friendly about it. I would get competitive, but not like an overly like a jockish kind of way, like that kind of like, yeah, fuck you, I beat you. But then whenever I would lose like a game, like I was sure I had in the bag, man, I would like I got so close. I don't know how I didn't break my phone. I threw it. I'd always be on my bed, so I just threw it against the bed so it never broke. But like, man, if I had been like out in public, I mean, it wasn't like something I thought about. I didn't like think about, I'm going to throw this phone. I would just be like, oh, and I've never done that with anything ever. I've never thrown a controller in a video game. I've never done anything like that. It's the only time I've ever played anything that like had hooked me. And that's actually the last time it happened, like whenever I lost this game, and I was so mad about it, I was so upset for like an hour. And that's when I went back and I deleted the app. I took it off my phone. I took it off everything. I no longer wanted to have anything to do with it because I just like it. I saw it in myself. I saw it bring this demon out of me that I did not like. I did not appreciate its existence. it was seriously, it was something I had never experienced before, like that. And plus, it was a huge time suck too, man. Like I'd end up, it's one of those games I'd start playing it like like 7 p.m. or something like that. I'd start playing it and then I'd wait and I'd suddenly it'd be 3 a.m. and I'd be like, what the fuck just happened? Like, I didn't even know I'd been playing it that long. Yeah, I don't know why I started talking about that now. I'm sorry to talk about the Marvel Snap so long, but it is a rant that I've
Well,
had
what
in me for a long time.
let's get back to the creative process and
Yeah, sure.
how to manifest your ideas.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, so like manifesting the ideas, like I mean, a lot of it for me, uh, I am myself. I have learned. I used to be whenever I was younger. I thought I was going to be where I thought I was like an auteur type. I thought I was like the kind of person I was going to write and direct everything myself and stuff like that. And then after I started working with Thomas in Vegas, when I moved there and worked with him, and like that really like taught me about the value of collaboration in a really deep way, like because at first, like I'd send him some work I'd done and he would like just kind of like trash it and send it back and
That's
send me all
that
these like
director, that movie you did with him.
yeah. Yeah, he'd send me these horrible notes. At first, it pissed me off for a while, but as I started getting the rhythm of it, and I started realizing that whenever I did actually read his notes and I listened to them, the writing that came out afterwards would be much better. And I saw the like kind of like the steel sharpening steel kind of thing, start happening like that. And so I really became at that point. I really became a hardcore like collaborative type of person. I have a hard time just doing things entirely on my own, but like I still can. It's a lot. I do prefer to have collaborators and like, people, other voices there. I think it's really important to even if you don't agree with them, to have other
Well,
voices there, to help to build,
yeah, I'm
especially
the
when you're
same
talking about
way. I work better collaboratively too, but you have collaboration now, and the past experience still seems to be getting in the way. So is there
It
a
does.
way for your collaborators to somehow help with that?
The main thing for me right now, Jeff, and I didn't want to go into this because it just sounds like it sounds like me begging, but and I'm not. I don't want anyone to take it that way. But like basically my main issue right now is not so much like I do have if I did not have the financial instability that I have right now, I wouldn't be feeling that my main factor that's holding me back right now is the fact that and it's also it's about to be this next couple of months. It's actually going to be a motivator because I have like a timeline. I have a deadline right now. Having a deadline has always helped me to some degree, even though I hate it. I hate having a deadline. It stresses me the fuck out, but it always helps me actually get something done. So you can pros and cons with that. But the for the last few months and stuff like that, like in terms of like of course, I mean, taking care of Lindsay and Juniper and everything. I mean, that definitely, and Clover, that takes a chunk of my life too. But like I enjoy taking care of my family. That's not an issue. But anytime I don't have anytime I know that, like, yeah, I don't know how my bills are gonna get paid, stuff like that, and I try to work on anything creative, unless I have some sort of guarantee or some sort of like real possibility for using that to support myself or to support my family, it feels like a fool's errand. It feels like I'm wasting my time and I can't see, and like that's the thing I have the most trouble shaking. And then like so and that really does come from, it still stems from that trauma response. It stemmed from that, but it's like it puts this fear in me that makes it really hard for me to concentrate and just or even to qualitatively um, evaluate the things I'm working on in any sense and evaluate their actual worthiness, because I no matter what they are, I see them as like well, it's still gonna be a waste of time. Even if it's great, it's gonna be a waste of time. That's what I've been going through for months now. I think that I've been able to do the streaming thing because of the community aspect of it, because I've been able to talk to people, and that's really just helped me overall. I'm a very communal person. I like to talk to people. I like to be around people. I've always had, this last few years of my life, the first time in my life I didn't have like a group of friends. I didn't have like a solid base of people that I could call, talk to, whatever, and not having that for like so long And then being in a real sense of isolation, despite the people were around, that really affected me mentally in a really negative way. So having this community aspect back, that's really bringing back myself again, and that's been like the biggest help I ever really could have asked for or wanted. But but like whenever it comes to like, I still really struggle. I'm getting better at it. I am working on that outline. I am working on the script.
Well, no, I was thinking the opposite. Actually, I was thinking maybe focus on getting stabilized, and then try to do all this other stuff after that happens.
Right, but at the same time, like I don't have any real options for the stabilization. My
Well, that I know, but that's your bandwidth. That needs all your bandwidth right now. So
I have put a lot.
Put your energy into coming up with those options more than coming up with an outline right now. Don't put that extra pressure on yourself because it needs 100% of your focus. You have what, 2 months, a month?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I'm at this point, and I feel like sometimes, like I know, like I'm using like language like God or whatever, but like the universe or the. I feel like sometimes I've been put in this situations like this before though, where like it's like I have to do something incredible or I fail entirely, because like getting a job wouldn't fix things right now. It would take months before like that money would actually start making an effect.
Well, it's better than what you have now. It's closer to financial stability than not having a job.
True. It's true. It's closer, but like it's kind of like the difference between like But if you owe $1 million and someone gives you $100, you might as well give them nothing. That $100 does not.
Well, then what's the alternative? If it's not an income, what's the alternative?
I mean, an income would help.
Mooching.
What's that? Mooching?
I told him to
you can mooch off other people.
Yeah, set up a Patreon.
Do I mooch off other people?
Yeah, you can do that. That's an option.
I think I did mooch off other people.
I mean, I'm kind of in the same
I'm saying
boat.
That's an option that exists. Yes.
Chris, what grounds you? Spaz said, what grounds me? My family grounds me, and this community grounds me. Those are the two things. That is my when I need to touch grass, when I need to remind myself what's important. I talk to my wife, and I play with my infant daughter and I talk to my teenage daughter, and I talk to people that like Jeff and Hank and everybody else, and Neurojack and Machine Lies. These are the people that have given me the most stability I've had mentally in 4 years. For the last 4 years, I have been an extremely unstable person, and I think if you and I went back and even looked at like that first interview I did with you, Jeff. I was a couple weeks back, just because I was just looking at the channel and seeing what views had what, and I clicked on it just to see like what I looked like then. And I can even see like the difference between like the way I am on camera now, the way and it's not just being comfortable on camera. Like I myself was much more unstable at the time that I did that interview with you than I am now. And the only things I can contribute that to is honestly is just like the being part of the community and just and having something that it feels like gives me a sense of reason to beyond just taking care of my family. And taking care of my family is enough of a reason for me to get up in the morning. Don't be wrong. I'm not saying like if it weren't for this, I would just lay in bed until I died. I'm not saying like that. I'm just saying that it gives me something else that feels like it has a progression to it, even if it's a slow progression, even if it's not like it's not gonna pay my bills or something. It's something that matters.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Is it's not going to pay your bills. And you also started the Adderall. Do you think that made a difference too?
Yeah, and that's helped too. That has helped too. Getting back my ADHD meds has helped a lot. I am a lot more focused, and I'm a lot less just generally scattered than I have been. The vertigo, of course, still is still this incredibly sucky, horrible thing that really brings me down on a daily basis. But I can't. And I do have. I went to the neurologist appointment the other day, and they were pretty much just like, well. It was like an hour-long examination. They were testing my balance here and all this stuff like that. And ultimately at the end of it, she was just like, well, we could do an MRI and stuff like that, but the ENT that you're going to go see has they have this MRI machine. There's only 3 of them in the world, and they have one of them there. And it's like this got these special magnets that can test the crystals in your ears and all that shit like that. And I was like, and so she's like, since you're gonna be getting an MRI there anyway, so we're just gonna wait for that. So I just said, basically, I drove all the way back to Dallas just to get them there. Like, well, let's wait for the ENT appointment again. So, but but the ENT appointment sounds like apparently I didn't know that about this ENT. Apparently, the ENT I'm going to is like a world class, like best in the world ENT that has equipment that other ENTs don't even have. And so there's a really good chance there that like they will be able to find some kind of some sort of solution with the vertigo. So I'm excited about that. That's the 22nd. And like if I didn't have like the physical instability too, physical instability definitely fucks my confidence too, because anytime I get up to do anything, if I have to stand up and there's a chance I might just collapse onto the ground, it definitely makes you feel it definitely gives they gave me all this blood pressure medication that has slightly increased my blood pressure, and they keep doubling the dosage of it, and they're like, it's still not bringing your blood pressure down enough, like we don't understand why. I'm like, it's because I feel like I'm going to fall off a building all the time. If you feel like you're going to fall off a building at all times, you don't think your blood pressure would be high. I mean, it's like whenever you feel like you're spinning at all times, um, uh, it's just it's just like I don't know how to explain it. I mean, like it makes you feel unstable, which makes your blood pressure go up. But anyway, but I've got that coming up, and like that's going to help. And I also have a disability hearing on the 11th. If the disability hearing goes well, that'll probably take the
That's
pressure
for
off.
Lindsay or for you? Yours or
That's just for
Lindsay's?
me. Lindsay's is for some reason, even though I applied a year after she did, I've gotten further through the process faster for some reason. I don't know why, but mine's on the 11th of January and hers is on the 3rd of March. So,
Oh, okay. Because she has more of a chance, I think, than you.
way
I
more of
don't
a
think you're
chance.
going to get the disability.
I don't think I am either. But my lawyer,
So when you're factoring it
my
into your
lawyer-
stabilization plans, I would
I'm not depending on
put
it,
that
but
at a very low priority.
my lawyer told me that she thought my chances were very good for some reason, and she's not a very nice lawyer. She's not like a really sweet, like kind type of like make you feel better kind of person. She's very kind of like like business like and like and just like I don't know. She just kind of like says things very bluntly, and she was like, well. I'm looking at your case, and like I know because I was like, I don't think I was like, is there even any point in doing this? Like, why should I even keep pursuing this? She's like, well, I keep looking at your case here, and honestly, with the judge you have, with the records you have and everything, stick to these things whenever you talk. You just talk about these things. Just do this. Just do what I tell you. And I have about she said she was about 80% confident they would approve it. So I was like, okay, that's a lot. I never expected to hear that. So
I'm not a lawyer. I'm a little more skeptical, and
I'm skeptical too.
I want
but
to see you manage your expectations.
Oh, I'm not depending on it. Don't worry. My expectations are.
So do you think the pressure of having the next 2 months to stabilize yourself is going to be enough? Like you'll pull something out?
I think so.
Okay.
Because I have to.
And then after that, after you get stabilized, then I think that would be the time to revisit the dreaming into action.
I'm doing both
topic.
though. Like I'm doing both. I'm working on stabilization through some of this stuff too. Like until I can actually get, and I have tomorrow. I have clear my day tomorrow. Besides the stream we're doing tomorrow, my day is pretty much clear for. I have this gigantic email this lady from the neurology clinic or whatever from the hospital sent me job resources I've never seen before. I've never even heard of some of these places before. So I'm going to go through all of these things. There's like 12 different places I have to call and like do applications for and stuff like that. So like that's going to take forever. But so I'm gonna go with all of them and see if there's any legitimate work at home stuff I can do, because I literally, even if I could just go out and get a job, I can't leave Lindsay and Juniper at home. So like I mean, like it's not like I can't just go out and work a job. At this point, like they need care that no one else is going to give them. So it's not like any job I could get would be able to afford like an in-home, like caretaker type thing. So So I mean, I've got to find a work at home job of some sort, and so if that works out, I don't even care about the I won't even have to care about the disability thing. I'd rather work than be on disability. I don't want to be on disability. I just
Yeah, I
can't
didn't
do
want
most
to
things.
either.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, not only does it, I mean, it doesn't pay you that much anyway, and I just don't like the idea of just being dependent on the government for like anything like that. You know,
No,
I
me
mean,
neither. They kept talking me into applying it, and I'm like, I don't think I'm disabled. I think I'm perfectly capable of working if I'm in the
Yeah.
right setting.
I'm still waiting to hear back from the peer force, or not the peer force, the
DVR, that's going to take forever.
yeah.
But there might be a way. Of course, it'll probably be in person, but there might be some peer agencies around your area that can hire you on a contingency basis while you get certified. At least in Washington State. In fact, to get into the training now, you have to already be employed as a peer. So now they're hiring the peers in advance, and they have like 6 months to get trained and certified.
Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't looked up like local peer counseling agencies because most of them seem like they're like the peer force is all based out of Houston. So
another thing you can do to get your foot in the door if you want is volunteer. There might be like a crisis line or something you can do from home, and that would move you up on the list, at least in Washington State, because they count volunteer experience too. If you're volunteering, they're going to take you much more seriously as a candidate.
I see.
Than if you're not doing anything at all.
Yeah, there's actually quite a few of them. There's even a couple of them that aren't too far from here. They're like fairly close. I could always just give. I have a list of. It looks like when I look up Dallas peer counseling agencies, I got a list. I didn't even put agencies on, just Dallas peer counseling. I got a list of 19 places in the area, and
start networking and making connections, because they might even be able to point you to some job you can do in the meantime, or some resource that can help stabilize you.
Well, I asked like the social workers stuff I've talked to, and like
but peers are different. Peers come from a completely different orientation. So start networking with the peer, like whatever peer network is in your area. Those 19 agencies.
Yeah.
Start seeing what you can get involved, and you're going to have mixed results because they're not. It depends on the individual people involved. But
believe me, back whenever I was trying to find help for Lindsay, I spent whole weeks doing nothing but I would get up and go through like like basically. I didn't have the yellow pages, but I would just start looking up like numbers for places that even like weren't even necessarily in the area. People, even places outside the area, places that I would even trying to get into it, just see if I could get her into Spacine, to get her to all this thing. And like it wasn't until like somebody to tip me off to the place that actually ended up helping her, like because they aren't listed on any, they don't have like a website or anything. But I called so many places and like it was like a full-time job for like 2 weeks trying to find just like a doctor that would actually try to treat her, instead of like just throwing her into a mental ward and saying like, well, you're clearly a drug addict or whatever. Because that's what they kept throwing her in drug rehabilitation places when she tested negative for all the drugs. So like, where is she here? But anyway, it's just you've been there and done that too, Chuck. That sucks, man. I can tell you, it has been that was one of the most difficult experiences of my life, was going through and trying to find my wife help for schizophrenia, and like having no idea and just finding places that even like would even talk to me about it. A lot of the places that say that they're mental health or behavioral health or something like that, and if you mention schizophrenia, they're like, well, we don't actually treat schizophrenia here, or they would, and it's just like, okay, so like who does? Like, where can you tell me? I always ask them like, well, can you tell me somebody? Could you give me a number, a referral, or something, a place that you could like recommend? And they'd be like, not really, sir. We don't really know any places like that. And almost all of them were like really just drug rehab counseling. It's almost all drug rehab counseling.
Well, in Washington State, I don't know what it's like in Texas, but in Washington State, yeah, that's exactly what Chuck said. We did a survey last year. It was like 82% was substance use or co-occurring substance use with mental health. And it was like, I don't know, 20-something% was only mental health. So most of the need right now and demand is some kind of substance use, and all of the resource are being redirected to substance use care, and the mental health, because it's such a minority now, is being neglected. It's harder to find care for just mental health issues that don't involve substance use.
And I get
Substance
that.
use has completely displaced mental health.
I do understand that, and I understand why. Not only that, but I understand why the people with these conditions, why they turn to drugs, because they can't find anybody to actually give them medications to help their mental health. I don't blame them for turning to meth and heroin and shit like that. I would do if I had voices in my head the way Lindsay did all the time, and not be able to sleep like that. If like thankfully we didn't know any, we didn't have any connections with any dealers or anything like that. But if I had been in that situation and I knew people who could, hey man, how's it going? And I knew people who could have actually I could have gotten hard drugs from. I would have gone and got hard drugs. Yeah, hell yeah, I would have. I would living with voices yelling at you in your head, telling you negative things all the time like that. If you could find a drug if heroin would would smooth that out or something like that, I totally would have. I totally would have at the time. I mean, I didn't, thank God, but I wouldn't have gotten it for her either. I'm saying because I wouldn't want to hurt her like that, but I would have been more than willing to hurt myself to make those voices go away. I know because I would get desperate, And I said, but that's the reason why I don't associate with, and I always cut off contact anytime I come across people that deal or do stuff like that. I make a very conscious decision to cut off contact with those people just because I don't want to have the option at any point. If I ever get to a really low point, I don't even want to have the option of turning to drugs because I've seen people have done it before and I know how that turns out every time. Your daughter has schizophrenia, dude. I'm so sorry to hear that. My wife does, and it's and I know Machine's wife also has struggled with that too. And so, yeah, man, you've got a lot of sympathetic ears here for that. If you want to come on and talk about it, man, we're Reddington said the demons love meth. Yeah, I have heard that before. I mean, I only did meth 20 years ago, like when I was a kid, a few times, and it's not something I did a lot. But I have. There was this really crazy guy that made this movie. When I was managing the Tropicana Cinemas, one last thing, it was the day before I got fired. I did a phone interview with this guy. He made this movie called God, what was it called? It's called something really stupid, but it was like this. He said he was promoting as the most hardcore horror film ever made, and it got I remember it got a 0-star review, from Roger Ebert. Even gave it a 0-star review, and it had this scene of it was basically just two girls who were out at some rave in a forest, and they wandered off from the rave, and this group of psychopaths capture them and kill them both, and that's pretty much the whole movie. And they just do horrible things to them. They rape them, and they I think one of the guy at one point cuts off one of the girl's nipples and eats it, and it's gross.
What about the meth?
But I talked to this guy. I'm just saying this guy made this really fucked up movie, and I'm talking to him on the phone about it because we're gonna do a special screening of it because our booker booked it for the booker guy asked if I wanted to do it, and I was like, this movie sounds terrible, but whatever. I'm open to midnight movie shit, whatever. We'll take it. I'm not gonna judge it without seeing it. And so but the guy called me. He wanted to because he was gonna come do a Q&A after the movie. And he was talking, and the guy was just I'm pretty sure he was on meth, but he was he's ranted at me for really a long time. And one of the things he said, he's meth, man, meth, what meth does? They've proven it scientifically that meth, it opens up your chakras in a way that allows demons to possess you and all that stuff like that. And it's when he went
I
a
can
long rant about meth.
Machine. Happy New Year.
Believe that. Yeah.
You can believe
Happy
that.
New Year, guys.
I like your new background, by the way.
Thank you.
I definitely have seen meth turn people into demons. I can definitely tell you that much. I saw it happen to that girl that moved here that I've tried to help. I saw it happen to.
They're not turning them into demons. They're releasing the demons that are already in them.
Well,
yeah.
If they're releasing them, you think they would, leave them, but they're very much stuck there in their. They turn into, I mean, their faces contort. They get this, you ever see someone that's been on meth for just even a couple of weeks sometimes, their face sinks in. They turn into this there's this. You can kind of spot somebody who's on meth from a mile away just because always have this sunken in face thing. It's very.
Are they just in a different reality and they don't notice their appearance anymore, or do they just not care?
I wonder.
Because if I looked in the mirror and saw myself look like the meth people look, that right there alone would be enough to make me quit doing meth.
No shit. I mean, like, I never did enough to ever get that kind of effect. 'Cause I never did. I only did like socially with a few people a few times, so it wasn't like something I did. Like, I never did it for like. I mean, I'm assuming these people are like getting up every day, like they're like doing like weed smokers do with like waking and baking kind of shit, you know. I mean, assuming they sleep. I guess they don't really sleep because they're on meth. But you know, they just smoking all the time. I guess I would have to assume it would be something like that. But I'm not sure like what it is. I have read before that, like the whole thing about the tooth thing that has something to do with the meth. It's because people on meth don't ever brush their teeth, and they eat a lot of sugar a lot of times. I guess because the meth causes your body to
Spoken
like
like a
deplete
true
your sugar.
Satanist, Bass.
Just as
Yes,
moments of life
indeed.
can be how people can communicate with people. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, like but like that girl Angie, like she did after a little while, after like I mean, and I knew she was doing it somewhat with this other dude, but I didn't know she was doing it in the house. I told her I didn't want it in the house, but she was doing it in the house anyway. But like I started noticing it on her face after a while. I started seeing and she was a really seriously, this was a pretty girl. This is a girl that anybody, even I think even Jeff, I mean, not he wouldn't think she was attractive per se, but I think pretty much anybody would agree. This was a very beautiful woman. She was not a she wasn't she wasn't bad to look at all. She was a really sweet, pretty girl. And by the time I had to kick her out and send her back to Vegas and put her on a bus, um, her whole like face, her whole like it was like her skeleton was trying to come out of her skin. You know, it's just like this there's like this deep sunken in eyes. Like her eyes never looked like her eyes anymore. They always looked like I don't know, but I do think she was probably schizophrenic as well. So that's probably I did realize later on that she'd actually told me that, but I thought she was joking. You know, when someone tells you that they're like, "Oh yeah, I've got schizophrenia," you know, they say it in a joking way. You think like, "Oh, they're just joking about it," but I think she was actually being serious, and I didn't know it. Um, but yeah, so like I mean, but I understand why people like on that are schizophrenic. I wonder why they turn to that kind of stuff, you know. I mean, for math for one thing, for speed in general, gives you focus. It helps you focus and it helps you shut other things out. So it helps you kind of give yourself a tunnel vision. So if you're hearing voices and shit like that, it probably helps you block some of that stuff out. I mean, I guess I can understand like why you turn to that if you're not turning to anything that actually helps. So, and I'll shut up now. What's up, Machine? I am happy to see you, man. Happy to see you as always.
What's up?
Hey, you get
Yeah,
some sleep? You get some sleep, or did you go on other streams last night?
not really. I just kind of opened up an impromptu stream on my show because Joshua Jones wanted to talk. so he wanted to hang out for a while. So I just kind of opened it up. And if you want to watch it, I can send you the link later, because I have the private, stream, but I just opened it up and then privated it because I played so much music. But knowing you, I think you might want to hear some of that music because me and you get into that stuff, Yeah,
yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure you could still send a private link to something,
No, yeah, if you have the link to it directly, it should work. I'm pretty sure. I don't know how YouTube works, but Jeff told me he got two copyright strikes or whatever, or not strikes, but
yeah. Well, they took one off. The Beyonce one they're still working on, but see, my instincts were right. I knew not to play the Neuroject video. I knew not to turn the music on for the thing, and I let people talk to me out of my wisdom.
For playing the New
Year's
thing. That's crazy. For playing the New Year, for just playing
Year's footage because
the New Year thing, that Beyonce song that Chris was talking about that he hates to break my soul. I got copyrighted for it.
That's crazy.
I know.
By them playing it out in the street for millions of people, like what the fuck? Like that absolutely makes no sense.
They broke my stream.
That's what I said though. It's gotta be underground because I don't even get copyrighted for playing underground hip hop. It's so unpopular, because the bands actually like the artist page, the official artist page will have like 100 views on it.
Yeah.
So it's like
it's the big record labels that have the power to have the tech.
They will fuck your thing up. Actually, I sometimes play Jedi Mind Tricks. That's like a really, really underground hip hop band, and even they are belonging to a record label, Baby Grand Records, and you can't play any of their stuff either. So anything that actually even belongs to a record label, and that's the thing is like, It's like, yeah, you can't even put it at all. Yeah.
And I don't know why they're losing money. They're not making nearly the money they used to. You think they'd be happy to get their
Especially
music
when we're
out
not
there.
monetized. It'd be one thing if our stream was monetized, and that therefore we're making money off of their work.
Right.
We're not
Yeah.
making money off of it. And it's technically, as long if we're talking about it, it should be fair use because we are adding our commentary, and therefore that falls under fair use. We're not just playing their music, just chilling to it or whatever. We're actually like, if we play it for like a specific reason or play a clip of a song or something like that, there should be no grounds by which that should be copyright violation because of fair use laws. I mean, in the same way that using like that commercial we were talking, we added commentary to it, we laughed about it. That should have been considered covered on fair use too. There's no reason that should be a copyright strike. I mean, it's probably not worth the.
Well, I do have the
doing it.
option to challenge the claim, but I doubt I'm going to win.
Yeah, it's probably not worth it. I mean, like I think probably what.
I'm just going to mute that section or cut it out. I had to cut out the
Okay.
Satan one. I had to clip it completely. And Beyonce, they might let me mute it so that we still get the video footage.
Yeah, I mean, like the video footage, I don't think it's clearly the Beyonce thing. I mean, like, and like, granted, Beyonce is like, that's major. I know that her and Jay-Z are ultra litigious too. They're known for being litigious against people for all sorts of things. But it's the thing I don't get about it is that it literally is they are biting themselves in the ass. They're doing themselves harm by doing this kind of shit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. But they have the right to. If they want to bite themselves in the ass, they have the legal right to do that. I don't understand the rationale for it, but
they do. It's just
And I know that these bots or whatever that are detected, they're not looking at context.
Yeah,
so if they saw that it was a New Year's Eve stream, a fireworks show, and the music was coming from the fireworks show itself, they might make an exception. But a bot's not going to be able to detect that. So it's all automated.
It's the bots are the problem, Mike. Honestly, I honestly think like
they're very low res.
Before the bots came around, the old system used to be like that. If someone reported you for copyright violation, a person would view it
or humans would. My ex worked at Microsoft. He worked for the video game division. And one of his jobs was to go through YouTube every day and find people that were using Microsoft material and flag it and report it. So they had humans going through that before the bots.
And pretty much everything is like is pretty much like rebel against the bots. Yeah.
Rage against the machine.
How you doing, Jack? You get some sleep last night, man? You doing all right?
Yeah, Jack, you missed it earlier. There was some hot hot church talk.
Oh yeah.
Fifth and sixth dimensions. Nemesis was here. MC Nemesis.
Oh, Nemesis. He
telling us about the fifth and sixth dimensions.
Whoa, he came back on today.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nemesis.
He's not a bad guy. I don't believe.
I like the guy. Yeah, I like the guy.
But
yeah,
he seems like a decent guy.
Yeah,
and I'm glad he found something that does help him, like Christianity.
Yeah, he's kind of like a religious conservative, from the South, because I've seen him on the Talcott show, but he also makes horrorcore rap music.
Well, we tried to get him to freestyle for us and promote his music. We gave him the opportunity to play, and he wouldn't.
Well, I think he's got to work on that a little bit. But yeah, I'm sure he'll get good at it if he keeps working at it, but he's got some ways to go with the music stuff, for sure. But
is it not that good or something?
Well, it's just lyrically, and I know some rappers will do that on purpose, like lyrically they won't really come, like they think they don't have to really, get deep with it, but MC Nemesis, he's a deep guy, he's got deep thoughts, so I think
that's kind of weird that I would have expected his music to be much more.
Yeah, he should apply that. Yeah, I don't know if he's joking with the music stuff, but like I don't know, because it's like it's very, very like just like him talking on the record. So like he needs to put
according to him, he said to us that he was one of the best rappers that ever lived. So
I know, but that's just kind of the tagline. Everybody says that. It's from Rakim. Like Rakim said that. I think that too. In my own head, I'm pretty good.
Did you freestyle? Can you freestyle for us?
Yeah, I can freestyle. Yeah.
You know, I personally, I've always said of myself that I'm one of the whitest rappers that ever lived, probably one of the worst. But
That's what me and Chris's music is gonna be. It's gonna be me freestyling. So,
so he's gonna do the beat.
Well, yeah,
yeah.
I'm gonna pick Chris's beats.
Jack's like my horrorcore stuff. He likes my. I've never thought of it as horrorcore, but I guess I do. I have a lot of horrorcore sounding beats. I don't really think about it, but like my stuff really is super esoteric and super like about esoteric things. All the tracks I rap on are extremely like esoteric shit. I don't have a single song about anything normal. Like I have one song about saving a girl from a cult, and then turning the demon the cult was worshiping on the cult, and and then this demon eats all the cult members. And then I have a song about I wrote as a diss track against this dude that was harassing my wife on Twitter, that dressed up like Harry Potter and had like a big stick for a wand and stuff like that. And then I have a second track that's also about him basically too, that Lindsay raps on. And then the only other one I have is the No Native Tongue, the ones you listened to, the ones you liked. That's like literally like this whole story about it's just like this like a color a short story about imprisoning a demon in stone. It's kind of
Machine. Are you gonna rap for us?
Hey, you want me to put a beat on, man?
Yeah,
I put a beat on.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can do that. But I'd like to do it with Chris. I'd like to do it with Chris where we could record it. You know.
Well, let's do like a 30-second test.
Do a little. You could always clip it from the stream if you want.
Okay.
We've got a whole day. We're doing this all day, so we gotta fill some time somehow. So.
Yeah.
Let's see. Choose one by random. I don't know. Choose either that one that we did earlier, or do. Well,
the one we did earlier drove away.
Babylon Mathematic. Do Babylon Mathematic.
Babylon Mathematic. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Babylon Mathematics.
This one used to have lyrics, but I never could rap them.
Yeah, I just go slow, and you know, the longer I go, like we could do like see if we see the issue would be if you know how to run this OBS type of thing. Chris, do you know how to run that?
Oh yeah, like when I had my studio stuff set up, I had it all set up around OBS. I had this 3 PC setup where I had OBS that would run, and I had these 2 other computers. That one of them that was a gaming machine, the other one was like my main streaming thing, and everything ran into the OBS machine. And that's
so what are you doing tomorrow at around maybe noon?
Probably, you know.
Oh, we're doing our stream.
Yeah, we're doing a stream. Yeah.
Oh, at his noon.
Yeah,
maybe
my
not.
Noon would be 2 hours before that. So yeah, I'm available. I'm available until the stream starts at 2.
Yeah, I might send you a message tomorrow on Discord, and then we'll take some of these beats and we'll put one on for maybe 10 minutes and record like a 10-minute thing, and then we'll cut it, and I'll tell you which part of it I'm gonna use. I'll just get the audio file, and I'll tell you which part we'll cut off and use for a song. You know.
So let's get a taste of it right now.
Yeah, so we'll have one. You know, we'll have one song.
Do you have the one called Joe? Do you have the one called Joe?
Let me see. J.O. Yeah, I have that one.
We'll try that one second, because that one's maybe a little easier to rap. This is a really fast beat.
It's the new year. This is going out to all you queers that are still here.
There we go, Jeff.
On the stream, giving us your ear. That's the best I can do. I'm a total white boy when it comes to that.
I wonder if hold on. Let me see if I can actually find my lyrics to this. We'll start over. I'll see if I can.
Wait, let him get his flow. I don't want to get into his flow. It looked like he was gonna spit some game.
You got lyrics on this song?
Yeah, I wrote lyrics for it, but I never could rap them right. It always sounded like shit when I rapped it. So.
Yeah, I like this. This is hype.
Baz, we do play D&D. We were supposed to have a D&D game going, and we haven't heard from our DM. But we were gonna even stream it.
And this, personally, I would put this at like 0.5. You know what I mean? So I could freestyle over it, or maybe 0.75.
Try Joe.
Start over Babel Mathematic. I'm gonna give you like I want you to hear what it sounds like.
This sounds more.
Yeah, this is a good beat.
You can work with this one.
This I made out of you know the song Jolene.
Don't let his flow come out.
Well, I slowed Jolene down to like 1/16 speed and turned it to like and made really slow, and I chopped it all up. And I put a very basic drum beat behind it. So.
Yeah, this is this is a good one. It's like I don't know. It's like southern. Yes. How we come through, take a wild guess. As we always dress to impress and see who's next. Yeah, with the obelisk, I stand over, and that hot rock skipping. Yeah, over the beach. Yeah, now I'm on a mission. They can't see the clandestine. Yeah, plus I represent what is mine in the Christian symbolism. Yeah, manifest divine. Yeah, and I got the vision. Yeah, it be new time. Yeah, while they check the derision. Yeah, circumspect, always seeing who's next. Yeah, plus I take another wild guess. Yeah, be ways. Yeah. I don't know. I can just keep going. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
What a way to start the year.
Yeah, what a way, huh?
Oh yeah.
Go back to Babel real fast. I want to try to see what you think of these lyrics, man. See if I can actually still rap them.
Oh, and if I actually sit down and write lyrics to these beats, they'll be they'll be incredible.
They'll be
like
dope,
I'm talking about, like, oh god, like, you know, like they'll be intense. But I like to just go on a beat and then maybe get like 10 minutes out, and then we'll just cut that 10 minutes. You know, like from that 10 minutes, like 3 or 4 like usable minutes. You know what I mean? And it'll be great. You know. And we could really do it like that. And I have different flows too. That's not the only one I have. You know, I have like.
I believe you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was just
seriously, play Babel for Mathematic again. I want to see if I can do this.
Which one?
Tried to rap. I haven't tried Babel Mathematic. I haven't tried to actually rap in a long time, so I'm going to see if I can do this.
Okay.
With my lyrics.
Here goes.
Okay. I can remember what the place to start at. It's got a very specific start spot. The tracks don't lead back to the road. Deep blacks like Pantone, triggers and stacks, bloodstone, river circle round, two circle creek, coast loop, stone structures, veins, language on phonic, roots in the sonic, source, beat, harmonic, geometry, sequence follow, patterns followed like dead trees, count years by the reason we lose our heads, past we tread, has dragons lining it in silence, waiting for the violence, we said we'd render to the sender of the blender of our minds, a pretender of signs that binds its threads to time like an esoteric phone line, communicating bloodlines, written in sunrise like colors, I can't do it. It's a really hard rap to do. I bet you.
Machine could probably help you when y'all get together.
I bet Machine could do this one though. I bet you could do that, Machine. Like you've got my tongue just isn't practiced for it. I'm trying to see if I can copy the lyrics into the chat, but I can't seem to. It doesn't seem to want to copy them for some reason. Every time I try to paste it, it comes out the link to the page.
Can you copy like a paragraph of them? Is it?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. So there it is. There's the first half of it, and the second.
Under the road, the story is told, but the tracks don't lead back to the deep road. Blacks like Patone, triggers and stacks, blood tone rivers circle around your circuitry, closed loop, stone structured, angular, demonic language, non-phonic, roots in the sonic, source the beat, harmonic geometry. Sequence followed, patterns hollow, like dead trees, count years by the rings. When we lose our heads, paths we tread, has dragons lined it in silence. Waiting for the violence, we said we'd render to the sender of the blender in our minds, a pretender of signs that binds its threads to time like an esoteric phone line, communicate through bloody rites, written in the sun on tabula rasa skylines.
Yep. And then it gets a little more intense there at the next part, and it has like a pre-chorus part. I never was happy with the actual pre-chorus, the actual chorus. So
Fast
I
beat
don't have it.
and slow flow. I don't have rhythm either. I have white boy rhythm.
you
I don't even
didn't do
have white
bad.
boy rhythm. Jazzy.
You didn't do bad.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Then
Yeah, I
the
have
other
no
part was like
rhythm.
keys from holy tracks suggest flag from ancient Babel math. Bodies blistered black into the well of Yatakarak. Hair sanguine flax scattered all around the artifacts. When gathered, all the facts suggest a fatal heart attack. Yeah, I mean, Yatakarak is like a weird Celtic myth thing. I mean, there's a lot of like I do a lot of esoteric shit here. I almost forgot what that meant for a second. Keys from holy tracks suggest flack from ancient Babel math. Bodies blistered black into the well of Yatakarak. Hair sanguine flax scattered all around the artifacts. When gathered, all the facts suggest a fatal heart attack. I don't even know what the fuck. I don't know how I used to actually rapping stuff at all. Like that one was insane. Like I really made a real tongue twister of a lyrical rhyme scheme there. That's like the only one I have that I really wrote lyrics to that I tried to record that I end up never. And we was Machine Kings on the track. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like now we've got lots and lots of.
If anybody else wants to hop on and rap with us, come on.
Let's go and rap.
Get in the mix.
Offbeat takes skills. What's that? What do you mean by it gets gayer and hyphier? I don't.
What the fuck?
What's that?
Yeah, I was like, oh shit.
And he put that before I even
No,
started.
Jack.
That's not on.
Yeah,
That is not even.
No, yeah, he was talking about the Babylon mathematic beat whenever he wrote that.
Neuro's having fun at our expense, apparently. It is what it is. Yeah. Yeah, but man, I had a crazy show in the morning, secret show with Joshua Jones,
To this morning?
this morning.
Y'all kept the conversation going?
Yeah, we kept the
Joshua Jones
conversation.
Did you finally get him to bed?
Yeah. Yeah, we finally got to bed after a while. There was somebody named Crunchy B that came by. We made a new friend named Crunchy B. He had a little bumblebee picture, and yeah,
Crunchy B.
Yeah, Crunchy B. Yeah, and yeah, he was an interesting guy. He seemed like he'd gone through some shit recently.
Let me turn this down.
Oh, we got some more beats. Yeah, I'm ready to record something, and
Yeah, let's do it. We were talking earlier about taking action on some of these ideas. That would be good.
Well, I'm gonna maybe tomorrow at noon we'll record one, and then we'll get two more maybe the next day, and then those 3 tracks that we get, I'll release those on my clip channel,
Sure.
Okay.
And we'll see if that music stuff goes anywhere on the clip channel. So it'll just be, it'll be like 3-minute clips, like 3 to 10-minute clips of my philosophy discussions on my show. Yep, that's gonna be cyber caliphate. That's right.
We should do like an open mic night, open rap night, and have different rappers show up. And
yes, yeah, we should have like freestyle battles and debate battles.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's what I was trying to say.
I wish I could freestyle. I wish to God I could freestyle. Freestyle is one thing I've never been able to do. I can if I write my lyrics out really carefully, I can write some great stuff.
Are you playing any of these? Because I don't hear any sound coming out.
You're not hearing any sound coming out?
No, but I can play them on my end too. I have them.
Huh? I don't know. Maybe it's just I turn it down too much. Can you hear it now?
Oh,
nope.
No.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, I think you got Discord something special to get the Discord sound. Yeah.
Oh, he was on Discord. Okay. Then fuck it then.
Yeah, you got to do something. Like I think how people did the live shows earlier in the live streaming, they used to run OBS on the Discord, so they get the Discord sound onto the OBS, and then they would have people call into their Discord, and then they would record the Discord call.
Now,
you know.
getting an OBS set up is one of my goals. Is one of my goals right now. But I mean, I don't. But it's just going to be difficult whenever, you know, I have to figure out how to set it up, and like so me and Jeff could both like, you know, be able to benefit from it. But I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out how to do that right now.
Yeah, for the streaming, it's got to be hard.
And OBS got updated a bunch since last time I used it too. So that's also like annoying because there's a lot they always change shit up, right? Or like I don't know where things are anymore or how it works, and plus it's just been like, I don't know, that was 4 years ago, so I don't even know. I can't remember that shit anymore.
Well, it's a new year.
It's a new year. It's a new, but it's my new brain.
New possibility, new potential,
brain.
new friends, new endeavors. Same old human nature.
I think that this one, the one called Groove on there, that's a good intro music song. I think I like the way that sounds.
Yeah, I do. I like that. I think I've used it a lot before.
Yeah.
Like, it's a good, like, generic, accessible tune. If it's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, that one. It's like when I actually had a bass guitar. I actually played the bass and like got all out and of course the drums are the only thing I can't play. I can't play drums for shit. Sorry.
Are those real drums or
workstation? I use like one of those real drum type simulator programs where it actually has like the drum kit thing you set up and everything, so you can actually tune the drums where you want them and all that stuff. I use like real drum synthesis, but instead of using like a beat kit. I lots of it makes just beat kits. I just find different drum sounds I like and I just make a kit out of it. But and I always alter them too. I never let any sound I use. I never use it in its generic state. I always alter it somehow so that it's not. So like, you know, it's technically been been altered in a way that gives it that keeps it from being like, you know, copywritten or whatever. I don't know. I don't want to use anything that people be like, well, you just ripped it off and that's that. I mean, if I completely like reverse the wave file or shift it or whatever, it's not the same wave file anymore, you know. So let's see what else we got here. Isn't this the start of the Cyber Caliphate? Sure, why not?
Yup. I'm slipping and dipping more than Slicky McHitchkins. Like Alfred Hitchcock, or more like Spock with a Glock. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I don't want to be ruler, so, you know. We got Josh in the POW camp casting couch. Who's Josh?
Jones.
Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. I for some reason just taking the Yuwa off Joshua, it just threw me off. I was like Whitey Smith Chris, that's right. Yeah, Whitey Smith Chris. Gen X Jazzy Jeff and Whitey Smith Chris. Fair.
Could it be more white?
Oh, hey Yeti Life. I didn't notice
Yeti Life.
Didn't notice you were in there. I try to pay attention to the comments, but I sometimes I'm writing lyrics for my freestyle. Yeah, that's not how it works. That's not how it works, Jack. You can't write lyrics for the freestyle. That's not how you do it. Although I did know a bunch of I did like working with a lot of the rappers I did learn from a lot of them that they literally, like, a lot of the guys that are really great at freestyling, you're always like how do they do that shit? They do it with, like, it's almost like whenever you use like mnemonic tricks in high school, they have like certain phrases and certain things that they just know that they can plug into anything, and they use those as like filler in order to like fill in other.
That's right. Yeah.
That's even the Homeric rhapsodes used mnemonic tricks like that.
Is that really a mnemonic?
Help them memorize and improvise the poems.
I'm just saying it's like a cheat, So you don't really freestyle totally. You kind of come up with like there's a certain number of phrases and stuff that you can kind of reshape and re-put in anything, so it makes it sound like you're freestyling. Whenever they're really not. Like I caught a couple of guys doing that. I was like, wait a second, it's like this isn't a freestyle because I've heard you do the same freestyle like four times, and he's like, yeah, don't tell anybody, like I sometimes I just like I use the same thing. I kind of have a few like freestyle things like they work out and like they don't really want to they don't want to admit it, but like it's really impressive whenever
Yeah,
they
that's what I want to bring back, whether people know it or not. Because people will always say, "Well, that was whatever. You probably just memorized that." But the thing is that real improvisation has to come back, and even if it sounds a little bit stupider, you know what I mean? So like if I have to make mistakes to prove that it's improvised, I will do it, So like yeah, so that's the thing is like
Yeah.
and that's the same attitude I have with my live stream, Is like
Yeah.
is like let me just like let it just like be as stupid as it is so that people know at least it's not fucking made up. You know what I mean? Right? Like,
The dude used to the rapper that used to live here, like the guy I told you that I talked to Ice-T on the phone because of him. He's good friends with Ice-T. He used to live in my living room for like over a year. And that dude, I mean, it was so frustrating having him living here because the whole reason I moved here to Dallas in the first place was to work with this guy, was to help him make an album, and he never would actually record anything, and it was just so frustrating. This guy could just talk to you in rap. He could carry on a conversation with you, and everything he would say was like you could hear the rhythm to it, and it would rhyme, and it would sound amazing. It would be like a conversation you could be having with you talking about going to the grocery store, and it would be dope as fuck. And like he wasn't using any tricks. I mean, he just thought like that. His brain worked in rap, and he wouldn't do anything with it. He thought everything he did was shit, and it was just like it was so frustrating to see somebody like that, talent like that would just like that just would not. He was too. I mean, it's the same kind of thing we're talking about with like Dreamer versus like get the doing thing. He got so fucking like in his head from him being like at the height of his like powers, and he got knocked down the same way. He got his legs taken out from under him. He lost everything, and he was so. And he even got a chance to you know who Devin the Dude is. Devin the Dude. He's a big time underground rap guy. If you look at Devin the Dude, you'll find he's got tons and tons of people that listen to him. Devin the Dude was doing the New Year's Eve thing here in Dallas at Gas Monkey Live, which is a pretty big venue, and him and Butta, which is the guy's name, and my other friend Kel, former friend Kel, that was working with him. They both got they invited Butta, but Kel was going to go with him. They got like Devin the Dude called them up, said like, I want you guys to open for me. Wanted Butta and Kel to open for them. It's a huge deal. I mean, this could have put Butta back in the map. Could have given him like a whole new career thing. Like, I mean, I mean, like seriously, this place sold out to like the tune of about 2,000 people. It was a 2,000 person show, and they just didn't go. They told them that they're going to go, and they just didn't go. I tried to drive them there. I tried to do all this stuff. Someone even sent a car to pick them up, and I answered the door, and I was like, "Hey, like, are you guys are you guys ready? Like, what's going on?" And they sent a car for them. It was a fucking limo showed up in front of the house to pick these guys up, and they were like, "Oh no, we ain't ready yet. We'll make our own way down there later, man. We'll make our own."
Damn.
Like they were so scared of any of.
Yeah, I feel that way sometimes too. Like I just looked at my like subscriber count and I was like, how did I just gain like 20 more subscribers and I really didn't do anything like remarkable? You know what I mean?
We did too, and the same thing.
Yeah, and I think like something is like I do fear like that people will like me for no reason or expect something out of me that I really can't give them,
People
or start,
will like you for no reason. I mean, they'll
start
have
like
reason.
hero worshiping, and I think that'll be really because I'll really have to slap them and be like, snap out of it, man, because like look like I'm just your friend, you know what I mean? So that's the problem is like I notice like I want the demand for my work to increase like as fast as I can put it out, you know. So if there's more of a demand than that, then I hate like being people's monkey, where it's like there's a special kind of energy that they can only get from me, and they got to hang on my like every, you know, word or whatever. But then I think like, what else is there? You know, then there's just time for myself. And am I just using that selfishly? You know, because it's just like, if people want to talk to me, like, who am I to be like, you know, let's not talk to these fucking people, you know? So like, I don't, so I actually don't know, you know what I mean? I actually don't know what the mix is, but I do notice like, you know, like sometimes I fear like the demand for like my shit is more than like what I could deliver. And I know that those guys, when that limo pulled up, they had that feeling. They're like, I don't really know if we're ready for showtime. You know what I mean? They're like, you know what I mean? Like
But the
it was
thing
kind of
is
like
like
that.
they really were. They had been doing nothing but preparing for Showtime for months, and like they had an act worked out. They had songs. They were just doing old songs. They weren't even doing anything new. I'd
But
heard them.
that's what I mean. Like they didn't want to do new things. You know, like if
No,
they
I'm saying they weren't supposed to. They were just Kel was just there basically as but a support to do some of his old stuff from his old stuff, and they worked it out. I heard them downstairs practicing in my living room. They practiced the shit out. They had the whole thing. I even helped. I even paid for some equipment for them to go out there. I paid for some clothes for them. I helped them get new clothes. And that was the first thing they said whenever like it come up. That they said like, well, we can't go out there. And I was working, so I was like, dude, okay, fine, let's go get some clothes. And like I spent money on like a new outfits for them, all this shit. And the time came like, and I'm not judging them right now. I want to make that clear. It's frustrating to see it happen
Why
whenever you see
not?
people that are that talented and they have the opportunity to waste it. But I do understand it because there's like sometimes it's a fear of failure, but if you failed enough, you don't really feel the failure anymore. And when people hear things like fear of success, they don't really understand what that means. I think it's not you're not afraid of becoming successful and it changing you or
I
something.
am.
You are? Yeah, I'm not. I'm not afraid of becoming successful because I think that it's going to change me or it's going to make me into a different person.
There's going to
I'm
be
afraid.
pressures that come from it, and I'm going to have new standards that I set for myself that I'm going to have to meet. That if I don't meet, it's going to affect how I see myself. So it's more internal, but it's
Yeah.
still it sets up like a new type of selection pressure that I don't have right now. That's going to influence even like probably down to an epigenetic level.
Yeah, that's what I'm bad at. I'm bad
Here
at
we go.
choosing who I want to support me, you know, and that's a problem. You know, actually I don't want to have to make that choice. You know, I rather just be my own guy, and then you know, if people want to support me, you know, they just do that at a distance, you know. So like I don't know, you know, the problem is like, you know, it's kind of like, you know, I guess just you know, the expectations from people, you know, because I'm willing to work on my own terms, you know, and in that way I'll always be there for people. You know, like I'll always have like something to offer, you know, something to offer in the intellectual discussion, something to offer in the artistic, you know, spectrum of things, you know. So like, you know, I'll just keep on delivering that, you know, and I'm fine with you know, the kind of because I think that if people are gonna be real with the type of shit that I support, then then it's gonna be a small dedicated group. You know, it's not gonna be like everybody, you know.
Yeah.
So like, you know, I like that, you know, but when it becomes like everybody and anybody, then there's an inherent danger there, because then there's a danger of, you know, making myself into an everyman, because I don't say like no to any particular person. I have that problem. You know, I'll just say yes to everybody. And I don't want to choose who supports me. You know, again, it'll just be like too awkward of a process to be like, no, you guys, you know, these guys are my people. These guys are not my people. It's like, yeah, really, nobody's my people. You know, because who really got into this shit, you know, in the way that I got into it? I mean, I've been alone for 30 fucking years. You know what I mean? So, you know, it is what it is. You know, I mean, you know, it's not going to change, you know. So I think that, you know, as far as as far as just I don't want I really would hate people to become fans of me. I would really love to gain more friends through this, and that's
I
really
know it is weird to think you have fans, but there's I don't think I had a weird relationship with that idea too for a while. Although I never had any, but but I mean, same time, but I still I eventually came to a conclusion though that um like it, sometimes I mean sometimes people can just like your stuff and when people go fanatics when people you have like the Taylor Swifties types people become obsessed that's a little much but there's nothing wrong with people just liking your stuff listening to it casually and becoming and being a fan of yours without it being like a weird thing like, that's fine I don't think that if they buy your album just like like you like back in the old days when we had CDs and stuff you buy somebody's album it wasn't you might have been a fan but you weren't you weren't obsessed with them or something. You listened to the album, you liked it. You maybe listened to it a few times, maybe you didn't listen to it again. Whatever, it didn't mean like I see nothing wrong with that in that kind of consumerist type way. But I think my fear of success at this point, what I'm most afraid of is not failure, but succeeding and then getting like my legs knocked out from underneath me again. I think I'm more afraid of that fall again than I am of succeeding because I do want to succeed in some way, shape, or fashion. For my family's sake, for my own sake, for just like the sense that I feel like I have something to contribute to the world. But after clawing my way up to the place I got to before everything went to shit before and like how it went to shit over like literally I didn't yeah, I've tried I'm the kind of person I blame myself for everything anyway. I'm a
Mhm.
very I'm very self-critical and and I have tried to twist my brain to make myself to make myself the actual guilty party of everything that happened and I can't do it. And I'm the best at blaming myself for things and I cannot logically work out a way that I caused this downfall. Like I there's nothing I could have done. I've looked at it at 1,000 different angles and 1,000 different steps I took, and the only thing I could have done is like if it's not doing anything. The
Well,
only way I could
you did make choices, and you do have agency, and like you.
sure no, but I'm saying
So
but the only thing I could that's what I'm saying. The only thing I could have done is not tried to if I had not helped Angie, that would have been the only that was the pivotal point. After I did that, there weren't I mean, I could have kicked her out sooner. I could have done other things, but I mean, I could have been not myself. I could have betrayed my own sense of morality and my own sense of like self and done things that were against like my basic principles in terms of trying to help people that I loved, if it's somebody I love, I consider like family. It would be pretty detrimental to my own mental state just to give up on someone that quickly. I don't think I think that I did
would it
everything.
have been more detrimental than what happened?
Maybe not, but I still feel like I still feel like maintain I maintained my principles and also I also look at things in the sense of like look at where I am now. Now where I am now isn't great per se and financially and stuff like that. But but if not for all that, I wouldn't have Juniper. If not for everything that happened, Juniper wouldn't exist. And I would not trade if I could go back and be like I could undo this and this and this, but the trade off is I don't have my little girl. Fuck, I'll do it all again right now. I make the same choice. I would go through that hell again for that little girl because like that's how much she means to me. And no matter what other circumstance happened, if I change anything of that, I might have had a daughter, but I wouldn't have that little girl. And I might love that other little girl just as much. And you could rationalize it 1,000 different ways. But I know that I know my little girl and I know who she is and I love her to death, and I wouldn't do anything that would change her existence coming into being. So, at the end of the day, I don't even see it as I'm trying to deal with the trauma, but I don't really regret it. Is what it comes down to. I don't regret those things because first of all, regret's pointless. And second of all, you can. I mean, in some ways, you can learn from things, but regretting them is just like cycling, just like thinking about how much you fucked up all the time. And so regret's pointless. And as long as you get something something like a daughter or something like that, you can't replace that. That's nothing that can be. There's nothing that can change the circumstance that happened. Me and Lindsay probably never would have had another child if it had not been for the sequence of events that happened. I can say that for sure because we had no intention to. Um, and what happened. I mean, yeah, what happened happened, and I wouldn't know any of you people either. I wouldn't know any of the people I'm talking to right now, more than likely. I mean, it's possible I could, but I probably would have never met Jeff. I probably never would have met Machine or Jack or any of the other people. And I cherish all that stuff. So I don't see it entirely as like it was a very traumatic experience. And I'm trying, and the fact that I'm able to see it like that is helping deal with that trauma. But like the biggest fear I think I have whenever it comes to like when I start trying to work on something and I start feeling like it could work, I do get this fear of like, oh shit, what if this actually does work though? Am I capable of actually pulling this
Well,
off? If
is
I
that
actually
enough
get
to
this off the
cripple you
ground?
though? Does it cripple you from attempting to be successful again?
It's not right now, not currently. It has been crippling in the
Because
past.
if you have the right support system and a plan for when it does happen again, then you're
I think I'm
going in
okay. Yeah.
fortified again. Like the last time you fell all on your own.
Yeah.
So even if you fall again, you can have
A
safety
support.
nets in
Yeah.
place
Absolutely.
or
Absolutely.
tools to manage the fall, so it's not going to have the same impact it had before.
100%. 100%. And that's kind of what I was trying to say. I mean, like, all of that, even though I went through all that, where I am now, in some ways, I feel like I'm more set up for success. Even though I have kind of a deadline, even though I have like a pressure on me that I may not have had before, the pressure doesn't feel as bad to me right now as the pressure I've been feeling for the last few years. Whenever I didn't have that deadline, I feel more positive about the future, despite the fact that I have, potentially less of it to a degree. Not like I'm gonna die, but you know what I mean. I just like I feel like I have less runway to to take off with right now than I have in the past. But I feel better about things right now because of the support network, because of my little girl, because of like the fact that the things that have happened, the things that brought me to this moment right now here in January 1st, 2024. The things that brought me here to January 1st, 2024, and the support network. Yes, I mean, that's the reason I'm not crippled by it. That's the reason why I am making those calls, and I am out. I'm actually I'm writing the emails. I'm making the calls. I'm putting the feelers out to do the things that I actually think that the vision I have to do, and I am going to be working on those things, and I have been working on like the outline for the script and stuff like that, which
Well,
is
yeah, but
a lot.
don't worry about that right now while you're trying to get stable,
Yeah, but if the inspiration hits me, I'm going to
because
write
it
it.
could end up just being a distraction or extra pressure.
It could be, but
And by the way, hi Gary, Happy New Year.
oh, hi Gary. Yeah. No, but I'm saying, but right now, like what this has brought, the places has brought me to, the healthy mental place, healthier mental placing way this has brought me to, is a place where, like, I started trying to say this earlier, is that for a long time I could not create for the sake of creating. I could not create for the joy of it because I felt like this enormous guilt, and it still creeps in there. I'm not saying I've completely overcome it. I'm not saying I've completely wiped that voice from the back of my subconscious, but I am able to just sit down and write something sometimes, or like here recently, where I actually work on something just because the inspiration hits me, just because I feel like it, and just for the sake of doing it, and that is something that I think every creative person needs to have the ability to do. I think you need to be able to like make something for the sake of making it because you like it. And if you can't do that, if the only thing you feel like you can do is to make art for commercial purposes, it really kills your soul in a lot of ways. I'm not feeling that way now. I'm feeling like there's a reason as for I've been pulling out and looking at my old stuff, and I'm not hating it. I'm not seeing it through the lens I used to. I mean, like I kind of I looked at those lyrics just now for like the Babylon Mathematica thing. I hadn't looked at them in a long time, and they're incredibly hard to rap or say, but I like them. I like those lyrics. I can say like I like some of the stuff I've made, and that's a big place for me to. It's a big step for me. Maybe it's delusion. I don't know. Maybe it really isn't good, but at least whether it's good or not, I like them. I'm getting to a point where I like myself again too, where I don't just constantly just downbeat hate on myself like I have been for years and years now. I'm starting to actually like the person I am again. I'm starting to actually find a lot of I'm starting to feel less and less need for like some sort of like magical validation to come out of nowhere and and tell me that I'm good. Um, and I'm getting back to the person I some people like ugly. What the fuck? What are you talking about, Jack?
Wait, what?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, Jack, are you coming on?
What do you think of the saying "fuck your feelings"? I think it's kind of a dick thing to say. In some cases, it's appropriate. There's probably some times when some people's fifis or get a little bit too they let them control them a little too much. But sometimes you can, maybe that's okay. But I think generally speaking, like the whole fuck your feelings or facts don't care about your feelings kind of thing is kind of bullshit because a lot of times feelings do matter more than facts in today's society. So I'm not saying in all cases, but there are times when feelings have more of an impact. So I struggle to find success that I can live with, he said. Okay. Yeah, I mean,
We
I
have it
I
so hard in the first world.
I do think that it's kind of one of those things that I think if you live in let's say you're born in middle class, right? You're born in a middle class family, and you stay middle class your whole life, and that's where you're at. That's your safety place, right? I can see someone who's middle class, born middle class, stayed middle class their whole life. I can see that person having a real hard time ever um, being able to mentally deal with either losing middle class status and becoming really poor or getting really rich or they'd be the kind of person that would hit the lottery or something and then and being broke in 2 years, right? Those kind of people because they have no idea how to handle that kind of money or that kind of wealth or success or whatever it is. I can see that, but I think that's where the middle line of things, the nominal line of the NPC type of person is kind of really screwed in they're usually probably just generally happier and just have a better baseline for their life. They don't deal with the extreme highs and lows. But someone who has actually dealt with extreme depression, ADHD, mental health issues, extreme poverty, living in their car. If people have been on the street and stuff like that, and have also had some taste of stability and success like that, I think there's a unique kind of strength that people like us have because and I think that applies to from what I know it applies from everybody on this panel right now to some degree. Some of those things apply to all of us, and
Resilient.
yeah, the resilience and everything like that. We've seen what extreme poverty is. We know what it's like to live in your car. We know what it's like to have that, and so because I learned to deal with that, I think that I can deal with and use if I were to, if I were to hit it big somehow and actually have and actually get some large amount of money or something like that. I do believe I know for a fact I would never buy a mansion. I know for an absolute fact I don't want to take care of a mansion. I don't have any interest in that. I'd have a modest house of some sort, and I'd invite anybody that wanted to live there just because I could afford it. Anybody that needed help,
Be careful though. That got you in trouble the first
It
time.
got me in trouble the first time, but at the same time, fuck those people. They're the people that suck. I don't suck. Why should I change? They're the ones that suck. I'm just kidding. That's a line from Office Space. He talks about the Michael Bolton. His name is Michael Bolton, and he won't change his name. He's like, why should I change my name? He's the one that sucks. I feel like that sometimes, but no. But I mean, I feel like I wouldn't just give my money away or something, but I would actually take that. I actually know for a fact that part of my dream, my vision. I don't want a bunch of fancy cars. I've never wanted a bunch of fancy cars. I don't want a bunch of fancy houses. I don't want a lot of the status symbol things a lot of people have. All I really want to do is to build something that will outlast me and build some sort of commercially viable business that can help educate and help other people create, and that's what I want to do. And so I know that I am sort of afraid. I do have a fear of success, but I also know that I have the ability to deal with it because I've run businesses before and I've done them and done it successfully. So I know that I'm not incapable. I have good instincts for that sort of thing whenever I have I'm in the right position. But it's really hard to climb out of that hole climb out of the hole that I got myself into or got pushed into or whatever. But create an AI, Chris. Okay, how do I do that? Do I just conjure it up from techno magic or something? I don't know how to create an AI.
Get the AI to do it for you.
I was the AI to do it for me. Right? Have we created an AI that could just like generate money for us yet? That would be good. I just want an AI.
It can generate business plans and
Like,
resumes and
just
things
like
that can help you generate
maybe,
money.
maybe that's a secret in ChatGPT. Like ChatGPT, I need you to generate $50,000, and it's like
But do this. Go tell it your situation and tell it you need whatever amount of money and ask it to come up with ideas, like help you brainstorm.
right. But would it be cool if it would just like it just cash app you 50 grand or something? I'm kidding, Joe. I'm just kidding, Joe. I know that things like that don't exist. There's no money trees. Although if someone's going to figure out some way to use AI to counterfeit a bunch of money and do that eventually, that's going to happen if it hasn't already. There's somebody out there is using AI to is like ChatGPT, help me hack into Bank of America or something. It's gonna do it for him. It's gonna like pray to ChatGPT and it will make it rain. That's true. I have yet to set up my proper ChatGPT altar. And like I need to get the candles and everything, and the proper thing so I can really pray to it.
Ask it for work from home jobs.
That's a sad thing to ask for. If you could ask for anything and you're asking for work from home jobs.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like you're getting lost in fantasy, but if you focus
you're not just asking. Okay, I thought we were joking about the pray doing thing.
No, I'm telling you serious things that you can use ChatGPT for right now to help you. And
no, that's true.
You might get lost in playing around with it in a fun way and miss some of the actual opportunities.
Doesn't ChatGPT cost though? Isn't it cost money?
No, they have a free version, or you can use Google Bard for free.
Yeah,
I use Google Bard because I think it's more recent and it's more. I don't know. It gives better answers.
I haven't used Google Bard yet, but I did use the one that's in that Microsoft's one that's in Edge, and I did actually ask yet like show me work at home jobs that aren't scams. I did that a few weeks back, and it gave me this long thing of like, well, some work at home jobs are scams. Most of them are not, in fact, blah blah blah. But I was like, but it didn't actually give me any resources to it. So I tried to refine it. It's like, well, tell me the actual places that are scams that are hiring. It's like, well, I can't tell you exactly who's hiring right now. I can tell you that this, and it was just a bunch of, and I checked out the businesses it listed, and none of them were hiring for anybody, and it's just like. Okay, I mean, I'm not saying it wouldn't work better with Bard. I haven't tried Bard for some reason, just because I've been using Chrome lately because Chrome keeps crashing my freaking computer. So I haven't even opened up a Google product very much lately. So
I just asked it, and it has some questions for you. It wants your skills and experience, your interest, budget and time commitment, etc. And once you give it those answers, it can narrow down some of these jobs. But just generally, it's customer service, data entry, writing and editing, which you could certainly do, social media management, which you've done before, virtual assistant. You probably can't translate, and you probably don't have a teaching certificate, programming and web development. So those are just general answers that it can narrow down for you and target to your specific skills and interests once you input your information.
That's good. That's Bard. That's
all I asked it is, what are some work from home jobs I can do? And that's what it gave me. So you dialogue with it, and whatever answer it gives you, you ask it for further, like you go more granular with it. And you can also regenerate the answers if they're not the answer you're looking for, and it'll make other attempts to give you better answers. So you have to kind of play with it and tweak it till you get the information that you think is going to be helpful. Yeah, like trolls. What can you do with that as a skill set? It could probably tell you. You'd probably end up being a fed.
Pull yourself up by your bootstrap, and AI.
And tell it your situation. Say, I have vertigo. I have a family to take care of. I'm not able to work for those reasons, but I need to bring in an income. I have 2 months to do so. Like, be very specific with your situation. Give it all of the details and see what solutions it comes up with for you. Sure,
that's a good idea. I mean, I like I said, I hadn't tried Bard yet, so I definitely will. I'll definitely. Is it just you just? I'll search up Google Bard.
Yeah, just Google. Just type Bard in Google. It's probably the first thing that comes up.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. I like I said, I tried the one in Edge because that was the browser I was using mostly for streaming, and it just kept doing it kind of automatically without me asking for it to. It kept giving me AI answers on things whenever I would do a search. So I used it a few times, and some of the answers it gave me were all right. It was like I think part of its engine uses ChatGPT 3 anyway. I think it uses ChatGPT 3 as part of
Yeah,
its
and
engine.
there's a paid version that gives you more features and like richer detail.
And 4 is the newest one, right? Or is there? I think I heard about 5 or something coming out soon or something like that. But I wonder if at this point they're just getting like the ChatGPT 4 to write the next one, and like they'll just get each subsequent version to create the next the next iterations of it. You know, until they can finally achieve their precious singularity they want so much, which is not going to go like they think it's going to go. It's not going to take over the world, and it's not going to solve that much. It's probably just going to
I think it's not going to be the savior of humanity, and it's not going to be the destruction of humanity either.
It's going to be like, did you ever seen Rick and Morty? You said there's this one episode of Rick and Morty where he creates this little robot that he creates that it just comes out and it just slices butter and puts it on toast, and then after it does this, it goes, "What is my purpose?" And he's like, "That's it. That's what you do." And it just goes, "Oh." And just like the sad robot just gets sad and just like runs away. It's like that's the kind of self-awareness we're gonna get out of.
Oh, listen to this. I asked it about the troll skills and what jobs it could be used for. Comedy writing, satirist, parody, debate. But listen to this one: marketing, advertising, audience engagement. Trolls often know how to trigger emotional responses and reactions. This skill could be used ethically in marketing to understand target audience and create engaging campaigns, etc. However, to avoid manipulative tactics and focus on building genuine connections with consumers. So even the AI knows what the trolls are up to.
Yeah, I mean,
understanding what grabs people's attention. That's another troll skill. And it says it's crucial to consciously redirect the skills associated with trolling toward positive and ethical uses. So AI can help you even become like a more pro-social troll and put your trolling to good use for the benefit of society. If any trolls out there are listening.
Well, trolls don't listen. That's the first problem. They don't listen. They only talk. So, but I do think that the AI tells you to hurt yourself with your bootstraps eventually, but they will be 3D printed bootstraps. That's true. I actually bought
he's
a
3D boomer. Pay him no mind.
Back in the day, I bought a 3D printer, and from Micro Center. It was on sale, and I was really excited to use it. And I got a bunch of like the extrusion stuff and everything. I didn't know what I was going to make with it. I was just going to try to create some like. I think I had the intention of creating some things with like some AI helmet accessories with it, and because I had some blueprints I downloaded and stuff like that, and I could never get that thing. I got anything to work. I have no idea how you're supposed to get. Like I went through there was a tutorial that showed you a setup, but it always skipped a step. That like there was always like this like gap between like one part and another. So the thing was like set to be a scam. I still have it though. Nobody wanted it whenever I was trying to sell things. I couldn't get rid of it. So I still have this 3D printer in my storage unit. So if anyone has a 3D printer out there and thinks that they can make it work, let me know. I'll contribute to your cause if it's something that you have an art to create with it, because I had no success in that one. Yeah. Right now, I think that's a good idea. I mean, the only problem I found with like things like this, but it kind of sounds the same thing. That gives a lot of good ideas for how you can apply your skills. It still doesn't point you to any actual jobs, though. That's what I need. I need actual like jobs.
Well, it gives you the jobs to go take into your local search like job database and search for. It's not going to do the job search for you, I don't think, because I don't know if it has access to your local database. But it tells you the jobs to go to Indeed and search for.
Yeah, I mean, but I have searched Indeed for like every kind of work at home job under the sun. I apply for them all the time. I never.
Okay, well then don't try it and don't do anything and come up with
I am gonna try
a plan on your
I
own.
am gonna try it. I'm not being like that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't mean to come across that way. I do think you're giving good advice, and I respect it. I'm just I said my problem is finding the actual jobs, though. But that's not on you, or it's not on ChatGPT. It's not anybody's fault. You know, it's really it's always been difficult for me to get jobs online anyway because I interview really well in person. I do really well. If I get an interview with someone in person, if I can get to the interview stage, I usually have that job. I've only very rarely have I ever gone to an interview and not got the
My
job.
roommate applied for a job somewhere, some local place, and he said the entire process. He didn't even have to fill out an application or use a resume. He talked to an AI. Like the company's like, "Hi, you're looking for a job. Let us ask you a few questions." And based on his answers, they would route him like to the person he needed to talk to get a preliminary interview, and then that person scheduled him with additional interviews, and they hired him. There was no application or resume or anything. It was strictly AI would route you to the right people you need to talk to so that they could evaluate you on whether or not you'd be a good candidate.
That sounds cool. I would say
It was like Lowe's or Home Depot or a grocery store, like some kind of like major chain or corporation.
I take that back. I do think I did one of those once, but I didn't. Never got past the first stage. But I did get one of those once. I got one of those from what's the site, the friggin' job site, the job social network site, whatever it's called, LinkedIn. LinkedIn sent me it just sucked me into it one day because and usually I never really use LinkedIn because I never got any results from it. But I went to a link on LinkedIn and there was this whole AI like chatbot thing that asked me a bunch of questions, thing like that, and it was interesting. I mean, for a while, I haven't this last few weeks because it's the end of the year, but pretty much for the last few months before up to like the holidays, I mean, I was putting out like at least 50 applications a day from.
Well, and use your network too. Like if anybody out there knows of any online jobs Chris can do, contact him.
Yeah, I mean,
and there's things like what is it, TaskRabbit and Fiverr and those sites where you can put your skills on the marketplace, like freelance skills.
Yeah, I did try Fiverr once. What's the one, TaskRabbit? TaskRabbit's more like.
I tried TaskRabbit, but they never got back. They took forever to get back with it. It was like months, and I still haven't heard back. They're like, "We have your application. We have to process it, and we'll get back with you when we're done." And they never did.
That's the same problem I have with them. And also a lot of the task type things that people do go sign for. Sometimes they're like going to somebody's house and like putting together furniture.
But there are work from home tasks that you can do.
There are, yeah, but I never got. But I did the same thing with you.
And there's another one too. It's not Fiverr. It's one that's more like graphic or tech oriented that you might be good at. But anyway, they're out there, and AI could probably tell you what those are too.
Well, I'll look into that. I haven't seen that one for it. I used to have like about 20 different like freelance job type things on my phone, and I never had much luck with any of them. But
because you're in hustle mode right now, so you're gonna have to hustle at some point when those walls start closing in.
Definitely. I mean, I have been trying to hustle. It's not like I've been turning down work or anything.
No.
I mean, I'm selling like designer clothes for $5 a piece on Poshmark. I mean, I'm not like It's not like I'm I'm not opposed to work or hustling. But
it's the work involved in getting the work.
Yeah, I know. I mean, which is like a full-time job, and I have been doing that full-time job for a while. It's just that it's not. That part hasn't paid off, which is why I've kind of gotten to the point where I'm like. I mean, like I'll still keep putting the applications out there, but I feel more confident that I'm going to get something off the ground through creative means at this point than I am through traditional ones. And I have to admit, I've never fit into the job market. Every time I've ever tried to be the like the standard like worker bee type job, even with Amazon was the best I ever did. I said it was 6 years, but I took lots of corporate type jobs, like
It's longer than any job I've ever had.
Was that?
I said that's longer than any job I've ever had.
I know. I couldn't believe I lasted that long either. I mean, but but there was enough weirdos at the warehouse I started with that it got me. and I ended up finding some niche things that I could do with Amazon, like the training things, stuff like that. That's what got me as far as I got, because like I happen to be really good at specific tasks they needed people for, and that kept me and also jobs where I didn't have to work with a lot of other people. I mean, but like when I was a problem solver at the warehouse, which is what I did the first 2 years, I worked for them. I mean, it was pretty much not only was it me by myself or with one other person most of the time. I was the best at it, and everyone knew it, and like therefore they always wanted me there. And so like that was like the thing. Like I always cleared the thing. They were always happy with the thing, but nobody really had to work with me. I could do it by myself. So I didn't have like the personality conflicts thing that you get that you get with other things. And that got me into the trainer job. That got me like enough clout to get that trainer position. And then because like I tried to get promotions within the same thing, and like I kept being turned down. They're just like, we just don't think you have the right personality for this. So the people didn't, I didn't get along, I guess, as well with people as I tried to. But then the trainer thing came up, and like I did great at that. I was super successful at it. But like I said, but my manager was like the boss of it was like, she was like, yeah, no, you definitely have the best stats and everything, but I'm not going to recommend you for more training for being a trainer, because she just didn't like me. And so she recommended me to be a data analyst, which is another kind of work on my own job. So all these jobs I had within this company were all jobs I more or less were like, I was kind of autonomous. I interacted with my students and my training things, but I didn't have to like work with other coworkers on a day-to-day basis. And that seemed to keep me going there. And then once they kicked me out of the warehouse and put me and work at home, work at home. So and I had conflicts with my other with my bosses there too. So and I don't even know why. They just like I would try to be so nice and so accommodating, and they would just be towards me. But yeah, so that was the long. But any other job I ever had where I had to like work closely with other people and stuff like that, it never lasted long. I'd always rub somebody the wrong way. Usually usually my immediate manager, would see me as a threat or something like that, because I knew my stats were always good. I never had bad statistics or
I
bad.
know it's always the social stuff and the
Yeah.
office politics. Same here.
If I was like I never did sales, but if I've been doing sales and like I had no sales or something like that, you'd understand when you got cut. But if you're like the highest salesperson in the company, and yet your manager and yet your boss finds a way to fire you for some bullshit, you know that it's not because of your performance, right?
No,
You know?
there are certain like intangibles, I guess, that are more important to some people in a workplace than job performance. And I don't understand it either, but I have found that to be true.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. I mean, even though like even the data analyst position, like that one was really bullshit, because like that was the most work on my own position there was, because pretty much the only thing I had to do was to do programming. Basically, I had to create Java and Ruby scripts, which I didn't know how to do. I had to teach myself how to program in the first place on the job, because they didn't give me any training. And I told them when I applied, I was like, no, I've never done this before. I have no idea what I'm doing. And they're
Well,
like,
why would they hire you for something you've never done before and then not train you? That
That's
just seems stupid of them.
because Penny Patterson, I don't know why I'm saying her name, but my boss from the trainer thing, she was like fourth down from Jeff Bezos. She was like really high up in the company, and she
Well, she doesn't
recommended
sound very bright if she's hiring people unless she was trying to sabotage you.
sabotage me.
And
She
y'all
was
know
trying
I'm
to
not a
sabotage.
conspiracy theorist.
She was
But
trying
her
to
name
sabotage.
is, she's got a classic name, Penny
Yeah,
Patterson,
Yeah,
Miss
it's a very
Whiteley.
it is a great name.
that's how you know she's a mover and shaker, because her name's Penny Patterson. Like,
I mean, but so she was fourth down from Jeff Bezos when he still ran the company, and so she recommended me for that job. So like I had that job before I even went in there.
But
I didn't
why
even
why
apply for
would
it.
she do that if you didn't know how to do the job and they weren't going to train you? That seems weird that somebody would think, "Oh, you're perfect to this role that you don't know how to do, and we're not
I
going to
don't
train
think
you for it."
I don't think they thought I was perfect for it. I still succeeded at it though. I still did.
Well,
I still did.
she put her name on you.
Well, but when you're that high up, you're kind of too big to fail. So like it's not like if one employee doesn't work out, it's gonna stain her reputation. She pretty
I'm
much
trying to
like
understand her. I guess it
It didn't
it's
make a lot of
weird
sense
to me
for
that they
me.
would put you somewhere where you don't know how to do the thing.
And I didn't want to do it. And the thing, I wanted to be a trainer. I loved being a trainer. I was like, this is, I would have done that trainer job for years. I would have loved doing it. It was fun for me. I loved interacting with the employees. I loved
Find another trainer job, an online training.
Yeah, I've looked for those. I applied every time a trainer job came up on Amazon's website.
And you can do national. Like, you're probably not limited to Dallas.
Probably, yeah. I
So
mean, I
do
don't.
some
I
national
mean,
searches.
I applied for them. I applied for them even in Seattle and stuff. But regardless, I mean, it was only within Amazon though, and like a lot of companies, you would think they would respect Amazon experience. A lot of other companies don't. A lot of other companies have had bad experience with ex-Amazon employees, I guess, because a lot of times they see Amazon on your resume and they think it's a bad thing, not a good thing. I've been told that by people.
That's weird.
I've been
Yeah.
told that directly by a few people actually.
That's
People
so strange. Why is that?
because Amazon has they have some really quirky kind of like practices in the way they train, and like a lot of Amazon tends to do that thing that they call poisoning the work pool. They hire people in such mass, and they have such they and they end up firing people so quickly that it kind of sours certain people towards certain kinds of work, and it makes them like resentful and things like that. Like people, like I was told directly by somebody at work at UPS that because that's another good paying, like with similar benefits and things like that as to Amazon. And I was told by a guy I met that was a kind of high up in UPS. I was like, are you guys hiring? You know, like because I really need a job. And after I didn't. This was when I was on a hiatus before they put me in work at home for sure. I was just kind of like in limbo. And he was like, oh, he's like, you have experience where else? I was like, yeah, I just worked for Amazon for like 4 years. And he's like, oh yeah, there's no way, man. Like we don't hire Amazon people.
I
Well,
wouldn't
guys,
let that stop you.
I gotta hop off here because my
All right.
laptop's gonna die. So yeah, I'm gonna charge my laptop here, and I'll talk to you guys soon, most likely.
Do you not
But
have
yeah,
just a power cord for your laptop?
well, yeah, I do, but I don't like to sit on here while it's charging, just because of it's highly radiation mode. It's like hot.
Oh, so
Like
you don't keep it plugged in while you're streaming? You stream off a battery?
I do, because my streams go so long. So then I'll just go ahead and plug it in, but I don't like to sit there while it's plugged in, especially to the wall, because of the radiation, it'll just keep on building. But I'll probably hop back on in 2 hours or whatever if you guys are still here.
Okay. Yeah, we might be.
I'm gonna I have to take a break for a minute because Lindsay wants me to make something to eat. But yeah, after we finish. But yeah, man, it's always nice talking to you. Sorry, I've talked this whole time we've been on here, but
no, it's good. No, it's good.
Are you drinking today?
What your life is like?
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not drinking right now. No, I don't drink in the mornings. No, I just talk about job stuff just because we're talking about ways to be successful and like and the.
Yeah, I think the creative thing, the creative thing you said is really, especially, in our music thing, we could explore that type of thing, maybe get it on Spotify or something like that, and figure out how to sell that shit, so yeah, definitely tomorrow at noon, I'll message you. So,
tomorrow at noon, man. Talk to you then.
Okay, cool. Okay.
If not later tonight. Not later tonight.
Yeah, talk to you soon, brother
Good
Jeff.
To see you, and Happy New Year.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, same to you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and just to answer the question, to finish that out, no, I don't. I never. Like, it has occurred to me. It has occurred to me that like perhaps she sabotaged me in that sense, because she specifically she didn't, like I said, I didn't even apply for this job. She specifically set me up with this interview for this other warehouse to be a data analyst for no reason, even though I did no data analyst type things in previous my experience. She decided that she according to her, she thought that would be a good fit for me. Probably because maybe she just didn't like me or my personality, and she didn't think, even though I did, all my trainees loved me, so I don't know what, but I didn't get along with the other trainers because they were all really bad at it, and I think they all.
Did you tell her, like, I don't know how to data program?
Yeah, I did. I told them the interview for the job when I went to the interview. I told them like, so what is it? I don't even know what data analyst does. Like, to tell me, like, no one's given me any. They just kind of told me to come to this interview, and he went over the whole thing. He's like, well, mostly you're you're using either existing or creating new Java and Ruby scripts to pull certain data sets and reports from the database. And I was like, um, I mean, I know how to use computers, but I don't know how to do any of that. I mean, I don't even know what
They
you're
hired
talking
you
about.
anyway.
And he was like, I think you're gonna do great at this, though. I mean, I have a lot of confidence in you.
What? That's since that is. I don't know how to do any of this. Oh, I think you'd be great at this anyway. And by the way, we're not going to train you. That makes no sense. That is
Well,
insane.
they technically had the intention of training me, but I went to training the first day, and I went to this guy's office, which he had an office and a chair. That was it, because a chair, after all, was the crux of my whole like downfall of me not working at Amazon, in the warehouse anymore. Um, he had like a little cubicle in their office section. He had a chair and everything, and he sat me there at the chair. And then he got a call from somebody, and he was in like the whole day. I sat there in his chair in his office, all day without. I didn't have access to his computer or anything. I wasn't allowed. I just sat there on my ass, just like I couldn't do anything. I couldn't talk to anybody. People just kept walking by and like wondering who I was, and I was like, I'm training for the data analyst position, and he's been busy. And they're like, oh yeah, he's not in the office much. And I don't know what he was doing all day, but he was not in there training me on anything. And then the next day I showed up, to try to train again, and I said, oh, he's not here today. And um and then and then I was scheduled to start working at the warehouse the next day. So they only scheduled me for 2 training days, and like one day the guy let me in the office, and I sat there and learned nothing. The next day, and I did take it back. At the very end of the day, he did come in and he spent like 30 minutes showing me like two or three things, and he gave me like a USB drive that had some of the scripts that he used. He said that, but they're not going to be any good for your warehouse because you have completely different metrics than mine does. I was like, okay, I don't even know what that means. I took that, and then I went there for the next day. They told me that he wasn't there, so I went back to my other warehouse, and I was like, they told me he's not there. What am I supposed to do? And they're like, well, we don't really have you scheduled to start yet, but I mean, you'll get the hours. They basically gave me like a day of pay for nothing that day. And then the next day I went to work, and I didn't even start doing data analyst stuff for like at least a month because they had all this other stuff they needed done, and I helped them do a bunch of other stuff in the warehouse. And I got a lot of kudos for all the other things I did. I cleared out this whole section of the warehouse by myself. I did all this stuff. I helped out with other departments. I learned other stuff. I did a lot of other things there, and then I finally got into the data analyst part, and learned how to run the basic reports and everything, and was trying to teach myself this thing, but I had to. But for whatever reason, they had this rule in the warehouse where no one was allowed to have chairs, except for the fact that tons of people have chairs. There's chairs in the break room. There's chairs in the training section. There's chairs at most of the upper management's stations. They had cubicles and everything too. But they wanted me to do my job from out of like a department that I shouldn't have even been in. I'm standing at this awkward standing desk, and I was just to stand there all day and type and and program stuff. And like I don't know, I my back it already had issues, and so like just like the weight of like standing at this awkward position over a desk like that, it started like killing my back. And so I started just sneaking off the break room, and I would just sit in the break room and start working there until one day like one of the actual nice managers, the guys that I thought was friendly towards me anyway, he came in and he was like, dude, I know I see you sitting in here a lot. Is like, are you okay? Like, like the big boss there, the site manager. He didn't, he doesn't like that kind of thing. And I was like, well, dude, like, I mean, I can't just stand at that desk out there all day. It's killing my back. I'm in pain. I can't focus on anything. This is the best possible place for me to, to work. And like, no one's in here except for in break time. So I'm not bothering anybody. It's not like I'm in here watching television or anything. I'm facing away from where the television even was, that they have a television in the break room. I have my back to it, so like that way no one gets to use me
What did he
watching TV.
say?
And he was like, well, man, like if that's the issue, all you need to do is just go to HR and just like just tell them like your situation, and they'll just write up an exception report for you so you can have an office chair. And I was like really, that's it? That's all that's all they did do? They just like give me an office chair? I just need to do like the requisition form or something for it. He's like, yeah, it shouldn't be a problem at all. So I did that. I went there that day, and I went there and filled the thing, and I explained like, yeah, like the standing over the desk thing is just killing my back. My back is really it's causing me a lot of pain, and like and I don't have anything to at this point I didn't have. I mean, I was hurting him when I was sitting down, but it was like I found out later I had 2 slipped discs, which I did not have prior to this, and like so like it was
So did they
just
give you a
literally
chair?
no, they fired me instead.
They probably
Well, they
did you a
didn't fire.
favor. This is one of the weirdest employment stories I think I've ever heard.
They didn't fire me. They put me on permanent or basically permanent medical leave because according to the site manager that he said like he said that like he said like, you know, there's a lot of accommodations we can do, but I cannot back down the chair policy. Nobody can have a chair, even though all of you have chairs. We cannot back down the chair policy. So they didn't even like, and I didn't even know. I went into work the next day. Had no idea, and like, and someone came up to me and said like, so you filed this thing. So yeah, you're officially on medical leave now, so you can go ahead and leave. And I was like, I ran around the warehouse for like an hour trying to talk to people, like, what the hell is happening? Why am I being fired? Like, I mean, they're like, you're not being fired. They're just, I'm getting, but I was let go from my job. I still work for Amazon, but I'm still being let go from my position here, and they're not going to give it back to me. Why is that happening? And they said like, and I never could get an answer. I don't know who it was that
Did you
the
call
office.
Penny Patterson?
No, but she didn't. She wouldn't take my calls anyway.
I mean, she's the one that put you in that situation.
Yeah, but I mean, like, but there's a chain of command you're supposed to go. I tried to call the site manager. I tried to talk to him. He never would take my calls. And if and like they get really mad if you go above someone's head on stuff like that. So I mean, besides, I was like they deactivated my badge. They deactivated my badge. I couldn't even go back to the building after that. So that's the reason why I was trying to talk to people before I left there that day. I couldn't take my computer or anything with me. I had to leave. I had to turn in all my stuff and everything and walk out the building. They walked me up. They walked me up with security as though I was like, you know, as though I was being fired. And then I was just like, what the hell just happened? I had no idea. I still don't have any idea what happened there. I don't know why it mattered. And like Lindsay ended up, she was still working for Amazon. She ended up getting transferred to that warehouse, that same warehouse sometime later. She got transferred to the same warehouse and for in a different position. And when she was there, it was you got transferred there like the week after I got fired, right? Like the week after I got fired, she got transferred to that warehouse because we were going to be working together. We thought, and then what happened with me, and then she went there the week later, and like the site manager was making this big deal about the fact that they had this great data analyst. They loved him so much, but like for reasons for reasons outside of our control, he decided to move on. And was so I can only assume it was like his call or something. Maybe he didn't like me or something. I don't know. I don't know who I rubbed the wrong way there. I don't, because as far as I knew, everyone actually did like me. They all acted like they liked me, and it was actually one of the few jobs I'd ever worked in where I actually felt really welcomed and like. And people were really like people were really real super positive towards me. Every time I went into work, people were like, "Hey, Chris, what's up, man?" You know, yeah, it was the first time I actually worked in a corporate environment. Even though my job was very solo, but like the team knew me and people were really cool with me and actually seemed to like me. And that was like I mean, I loved it. Even though I didn't know what I was doing and I was stressed from that, but like I loved the actual environment that I was in. It seemed like I had a lot of I felt like I had a lot of like, you know, coworker type friends. Not people like, you know, I'd hang out with outside of work, but at work I felt like I had a really good environment. And then, you know, and then like they insisted that like since I turned in that disability thing and they were like and not only is that unusual, but I've talked to many people in the Amazon network after this too, about if that's normal, if that's ever been something. And every single person I talked to in every HR department, I used to have a long list. I found a big long list. Like when I was working at home, you could access. I had access to a whole bunch of
What did they
people.
say?
They all said they'd never heard of anything like that before. They said it had to been something. It had to been something the site manager decided because there's no corporate policy anywhere in Amazon that 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 would require someone to be put on medical leave just because they needed a chair for a job that it would be one thing if I wanted a chair and I was a forklift driver, right? okay, well, if we're already sitting in a forklift anyway, but let's just imagine like you had to stand in a forklift and you were requiring some sort of sitting implement where you couldn't. Now, I'm saying if you had a job where you were physically moving around, right? You can't have a chair there. If I was a picker back at the old warehouse, I couldn't have a chair there because I was moving. It also wouldn't hurt my back so much because I was moving. But in this particular situation, a data analyst typically was an office job. It was an office role that actually had a usually in every single case. Like I talked to tons of people that said like yeah that you typically would have a cubicle and a desk and a place to in kind of a quiet corner so you could do your job. It was not supposed to be a job that you're supposed to be doing out on the floor with everybody else and stuff like that. So the whole thing feels like some weird sabotage thing from the get go. It seems like somebody set me
From
up at the
Penny?
beginning. I don't know from her or from somebody. I don't know who it was, but the whole thing was just weird. Because I talked to so many other people in the network after that, trying to find out, like, figure out if I could figure out what happened with me there, and every single one of them said that they've never heard of anything like that before. That doesn't make any sense. Why would a data analyst need to why would a data analyst need to be like on the warehouse floor period? I should have been in the office part because they have office sections. I should have been in the office section anyway because it's not a job that you don't need to be out there where you basically be in the way. You could get injured for no reason for just standing in those areas. And like, there was just no reason for it. There was no possible advantage of me being on the floor. But yeah, it didn't matter in the end. It was it was just corporate BS, like Reddington said. It's just it was just it was some sort of corporate politics thing. It was the only thing I ever really could figure was there was this other guy that actually really wanted the data analyst job before I got it. There's this guy that had been there at that warehouse for like 3 years, and apparently the data analyst job was like the job he wanted really badly more than anything, and he was the only person that was addicted to me up there, and I didn't know why he was addicted to me at first. I didn't know
This
until like,
started when you were a trainer, and they decided you were a good trainer, but they didn't want to promote you. So whatever this is was going on up there.
yeah, probably so. I had the best numbers of any trainer in the building, but
And it could be your personality, it could be ADHD, whatever. But there was something that, despite your job performance, they didn't want to or know how to deal with.
which is especially weird because it was a people oriented job too. It wasn't like it was a trainer thing.
You don't know how neurotypicals think or how you come across to neurotypicals. The thing that makes sense to you in your brain is there's factors that are important to them that we don't pick up on.
That's true.
That they go off of that make no sense to us.
That's true. The funny thing is, like my partner in training, was Nepalese, and he spoke about 5 words of English, and she recommended him for a trainer position in another warehouse.
Maybe you were too white.
Maybe I was too white. Maybe it was the fact that I did connect too much with my trainees. Maybe she didn't like the fact that I did such a good job.
That could be the other thing. It could have nothing to do with the neurodivergence. It could be the fact that you were threatening because you knew how to do the job better than the people in charge of you.
Yeah, and like they did. Amazon had a real bad unless you had a manager that really respected or what's the word really.
It's the iron law of institutions.
Right. Yeah. Unless you had a manager that like the manager that helped me get the trainer job was named Dennis, and he was a guy that really valued excellence. He really was this great guy that he would seek out people in his team, and he would like kind of mentor them and help them move up. And he did that with Lindsay, and he did that with me, did it with a couple other people. And he was a really great guy. And unfortunately, did he ever recover from his stroke? He never recovered. Oh, that's so sad. He had a stroke like a couple of years after that. After he helped us there, but he was a really great guy, and he really valued excellence. I mean, that was something he would say. He would use those terms. He values excellence in people, and he wants to see excellent people that do excellent. He was kind of neurotypical. He was not neurotypical himself, so he kind of was like kind of an unusual kind of guy too, kind of quirky kind of dude, and so whenever he got me that trainer job. And more or less, I mean, like he told me that like, he didn't know anything to do with it, but I know he did because I wasn't having any luck anywhere else. But he got me that job at the training position, and I did so well at it. And like because I know my numbers were great. I know that all my trainees loved me. They all like came up and talked to me and like were like always cool with me and everything like that. But the people that didn't like me were the other trainers. The other trainers did not like me. Now, Penny herself, at first, I thought she did like me because my numbers were so good, and that made her look good. But then I threw off. I think I threw off the curve though for everybody else. Even though you think like the one guy would kind of raise the average, but it ultimately made it look like there was one guy that was really talented, and everybody else that she trained was terrible at the job. I think, and therefore I think maybe I made her look bad on some level. Because seriously, the other trainers' numbers were bad, but they were really bad at it. They did not talk to their trainees. They did not speak to them. They would just stare kind of like at a spot in the back, and while they would just read off these slides, just as monotone as you can imagine. I mean, it was like a joke, man. Like I couldn't even. I don't know how you could even like. I mean, I just acted like a human being. I was just a human being to him. I talked to him like I talked to him. I read the slides and talked to them like a human being. And
I said earlier that in Seattle, the more machine-like you can be, the more successful you will be. They're not looking for human. They're looking to people that can accommodate themselves and adapt to this very mechanistic, technocratic way of running business. They want an efficiently run machine. They don't want people in there being human and making human connections. That is going to throw everybody else off.
Yeah.
Amazon's here in Seattle, and Microsoft is the same way. All of the big tech companies work that way, and their corporate cultural ethos trickles down to all the other jobs around Seattle. So they all work like that.
Which is so weird because all of these companies were all started by, rebellious types that like went against the system.
But
And
that's the cycle. Like the rebels become the new authoritarians, and they impose their vision, and the new people, the next generation rebels against that. The rebel always becomes the tyrant. That's the cycle of rebellion.
How do you break the cycle, though? That's what I want to know. How do you break that cycle?
You transcend it. You rise above it. You find some vision higher than the horizontal cyclical vision. You start finding those vertical values that are in hierarchies above each other, and you start working off of the higher values.
Yeah, no, that's my answer too. I mean, that's literally I was going to say that. I was going to say like it depending on.
But Penny Patterson and whoever the people you were, they're not going to be able to do it. They're not even there. Y'all are in two different universes.
You could hear that name one time, you never forget it, right? Penny Patterson. It just rolls off the tongue. It's like I said it one time.
Yeah, I feel like I know her. Next time I have trouble with my Amazon package, I'm going to call them up and say, "Yeah, I need to talk to Penny Patterson about this."
You can let me see, like,
get Penny on the phone,
like.
please.
Imagine what she looks like in your head. Just you get a description. I bet you're right. I bet you can nail.
I imagine Miss White Lady, like a Karen. I imagine a brunette.
She's definitely
middle-aged, thin.
Is thin, middle-aged. I'd say she was in her fifth. She was like 50 or so.
Yeah. I mean, she has some.
The only thing you got wrong was that she was blonde. She had short. She was blonde. Short corporate blonde hair.
Let me see.
Short corporate blonde hair, like the corporate.
Oh, she looks exactly. She looks exactly like a Seattle Karen. This is what they look like. She has the cat eye, the Seattle.
You found a picture of her?
Yeah, she's on LinkedIn.
That's funny. Yeah, no, that's
Penny. If you watch it, hi, Happy New Year. Enjoy the stream. Come on and talk about what happened with Chris. Yeah. No, yeah. These are the kind of people. She looks like an HR clone. These are the kind of people that have been making my life miserable.
And like I said, she was fourth down from Jeff Bezos in the hierarchy. She was that powerful. She made something close to, like, I didn't know from her, she wouldn't say it, but I looked up online because there if you knew how to navigate the Amazon internal network, you could find all sorts of juicy information. And you can actually find even what their salaries are. I found out her salary.
She reminds me of Rachel Hara in that movie we watched about the old Bill Burr movie. She reminds me of Rachel Hara.
No, she does kind of remind me of that.
That's how they act. That's what they're like.
This woman pulled in $850,000 a year before bonuses.
Yeah. So, my ex was in upper management in Microsoft, and he got paid very handsomely to do nothing.
No, I'm not saying she didn't work. I mean, she was managing the train.
It's impression management is what they do. They don't do actual work. The employees do the work, and they run around and say the right things to the right people and put on the right professional image at the right time that they need to. But it's theater.
There was one day in particular I have a memory of that was really that should have been really telling for me. That should have really like clued me into like my place there. There's this one day that we actually had like we had for whatever reason there was one day that we had crossover between like the different shifts, and so we had almost all the trainers were there at the same time, and there was a lot of work to do. There was a lot of work to do because there had been because we had a big group coming in, but I was going around doing all the actual. I was doing my job like I was supposed to. I had my clipboard and I was going around. I was doing the follow evaluations, the trainees and this and that. Um, and while I like she kind of assigned all that stuff to everybody, and I went off. I was always like took mine. I ran with it. I was ready to get going. Like I said, I like my job, and I didn't even realize that but nobody else, even though everybody else had their assignments, nobody else ever left because somebody asked a question right as I was walking off about what are these award things you can go in your profile, and apparently Penny decided to take the whole day, and she left the entire while I kept wandering back by the station, the trainer station, and seeing them all standing there, and it took me like 3 or 4 passes before I finally stopped and I asked like what. Is everybody doing? Is there like something? Is there a project or something going on? They're like, no, we're just all getting awards on our profiles. Like we're just giving out, and she just like she was like she didn't mention it to me or anything, but for everybody else, she was perfectly fine with fucking around and just having them doing nothing, like literally nothing of any value. But at the same time, I've also been told that putting that by spending that time and putting those stupid awards in your profile, it does apparently make you more hireable
It does.
within the company.
They're playing the game. They're showing that they can play her game, and that
And
does
I
make them
didn't.
more
And
valuable.
instead of doing the game, I actually did
Yes.
the work.
The first
And
job I had here was the same way. I did all the work, and the office girls kissed the boss's ass and figured out how to like get on her good side and make them think they were doing. And she loved them. She thought they were, and they weren't doing anything. I was the one working with all the patients as they'd show up, and they would like make forms. Like, oh, look at these new office forms we made for this procedure, and they'd show it to the manager. And she'd be like, "Oh, that's wonderful. I really like people like you that can take the initiative and create all this good," because they geeked out on office stuff, and so they played her game, but none of them were focused on the actual work, and neither was she. She couldn't name a single client in that office, and she wasn't even in the office. She like managed remotely from the basement. And every time she came up to the office, she didn't know who any of the patients were at all. She was not people focused at all. All she cared about was like office processes. And so all the office girls would work on that kind of stuff. And then they'd show it off to her and she'd praise them and they'd get pats on the head from her. And I was the one carrying the entire office, focusing on the patients, making sure that they got what they needed. And I was the one that got fired.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what happened to that facility after they fired you. Did they just find another
the manager got
employee?
fired because they
Manager
told her
got
not to fire me. The people above her in HR told her not to fire me, and she did it anyway. And she got fired like a month later. The doctors, because I was good with the doctors, but the doctors are not in control of who hires or fires. The management is, and the doctors told her if you fire him, you're next. And she like a month later, she got fired.
Yeah, I had something similar happen. I got fired from a job in Texarkana once. It was just a call center thing. I was just doing tech support for this stupid phone company called Huawei. You know, like they make those cheap ass phones. And I was doing tech support for them from this little like telemarketing type office. And I once again, you know, I wasn't. I can't say I wasn't the absolute top, but I was like pretty much. I was like second or third in terms of performance. I was always from one, 2, or 3 in performance every time. And and they kept giving me all this weird busy work to do, and I kept doing it anyway. Um, but like it was one day he came to me like really hot about something, and he was like, "You can't do this anymore. You can't do this anymore." And I was like, "Do what anymore?" And he said like you can't just send these form emails back to these customer complaints. And I was like, okay. And then at the same time he also sent his little minion girl, his assistant, over to me, and she said like, well, just so you know, like all of the responses that you send out have to be written by me now. So I'm writing all the responses. So I'm like, but he just told me not to send any form letters out, so I can't. Do I need to take your letters and alter them? She's like, no, don't alter them at all. Just send out what I give you to send them to. And I said, but he just told me not to do that. And you're telling me this. And so I went to him, and he's like, well, yeah, don't do what she says. Go ahead and do it. I did tell her to do that, so that's fine. Yeah, yeah. Just send out those. He said, okay. So I went back and did my job, and I sent out her letters. And then at the end of the day, they security came and escorted me from my desk to the what they call it, the exit interview room. They took me to the exit interview room and said like, well, Chris, I told you this morning, you can't be sending these form letters out like this. And what's this? I said, you told me to my face to send out the letters she gave me to send out. You told me this. This wasn't a place that was like that had like recording or anything. Like if this shit had been recorded, I would have gotten, I would have been completely justified. But I got back into the building one day with a friend that worked there and talked to the main boss, and he acted like he was getting my job back, but he didn't. But that guy, the manager, he got fired a week later. For whatever, I don't know, but he got fired.
They do. The quality does suffer,
Yeah.
and like I don't take jobs that I don't know how to do. So if you're hiring me, it's because I know how to do the job,
Right.
and the doctors knew that. Like the doctors came to me for everything. Anything that needed to be done for a patient that they needed to actually get done, they would bring it to me because they knew I would get it done. They wouldn't bring it to any of the girls. So without me there, they didn't have that person to do, and the quality of the office did suffer.
Yeah. Yeah, it always does. I mean, of course, like with the trainer thing, that was one thing because like we were a temporary warehouse. With the warehouse, literally, like when I left that warehouse, that was the last day of the warehouse. Like I was there for the warehouse until the warehouse shut down. Um, yeah, I mean, they end up converting it to a permanent warehouse later that Lindsay actually also worked at. But then so like my first day of training, the data analyst thing was the day after the last day of that warehouse's existence. It was just a temp. I mean, everybody it was no longer operating. There were just people there moving out the equipment. I left there and went into the
Yes,
and went
exactly
into
what
the
Gary's saying.
yeah. It seems like Lucky's fell out for it. If you bust your guys, you do it no
100%.
more. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and I even tried doing the lackey thing. I've tried doing the lackey thing. I'm just
Oh, I'm
bad.
horrible
I'm very bad.
lackey.
I'm very bad at it. I'm very bad at it. I can't do it. I can't kiss ass like people want me to. I mean, man, I was a bulldog whenever I was when I was in problem solve. I was at the warehouse at first, and like it was the reason. It's part of the reason that Dennis helped me out so much too. I was a bulldog up there, man. Like there was like this one manager that was just terrible at everything. I mean, he got hired in from like the corporate, like the college sector, and like everybody, and he was a really nice guy, and like I didn't dislike the guy, but every time he kind of like tried to like help out, it usually fucked things up. And more than once he came out, he's like, "What can I do to help, man? I see you look like you're." I was like, first of all, I'm not backed up. I'm perfectly on time, and second of all, get the fuck out of problem solve. I got this shit covered, and I. I talked to him. He was like 2 levels above me. I talked to him like that. He was like, okay, yeah. I never got in trouble for it. He never got in trouble. He would make jokes about it later. He's like, "Well, Chris keeps kicking me out of problem solve. I try to help." And I'm like, "Dude, I don't need you in problem solve, dude." And I talk to people like that all the time up there. And most of the people that knew me and worked with me and knew how good my numbers are, that they laughed about it and stuff. And like I had a pretty good camaraderie with all these guys. But like I didn't take shit like that. Like if you put somebody in put somebody in there with me that was slowing me down, I would be like, okay, instead of you doing this, I would literally do what the manager's job was, and I would assign them to another position. I would send them to pick or pack or something like that. And I wasn't supposed to do that, but I did it anyway because it had to be done. And that's what got Dennis's attention, because he was the kind of person that knows that kind of thing, and that's the reason why I got promoted. But I can't believe I lasted that long acting the way I did. But the thing is, I was so good at it though that without me, like they would have been so fucked so many times and they knew it. So like they really needed me. They had nobody to replace me. They sent people over for me to train many times, and like I tried to train them. I honestly did. Like I mean, I wasn't even. It wasn't even like that thing where I was afraid they wanted me to train my replacement or anything like that. I didn't even care. I tried to train the best I could. The only person who ever got trained was like my friend Brianna, but she already got the PA. She already got a better position, so she didn't even matter for her. But like yeah, like they sent people to train. Although yeah, there was another guy that I did train, and he was terrible at it, and he did actually get promoted before I did. They didn't replace me with him. They just gave him a higher position, even though he sucked at the job they tried to train him for. Um, yeah, it was like things like that happen to me all the time. Like I was just it's almost hilarious to me now. That's what I'm saying. Like I mean, and I'm gonna try. I am gonna try those job resources stuff. I'm gonna use the Go Bard thing. I'm going to see what I can find. I have all these job resources they sent me from the lady at the hospital that sent me to, and I got a lot of different things that I could get leads out of, and I'm going to give them all a good shot. But when it comes right down to it, my confidence in myself right now lies in the fact that I believe that my path forward is not going to be a traditional one. I do not see a traditional path forward for me at this point, and it's like I every time I've tried the traditional path, I have if I've succeeded at all, it's only in the skin of my teeth, only because like I've been able to eat, I'm able to, eat shit and just enough to get by for a little while. But even whenever I've done it all right and I've gone by the book, I still somehow find a way to get laid off or fired or any of those things. Even whenever I go by the book on things, I do stuff like that. I've never fit into that world enough to make it there. So in a lot of ways, it seems like it's a pretty pointless. It's almost a fool's errand for me to try to depend on that as a definitive way forward. I have to look at other things. Even if I find something, I'm not going to turn it down. I'm going to take some. If I can find a good work at home job that give me some extra money and some extra things like that, I'm all for it. I'll take it and I'll do the best I can until like whatever happens is going to happen. But I don't believe that. I just I don't know. I say I don't believe. I mean,
No,
it's
I
not
don't either.
impossible.
That's why I started my own practice. I don't
Yeah.
intend to go work for another employer again. But do you think you're going to be able to forge that non-traditional path in the next 2 months?
I mean, I've been working on it in smaller doses for the last couple of months anyway, and it might be as many as 3. It might have as many as 3 months. I might have as much up to 3 months. But I'm setting it right now. I'm setting my sights at 2.
Okay.
And yeah, do I think I can? I think anything is possible, and I think that I'm capable. And I think I'm capable of doing. I've done some incredible things in my life that I had no business succeeding at before. So I see no reason that I can't do it again, even though I'm old and disabled. Perhaps I think that there's as much of a chance of me succeeding at this now as there was back whenever I started my first music venue back in Longview. Whenever I literally like you want to hear a weird job story? That's a weird job story. I'll get again another day. Like I think I told you about it before. We got the world's strongest legs. I didn't ever mention that to you. He had the Guinness Book World Records record
Oh,
for the world's
vaguely.
strongest legs. Um, yeah, and he had this weird like sweatshop in the middle of Longview that he had occasionally rented out to some church that's something to do Christian raves in. And I had to find in like I had a falling out with the lady that ran the coffee shop that I worked at and had been doing shows at, and I had all these shows lined up that I had some big shows that I put money into to bring in, and I had no place to put them. And this guy was like, well, I know that this guy he he occasionally lets people like he used to let these kids do these Christian raves up on the top of his building thing, and I was like, well, fuck it, let's go check it out, let's go talk to him, let's see if he'll do it. And like getting in to talk to him was weird because like you couldn't get into the building. It was like you had like a buzzer thing on the outside, and I'd buzz and I'd say like I'm looking to talk to. I can't remember the guy's name right now, but it'll come to me later. But I'd buzz the thing and I'd be like I'm trying to talk to someone, and he'd be like, yep, it's me. What is I can help you with? Yeah, there's this really weird way of talking. And whenever you saw his face, it's weird because he did this thing where he was always smiling and this like bizarrely, he's very like sociopathic seeming. Like he's in like he could come out a serial killer, man. He'd look at you like this whole time, like it's like where this like if I didn't have the beard, it'd be a lot more effective because you could see like he had like these dimples that would go way in, and the only difference you could tell between when he was smiling and not is when the dimples went in slightly further. It was very very creepy. Anyway, he'd be like, yeah, he's like, that's me. How can I assist you? And I was like, well, I have a I don't know how I present myself. I was like I'm a concert promoter, and I've got some concerts coming through, and I've heard you guys had a space that you've rented out before, and maybe we could talk to you about using that. And he's like, not interested in anybody doing that right now. Sorry, just thank you for coming by. Bye. And so we are like, oh shit, that doesn't work. And I was like, damn it, no, I can't give up that easily. I went back and did it again. I was like, sir, if really, I'm sorry, I don't want to take up much of your time, but I really, I'm really in some dire straits here, and I really think that we can make this worth both our whiles and all stuff like that. And he still said no. But I went back the next day one more time. And this day I went by, he let me into he let me into like this one little like weird room that just had a table and 2 chairs at either end of this long table. It was very weird. It's like this dark room that had like it looked like it looked like an interrogation room in a police station. I guess it must have been like their exit interview room or something like that. That's what it looked like. It's like the same kind of room I got fired in at the other place. And there was 2 of us or 2 or 3 of us there, and like only one of us could like sit down, and he sat all the way at the other end of the table from us, like this like weird power move thing. And I the other 2 I was with or there, I was like, why don't one of you guys sit down? They're like, no, you sit down, you sit down. You're the one doing this. This is your thing. They everyone all freaked out. And he comes in, he stands in, he's got long hair with a ponytail, and this weird like smile. He's very tall and very just he looks like and he has this really weird vacant expression in his face all the time. And he comes in, he's like, well, I wasn't gonna let you I had no intention of talking to you guys, but you're persistent. Persistent. I really respect that. I respect persistence. You really impressed me with the fact you came back a 3rd time, even after I told you no twice. And so, you know what? I'm going to give you a shot. Like, I hear what you have to say. And we told him whether the show's way to come up. He's like, you know what? Sounds like a great idea. I think it's a great idea. I think actually, I want to work with you. Seems like a great kid. I think we're going to do great things together, all this stuff. And he's this weird kind of manic shit. And then he takes us up to the place, and it used to this building was a former meat packing plant, so it had like this weird like meat elevator kind of like meat escalator thing that you could like send like package of stuff up through, kind of like a conveyor belt. A conveyor belt is what I say. And upstairs it was just like it was this really great open venue space and everything. It needed a lot of work. We had to do a lot of work to get it fixed up for the show and all stuff like that. But he didn't even charge us for it, and he didn't even like. But like as time went on, like it just became this stranger and stranger relationship. Like every time I'd go to talk to him, he had this office that was stacked from floor to ceiling with just papers and books. I don't even know what they were. And he only had 2 chairs in his office, and 2 of them were these chairs kind of like this chair, but if like the back of it went to the ceiling, it had this massive back on it. It was like it was a chair that made you feel small when you sat in it. I think that was a psychological thing he did. He sat in a normal office chair, and his only other chairs he had in there, these chairs that made you feel tiny. Like you would sit in these chairs, you felt like you were like a tiny person. And he would always have all these like weird, like he would always say he would call me in to have these meetings, and I would have no idea when I left what it was about. I would have no idea what the point of it was. He would say like, I think we need to do. I think we really need to keep doing these things. We need to do I really like the fact that you're doing these shows, these concerts. This is really good, man. It's really good. I was like, yeah, we're going to, and and stuff. And he's like, and then he'd say a bunch of random stuff out, like, whenever I got the world record for the world, I have the record for the world's strongest legs. He'd mention as much as possible, and he mentioned it all the time. And like he'd show off his calves, and he had like these really amazingly divine calves. It was like this is really weird guy, man. And what he was doing, what his sweatshop, he literally was running, I'm pretty sure, an illegal sweatshop, with a bunch of non-English speaking women sewing together a power lifting apparel brand of his, in this little tiny like warehouse in Longview. And I managed to convince this guy to let me do shows until like the city came and shut us down because of they said even though we had it cleared before but then they said like we suddenly had fire code violations that would have required millions of dollars in repairs that we of course couldn't afford, so it shut us down. But it was just funny, man. Like that was like the most weird and just like surreal experience. Like I've had so many things like that. Like I managed a movie theater once, and like the guy that owned it was like this really angry New York guy, and he wasn't making enough money. So at one point he started renting out 2 of the theaters to amateur pro wrestling. We took out rows of seats and they put in pro wrestling rings in them, and had these amateur pro wrestling guys come and do amateur pro wrestling in these 2 theaters. And like they would be up in the projection booth. They'd be like oiling each other up and down and everything. Just these guys, they were just like normal guys, but they were kind of like meatheads. And they were just like, I was like running a movie theater with all these like sweaty, like oily guys like standing around, like getting ready to go and do like fake wrestling moves on each other. I have had some weird ass shit happen to me, man. I really have. Like I still can't believe the wrestling thing happened. Like that's part of my brain, that there's a part of my brain that just is like, that didn't happen. That's something you dreamt, man. That can't be real. It's like, I was a manager of a movie theater, and all of a sudden one day the owner's like, "We're gonna do amateur pro wrestling and it's theaters 1 and 2." And I was like, "What?" And he's like, "Don't worry, I got this guy. These guys are gonna come in and take the seats out and put the rings in." And I was like, "Okay." And then they did that 2 nights a week. Just amateur pro wrestling. It was so weird. The weirdest part was how it smelled in the booth. Like the oil they used smelled really weird, and I don't know. It smelled like lube. It smelled like lube. It smelled like they were lubing each other up. Maybe they were. Maybe that was part of the trick. Maybe it was like to make them make they were slippery, so they didn't hurt each other as much. I don't know. They did the razor blade. They showed me the razor blade trick. They hold a razor blade between their fingers. That way they can that way when somebody hits them, they do like this and cut the top of their forehead so that they bleed a little bit. That's actually something they do. I learned some tricks about wrestling that I didn't know. It was so weird, man. I mean, I don't know how you even I don't know how I ended up in the situation I ended up in over my lifetime. Between the world's strongest legs guy and Venturini, the angry movie theater owner, man, it's been some weird times. Weird times. I moved on from, my job I got after that was a mall security guard. So just pretty something else I only did for once. So. My life has been unconventional the whole way through. So anytime I try to be conventional, I feel like life rebels against me. It's like, fuck you. Go back to doing what you're good at. Be weird. So that's my plan. I'm gonna be weird. I'm just gonna be weird to the wall, or weird. I don't know what that means. Weird as attack, I guess. As
well, I hope it works for you. I hope it produces something for you.
Me too.
In the next 3 months.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still putting the 2-month timer on it, but I'm saying, I mean, I'm not gonna rule out the possibility that we could find a way to extend another month, but it's got to be it really needs to be 2. But I mean, I think I've got with it just like you said earlier though, it's all about having a support network. That's before whenever everything fell apart, I had no one to talk to or fall back on. Every one of my friends lived in somewhere from Alaska to somewhere else, and I had no, and they weren't very communicative, and I didn't have the support network I have now, and I have a great group of friends.
Well, that is part of it, but your network can't do the action for you. So
no, I don't expect
at some
them
point you're gonna have to take the steps.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, I believe it or not, I've been doing them. I have been doing the things. It's just that I like I said, I put job application stuff on pause during these last few weeks of the year because I know for a fact that those job applications those last couple of weeks of the year, they fall into an abyss that never gets looked at. Even if your job application gets looked at all in the first place.
Yeah,
but,
I knew that the holidays. That's
so I mean, I certainly hadn't been putting out job applications the last couple of weeks, but I mean, I've been doing job applications for a long time, and I've been working on these other things and other creative type things, and I do, and but like I said, it's just really in this last couple of weeks, honestly, these last couple of weeks of the year, despite despite some nothing really good or really super positive has happened per se, but just the slow buildup of just over time, I don't know, I've kind of gotten a lot more of my groove back, I guess. I feel like I'm a lot more in my element, I feel a lot more comfortable in my own skin again than I have for a long, long time. And I mean, and in some ways I could look around at my life right now and be like, it's as bad as it's ever been, but I don't feel that way. I don't feel like it's as bad as it's ever been. I feel like I see opportunity, I see possibilities. And it doesn't mean that all those ideas I have, doesn't mean that all or any of them are necessarily going to pan out. Plenty of them could fail for reasons that are beyond my control or completely within my control. I could fuck things up too, but I feel okay about it right now. I feel okay about whatever happens. It's
well, worst case scenario, you're going to end up in a Roach Motel in Texarkana
or something. I mean, or somewhere. I don't know. I'm looking for any alternative to that. But yeah. I mean, like worst case scenario, I will find a way to. Like I said, my parents had like this empty building downtown. I'll move into that if I have to, or something like that. I don't know. It's just like, I mean, it's like literally just like a gutted interior that they were going to turn into their coffee shop, but they ended up having to, they couldn't get it done in time, so they had to rent this place around the corner of that was an old Italian place, and they rented it and turned it into their coffee shop. So right now they got their coffee shop open there. Um, and they're just like leaving the other thing alone. So in the meantime, if I end up there, I may convert a small corner of that empty building into a studio space and start shooting things from there, and using that as like you try to use that as a launch board. I mean, like no matter what happens, I'm going to try to see it as an opportunity that I just hadn't thought of yet. I'm going to try to figure out a way to make it work. And I just don't feel like it's like in some ways I feel like it is my choice, but I almost don't have a choice, because I love my family. I want to take care of them. I want to make I want to make I want to make an impact on the world, and like that's the only way I have to do it. I'm 42. It's not like I have infinite years left. I've got some medical issues and stuff like that. So I'm gonna go as hard as I can until I can't go anymore. That's all we can do. And I know, like I said, I'm super happy to have met you and the other people that come on the stream and have become friends with. It's just it's been a real honor to interact with people like yourself again, or just in general. I never would have imagined I'd be doing this a year ago, or
Yeah. Well, I never met before COVID. I was doing
right.
this a year ago, but
Yeah, you
before
were doing this a
COVID,
year
no,
ago.
I didn't know any of this existed. I didn't know they had this kind of video chat network.
I know it existed to some degree. I didn't know the open panel.
I knew people Skyped, but that was like one-on-one person. Like you
Yeah.
Skyped with your friends or your boss or your
Or Zoom or
coworkers. But
whatever,
I didn't know like there was a whole network of people you can meet that way.
Yeah, exactly. I had no idea that anything like, I mean, and you knew it way before I did, but I mean, I even the whole time during COVID and everything, that honestly, I never got into YouTube as like a thing to watch until COVID. That was the whole reason I started watching. That was the period in which, like, before that, I was usually out. I was busy a lot of times. I didn't spend a lot of time like watching much TV at all. And like then like I got a TV that actually had like the YouTube app on it, And that was that was really what like started me watching YouTube more than anything, because I could kind of sit there and just kind of browse it with my remote on the couch, type of thing. Most of the time we just watch movies or whatever before that, but started watching YouTube thing. That's where I discovered like political YouTubers and various news type things and stuff like that. I got into all I started being interested in like that's when I got the idea to try to start building that studio. And so it was before COVID, really. It was before COVID that I started getting to YouTube, and then it's when I got that TV is whenever I started getting to YouTube, I guess. And that was a year or two before that. I started getting into it, and that was what the idea of, and went the VR headset stuff and everything. We were like, yeah, we should build out a studio for this, and that was right before, and that studio thing, we got all the pieces we needed right before everything went to shit. And then I sold all that stuff to pay for hospital bills and stuff like that, and that was a disaster. So, but
Well, speaking of TV, do you want to go binge something? We've been on here for almost 7 hours.
It seems like everybody's disappeared. Is there anybody out there?
It's New Year's Day. If we don't get any guests, we might as well go do something.
Well, yeah. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go with and get Lindsay some food, and then I'll be back and we can watch some TV. Yeah, I'll message you when I get back. I just gotta go make some dinner.
Okay, that sounds good. I might try to keep it going.
Yeah, keep it going, man. If there's anybody, I mean, we could just take a break from the stream and come back and do it later tonight whenever we know people will be around again.
Well, I guess go do the food thing and then just message me when you're ready.
Yeah, I'll message you. Or if you're still online, I'll hop back on and talk to you. But yeah, I'm just gonna go and get this girl some food. She is looking at me with sad puppy dog eyes.
Oh, thanks. And you're welcome to come on and jump in too. That's kind of what we do here. We just have conversations about Nothing and anything.
Oh, Yeti Life. Yeah, yeah, man. I've seen you in like I think I've seen you maybe on. Are you on the Discord? I want to say I've seen you on the Discord, maybe. I don't know, but I know I saw you earlier in the comments, but I'm not sure where else I've seen you. I know I've seen that name before, but yeah, seriously, like if you're enjoying the conversations, come join the conversation, man. Like
Yeah, we're on every day at 2 p.m. Central, 7 days a week. Today's our New Year's thing, but normally we're on every day at 2.
That's what I think is so great about open panels and open panels like what we're doing is like I know that there are a lot of people that got into watching streams like this because like listening to conversations between people. Some people, especially if they feel isolated or something, they're used to being around like that. It can be very comforting just to hear people talking, just kind of like you just feel it feels like But but this adds the open panel aspect of it without you having to be a guest, without you having to get like a kind of to email anybody to like set up like an interview time or anything like that. It gives the ability just to jump on and just kind of like become part of that conversation the same way you would in a social setting. Like if you were at a coffee shop and you were hearing these two people have this really interesting conversation, you might feel a little like embarrassed or like a little like shy about like wanting to jump into that. But still, if you wanted to, you could walk up to them and be like, "Hey guys, I really like what you're talking about," and you can just like have and start a conversation with those people too. And that's something that's missing. That was always missing from conversational type streams on YouTube to me is the fact that like like you can enjoy listening to the conversation, but it's so much better that we're giving feel I feel like that we have the opportunity with these streams to actually just join that conversation and be a part of it and actually make friends and like and not just it's not just parasocial at that point. It's maybe something in between parasocial and fully social, because you haven't met in real life, but it's not that parasocial thing where like someone is a completely one-sided thing. You actually have a dialogue with them, and I think that's amazing. Like that's in some ways I think that's the best innovation that YouTube and streaming has given us thus far. I think that's just like an amazing thing that you can facilitate like actual something that comes close to old school social interactions that you used to be able to have in social hangout type spots that just don't exist anymore. I mean, find one. I mean, they like Starbucks aren't set up for that sort of thing. They're too corporate and cold feeling. Like old school like mom and pop coffee shops that where people could just where it felt like it was like socially acceptable to like just make friends there and that stuff like that. Like, people at places like that used to exist all over the place when I was a kid, and I don't see those places anymore. And I really I feel like at least technology, as much as it's taken away, at least it's managed to in this way give back some of that um, to people, to some degree, as long as people are willing to host them. And I don't know, I love that about what we're doing here and just streaming in general. I think it's just an amazing thing. It makes me feel so much better. The fact that I feel like I'm a social outlet. Discord's good for that too. It's just not as like publicly. You have to know how to get into the Discord. You have to know what the Discord is and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
Discord's like the inner sanctum. This is the
Yeah,
lobby.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Discord. I love Discord, but like I didn't understand it for the longest time because I didn't know how you're supposed to like find Discords to join. Like, well, how do I even know?
I've never looked for them. I've always just found them through
Yeah,
people's websites or Twitter,
that's how I
or I'll
feel.
hear
Yeah,
people, or
that's how
some
I found
people
them.
have them on their YouTube channels. But I know there's a directory where you can browse this, but I've never
Oh, I didn't
really
know that.
looked for Discords. I've just run across them through other types of networking.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I mean, I really, when I first encountered Discord, I thought it was just Slack with a different name, honestly. Because like I use Slack all the time when I used to work on, I used Slack for Amazon and I used Slack when I worked for Cracked. I was in like I was always logged into the Slack channel for Cracked all the time. Like all the writers in there would all like congregate and talk about their story, their article ideas, and like what they're working on, stuff like that. And we used to hang out and talk to the different editors and stuff like that, and it was fun. But like that's all that's like the only thing I ever used Discord for was talking to a couple of different at-home employers I had when I worked for a library and stuff like that. That's how I contacted everybody was through Discord. So I didn't really kept hearing people talking about like they're adding Discord integration to this or that, and I'm just like why do you need to integrate Disc? It's just like a communal chat thing for businesses. I thought I didn't even think of it as like a thing you did for like for socializing. You know, I never thought of it as like a social thing. I didn't know how far it had come. Also, it's like you.
The minute I pulled it up, I knew what to do with it because I was an AOL chat room addict. I'm like, oh, chat rooms are back. Finally, we have chat rooms again.
Well, yeah, but they weren't publicly. It wasn't publicly browsable the way a chat room used to be. You know, it felt.
No, but it didn't matter. It gave me a room with people in it, and the conversation was doing this, scrolling up the screen and chatting. That's all I needed.
Don't get me wrong. I like that part of it too. I like Slack for the same reason. Slack was the same thing. Slack was like a chat room. It was just a work focused one. And like, but like my first impression of Discord is that it was just another name for Slack because all I had was work context on it, and I didn't know that it was used for anything else. So now that I know that, you know, I've learned to really love Discord. I also think it's hilarious it's called Discord because it makes me wonder if were the creators Discordians or something, because I don't know why you would call it Discord. It's like, but anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go make dinner. I'll be back in a little while if you're not offline. Then, otherwise, I will message you through text or Discordia, and yeah, good conversation, man. Good talk. I hope everybody out there that is still listening, I hope you continue listening. I hope some of you will jump on and continue the conversation train here. Got some.
Wait, before you leave, real quick, I'm gonna go pee. So keep it going,
yeah.
just long enough for that.
No problem. Go ahead.
I'll be back.
I mean, what are you doing, Jack? Would you spend time with your family or something? Come on. You spend time with your family? Your family, really? Come on. You can't spend time with your family. I don't even know if you're still out. If Jack's still listening, I have no idea. I am glad you're enjoying our conversation, though, Yeti Life. I you know, before I first, like, you know, kind of came across like streams like this and stuff like that, I think that if I had heard about streams like the ones we're doing like right now, I think I would have thought that it was just weird, like, you know, just hearing like two people just kind of talking about life like this and stuff like that. Now that I you know, been doing it and everything for as long as I have, it's, you know, it seems like it's become such an essential part of my life so quickly that I barely even had time to, like, you know, adjust to it. It's just like all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, this is what I do now, you know. And like I'm just so happy to see that, you know, that there are people out there that are enjoying it and that are, you know, wanting to come back and everything. I was looking right here at you know, like our subscriber count went from, I think we were stuck around 80 for like a long time. We had like 80 subscribers, and now we have 127, and that's incredible to me. I can't believe like we jumped up that many people in just in a couple. Yeah, like we had like almost 50 new people subscribed, and our chat has been a lot more lively lately, which we love. I love interacting with chat. I mean, I hope I honestly kind of like I do fear if we ever get big enough that I fear that day that if our chat ever gets to the point where it turns into like Destiny's chat or something like that. I couldn't take that. I don't know what we'd have to implement to like change that, but like I could not allow that to be. Like I want to be able to interact with the chat. When the chat moves so fast, your eyes can't even like, you can't even read a word because it just looks like a blur of like dick pics and symbols or whatever the fuck they're on those things. Like I don't even know. I don't even know how you I don't know how you're supposed to interact with that. I don't understand why anyone's typing. I feel it seems like the kind of thing that you're doubtful. What do you mean? Doubtful that we'd ever become that big? Well, thanks, Reddington. Thanks. That's real.
Wait, what is he saying? Reddington cracks me up.
Oh, I said I fear ever. I really do hope that our chat never gets to the point where, like, you know, Destiny's chat or anything gets to.
Oh yeah, no, I don't. I'm gonna do something else at that point. I need to be able to see the people and interact with them.
And so I was like, I hope as much as I want us to our success to continue, I don't want it to ever get to that point. And he said doubtful, so I was like, well, thanks, man. You know,
he's trying to be an imp, but I'm actually glad that he's right because I don't want to.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't care about getting that big anyway. I just thought it was funny.
I like the.
thought it
I
was
have to
funny.
interact. I don't want to just talk into a void to thousands of people. I need something more personal than that, and something more reciprocal.
Like when you get to the point where you have to have super chats in order for like the only way that people the only way that you can read the chats is if you only read the super chats, and a lot of times they don't even read the super chats to the end of the thing. I mean, but that's well, granted, a lot of those shows that do that kind of thing are more interview focused. They're more focused on like interacting with their guests than they are the chat, I guess. But like, I mean, at least at the level we're at right now, I like the fact that we can do both. You know, we can interact with our guests.
I don't care about getting big. I care about. I see potential in this, particularly for community building, that I want to exploit and push and see what the limits of it are. So, however big that happens to be, but I'm not concerned about getting big. I'm concerned about maximizing whatever potential is in this thing that we're all doing.
Yeah, I agree.
I would like to become the Meow Wolf of streamers.
I am with you on that one. Me and you have that. Me and you share that vision. That is 100%.
But I also think Meow Wolf, they lost me. I'm telling you, at the end, they lost me when they decided to become $1 billion company and start doing franchises stuff. That's the point where their vision turned into something else that I was no longer interested in knowing about.
I know, but at the same time, like that's the reason that we have one in Dallas and stuff like that. Like there is something kind of cool about the fact that they've expanded it, and each one of them they're all different. They're all strange. They're all.
But they're not grassroots. It's the grassroots part, and once you start franchising,
I know you can see
that is no longer grassroots.
Like, but I can't. I don't know. That's like people that like complain like whenever like like Modest Mouse was like this massive indie band for a long time that were just known for being weird, and like they really are one of the weirdest bands of all time, especially to ever have a #1 hit like they did, like they hit with Float On. I mean, and a lot of people when they hit with Float On, even though like I had that album way before that song hit big, and like I liked the song Find the Album, I still like it somewhat now. It's kind of, I gotten sick of it, so I heard it so much. But like I can't hate them for being successful. Like that song.
No, I don't hate me. I don't hate Meow Wolf. I'm just saying that's where their vision no longer became a vision that would inspire me. I'm not interested in. I liked the Meow Wolf because it was a model of what I was trying to do up until the point that they started franchising, and then they moved to a different model that I suddenly had no interest in.
It's not franchised. It is still owned by the same people. They don't.
Well,
not,
you know what I'm talking about. Okay. But no, I say franchise because it's not the original team. They went out and they created a model or a template that they can then take to other cities, and then they hire people to come and use their model to duplicate what they did originally through the grassroots process.
But isn't
so doing it that way? There is not, you're not going to have the grassroots element to it that you in the other cities that you did in New Mexico, because they're using a pre-existing model or template. It's not emerging.
It's true.
It's more designed.
It risks becoming corporate, and that is a big problem. It risks becoming corporatized and having HR departments and shit like that, and turning into.
But not even that. I think yes, that is another issue. But separate from that, using a pre-existing model versus developing yourself from the ground up are two different modes of creation. It's like a recipe versus somebody getting in the kitchen and just doing it from the heart. So the very first Meow Wolf was from the heart, but all of the other ones after that will not be able to be from the heart because they will be following a pre-existing recipe. Like Meow Wolf forged their path, but now all of the future Meow Wolf have to go by this pre-existing path that's being laid out for them. They don't get to pioneer and forge a new path. Only the original Meow Wolf could have done that because it was from the grassroots up.
I mean, I agree that that's more than likely the case. That is more than likely the case. I don't think that it has to be the case. I don't know. I don't think it's necessary. Like I haven't been to them all, so
you think they're just going to go to the new cities and fund them and say do what you want and come up with your own? No, they're going to manage it.
As soon as I get the money, as soon as I get the money to actually afford the tickets to the one here, I want to go to it, and I will report back and I'll tell you how heartfelt or how sterile it seems. I can't judge it until I've seen it.
I don't know if any of what I'm talking about will come through in the actual product. It may look as heartfelt or whatever as the first one, but I'm saying the story of the behind the scenes
Yeah.
is
No, I mean,
only going to
I
apply
feel
to
you.
that first Meow Wolf, and
I feel
that's
you,
what
but
interests me.
I feel you. I do. I just like, but I just have this resistance against like judging it because judging something because it
I
grew.
think you're hearing a judgment that's not there. I'm saying that my interest in Meow Wolf was their grassroots, how they took it's a bunch of teenage
Right.
kids
Okay. No.
that
I see. I see what you're saying. I see what you're
built
saying.
it
I
up to
get it.
this company. Once they developed a model that they could take to other cities, that is less interesting to me than what they did from when they were kids, taking it from the grassroots level up. I'm not interested in how
I see.
companies create models that other cities can duplicate and they can like expand their footprint.
Well,
I'm not making any statement
I get
about
what you're
those
saying.
models or the results of the products from it. I'm just saying I'm not interested in developing any kind of model that other people can come and use because I don't think you can duplicate what we're trying to do here anyway.
Right. Well, I
And I
understand
want
what you're
people to create their own models, pioneer their own new forms, and like let their own products emerge from their own efforts. So I would take it up to the point, like however big this grassroots effort gets, I would take it up to that point. But once it becomes like, oh, we want you to come and do what you did here at this other place and hire a team to do it and teach them how to do it and let them replicate what you're doing. That's the point where I would say, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in that part of it. I can't help you with that part. That like you have to do that yourself because part of the magic comes from I'm very grassroots. I don't know how to be anything else. I can't be top down. And like Meow Wolf in any other city but Santa Fe is top down.
Well, I mean, I see what you're saying. I don't fully agree.
And I'm not
though,
saying
but
that the product is not good. I'm saying the process is not one that I enjoy participating in. I don't enjoy
but see,
top down processes.
when you create something like that, so if I ever get my open source studio thing off the ground, right? If I ever get that concept, if I ever get to do that in my lifetime, and I may not, and I'm fully resigned to the possibility that that may never happen. But if I do, if I actually got to open that place and pull it off like that, and it was really successful, let's say it was like a super successful thing, it like it generated all the right buzz and everything like that. I would want to open one in another city. Like maybe if I open one in Dallas, I would maybe want to open one in LA. I'd want to have because I want that same opportunity.
But you're
to have
one
it in LA.
person. It's not a grassroots move. Like it's easy for one person to keep opening new businesses. It would be you opening it every time. It wouldn't be you and a team creating something and then this other team coming and teaching other people how to do it in their city and managing the process.
Well, okay. Well, what imagine what if it's not how it works? But what if it works like you and this team create this thing in this one place, and then as time goes on, you bring in other people that also work within like that same team, right? Like your team grows within that place. So then that core team goes off and they build up another one somewhere else. Is that the same thing as like the top down thing?
But the original team doesn't have enough people to go and to every city and build one. So they have to bring in new people that were not part of the original process. They didn't have the
What if they did,
experience of doing it from the grassroots up, but they have this template that they're reading off of and follow, and they're being trained how to help people implement it in new cities. That's different to me than being there from the beginning and going through the experience of taking it from nothing to something.
Yeah, I mean, like the experience of taking nothing to something is definitely something that they lose, I guess. But at the same time, it's also something that's almost impossible to do. It's like lightning in a bottle. I don't know how you recapture
That's
that.
what excites me. That's the only part of this that excites me. If once we create the something, replicating it somewhere else is not as exciting to me as starting from scratch and creating it from the ground up.
I mean, yeah,
at that point, it just becomes it becomes factory. It becomes replication. It doesn't become creation.
I agree that I do agree that I mean, like considering my idea is all about fostering other artists and trying to like allow them to be creative. I feel like I don't know. I feel like that's.
But
I do.
I don't know if that's what Meow Wolf is doing in these other. That was not the impression I got of what they were doing. They weren't fostering artists' own creativity. They were hiring people who could execute this prefab vision that they developed from the first Meow Wolf.
Every one of them is different, right?
Right, but they follow the same top-down manager. The process is managed. They even said, they talked about the team they hired, and this person's going to be the director of this location, and all the people he has to hire to execute the vision that executing a team's vision is not the same team as the team developing the division organically from the ground up. I don't know if I'm not communicating it or if you're not seeing it, but there's something about the top-down process that changes it for me.
I guess I just forgot about that part from the documentary. Honestly, I did not remember that part. So
it's not like they're going to a new city, finding a new group of kids, giving them money, and saying, "Hey, kids, now create your own new Meow Wolf." They're coming and they're executing a predefined vision that they all sit around a table and plan in advance, and then they go to the new city and they hire a team to carry out that vision according to their prescriptions that they already lay out for them. That is not creation to me. That's design. It's the difference, I guess, between creation and design.
Okay.
And so the original Meow Wolf was creation, and out of that creation, they extracted a model that they now use to design future Meow Wolves. And the model is different when you do it that way.
I mean, that wasn't my understanding of what they do for city to city, so like I didn't understand that. So I guess like that does kind of change my viewpoint a little bit.
Well, we could watch the documentary again. That's what I took out of at the end, because that's what I noticed my interest. I was like this to the whole documentary, and when that part started, I got alienated from it because I'm like, oh, they turned into this. I was kind of sad for them. So I guess there is some judgment.
I still think it's cool, but yeah, I mean, I see what you mean.
Yes, it is cool. I'm not saying if someone gave me free tickets to any Meow Wolf, I would be ecstatic and overjoyed beyond belief, and I would not turn them down. And I would say, "Yay, I get to go to Meow Wolf." I am talking about process, not product.
No, I get what you're saying. I do.
The Santa Fe process was different from any of the succeeding Meow Wolf processes. That is the only one that has that unique process to it.
Well, yeah, I mean, that is the only one that has that exact unique process. My impression was that what I thought, and this is probably just something that I just probably through my own filter. This maybe just what I wanted to think. You're usually a little bit more clear. You usually see things a little more clearly than I do in that sort of way. So I trust your assessment of that. What I in my head was thinking that they were doing was that like that core team would go out and then find artists and stuff to collaborate with in those cities and create a new experience, and then they would eventually of course have to let them run it, let those people run it. But I thought they were going there and developing and creating new fostering new communities. That's what I thought.
I don't know about the let them run it part. I think they're going to have creative control from that point forward. I didn't ever get the idea that they would turn over creative control to the new.
Well, no, crop. I mean, I guess,
and they're coming with pre-existing constraints that they developed from the original Meow Wolf. So yes, they are doing that. They are finding a new team and fostering them, but they're fostering them within the confines of these pre-existing constraints that they developed at the corporate level.
Yeah, I didn't
it's those like constraints that were absent from the first place. So if they made a documentary of the Denver or the Grapevine or whatever Meow Wolf, it would be a different story than the story of the Santa Fe Meow Wolf, and they would all be similar. All the additional Meow Wolf stories would be more or less the same story. Only the Santa Fe could have produced the story that we saw in the documentary.
That's true. I mean, that is why it's called origin story after all. I mean, I guess that's a good point. And that is, and the origin story usually is the most an interesting part of most stories of anything that gets big like that. I guess you're right.
And so I want to take this stream from nothing, or this community from nothing, to see how big it could get on its own as the original entity it started with. But I don't necessarily care about other people helping other people to spin something off of that. I want them to create their own thing.
Sure. I mean, I never had the.
I don't know how you'd franchise a stream anyway.
Yeah, I never even thought about doing anything like that anyway. I mean, it never even occurred to me to try to to try to spin off from this stream, like specifically like a spin off like a sitcom or something like that. I never thought of like that. Oh, that would be hilarious.
I mean, we could become a media company and have movies and music. We could release albums.
What'd you say?
We
Create a
could
media
become a
company?
media company and release like albums and movies and stuff that are generated from the members of the community. But that's a little different than what Meow Wolf was doing.
Wouldn't it be hilarious though if we literally created a spin-off of the stream that was a sitcom, and it was like, you know, it was like you and me and Machine Lies. We're like living in this. We're all like roommates who
Except
can't quite get
scripted
along.
and
Yeah, with the laugh track.
and then we could. I would be up for that experiment, and
that would
and
be
then
fun
put
as
them
hell.
side by side and see what we can learn from it.
But still try to work in all of the conversational, philosophical type stuff. So
Yeah, which one's art and which one's life?
that would be funny as hell. It just call it. We could just like just one day we just do. It starts out just a Gen X Jeff extreme stream, but then it just opens on like a house, you know, and it's just like, you know, it's just like the sitcom music playing like do do do, you know, and then like what, and like Jeff walks in the room and is like, you know, it's like, where's my microphone? Yeah, like, where's my Baphomet? I don't see my Baphomet anywhere. Who took my Baphomet? Well, yeah, when a Christian, a Muslim, and a Satanist all live in the same house together.
Yeah, you know, it'd be
craziest things
fun
happen.
if we get stabilized enough and like a good group of regulars is to put us all in a house, maybe for like a couple of weeks. Just all go rent a house somewhere and live in it and film it and see what it's like interacting in person. Because you really don't know someone till you live with. You can hang out on a stream with them all day, but you really don't know someone until you live with them.
That's true. You really don't know. You don't know anyone until you live with them. That's true. I mean, you don't really know them. I know people that I feel like I know confidently that in real life. I mean, IRL people, but until I actually live with them. Yeah, unless you actually live with
me
them.
too. I've had best friends that living has completely changed the relationship. I mean, when you live with someone, you're at a level of intimacy that you don't get in any other way.
And weirdly enough, I'm usually fine with it. It's usually people have a lot of trouble living with me for some reason. So I don't know why. I'm not really like a really intrusive person. I kind of keep to myself, but it seems like I've been the problem though for some people. I don't know why. I don't really know what I do exactly, but I guess maybe I try to learn from those experiences. But
I don't know. I would love to have some neurotypicals on and talk about what is it about us? What is the impression? What are they reacting to? I would love to know that.
If only I could find any neurotypical.
I think there's a few. I think Neurojack's pretty neurotypical, and
no,
I think he is. I don't get any
I've
vibe. My art door doesn't go off around him.
Had long conversations with Neurojack on Discord and stuff. Trust me, he's got his neuro untypicals. It's neuro untypical quirks.
My detector is failing to catch it. So
it's probably because you can't see him too. That way, I think because I've talked to him actually like on video a couple times too. So I've actually interacted with him.
Because he even said the other day on Machines, all of us there were autistic, and we were talking about how this is a stream for autistic. And Nero's like, I'm not, and I'm like, yeah, I never thought you were either.
I don't think he's autistic. He's got some ADHD.
I use the words autism, neurodivergence, ADHD, all interchangeably. So when I say autistic, I'm talking about as broad of the spectrum as you can, because it's all a threshold diagnosis anyway.
When a lot of people say,
you think he's ADHD, if he's not autistic, you think he's ADHD?
Yeah, probably. I think he even mentioned that he was to me, but maybe he didn't. Maybe not. I could be confusing him with something else. I mean, I had a lot of conversations lately, so.
I don't really make the distinction. Every ADHD person I know, I can detect some features of autism in, and vice versa.
Have you watched his videos?
Yeah.
You're telling me an ADHD person didn't make that?
I can't judge I can't judge someone's neurotype by the art they produce.
It seemed like the most ADHD things I've ever seen in my life. Like I watched those things, like the fact that he makes them.
It doesn't mean the person that did it is ADHD.
Okay, maybe not. I mean, I feel like the art does tend to reflect its author, but I mean, maybe not. It doesn't always. I mean, dear God, I hope that's not always the case, because like I've written some fucked up shit, so I guess that's true. I've written some horror scripts that were really messed up, but never got made. So, all right, I gotta go. I gotta go
Okay.
eat this food. So I will talk
Well,
to you later.
we made it 7 hours, so good stream.
7
and-
hours. Damn. Damn.
Have a good New Year. We'll be here tomorrow doing the same thing. Or something different, depending on who shows up. Okay, go feed your family and message me later. Alrighty. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of need a break myself. So let us do this. Okay, I think we're gonna wrap it up and go do something good. This is the first day of the new year, so go do something fun, nice, good for yourself, maybe for other people, and set a tone for like the rest of the year. Even if you do it just this one afternoon, or don't. I mean, do what you want. I'm just throwing something out there, just ideas. And we'll be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central. And we'll see what happens this next year. Hopefully we'll get some of these projects off the ground. Talk to you then.